Chapter 726, Quantum Leap 4. The integration of 4 major guilds into a unified Ouroboros empire proved more complex than even my most detailed projections had anticipated. Standing in what had once been Feroclism's primary command center, now redesignated as Integration Command Alpha, I watched as holographic displays painted the massive space in cascading data streams that represented the systematic absorption of decades of accumulated infrastructure, personnel, and operational knowledge. Asset consolidation at 73% completion, Elias reported from his expanded administrative station. His meticulous attention to detail now applied to coordinating what amounted to the largest corporate merger in continental history. Former Skyvale aircraft are being retrofitted for Etherite enhancement, while Luminalese power stations are transitioning to hybrid operations during the infrastructure modernization period. The scale was staggering. 47 major facilities across 4 continents, over 30,000 personnel requiring integration and retraining, supply chains spanning hundreds of contractors, and regulatory frameworks that had never been designed to accommodate this kind of rapid consolidation. Under normal circumstances, such an integration would take years to complete properly. But these were not normal circumstances, and I had not built Ouroboros to operate according to traditional limitations. Personnel adaptation rates? I asked, studying deployment statistics that tracked everything from individual employee satisfaction to departmental productivity metrics. Exceeding projections across all categories, Rose replied from her economic analysis station, her auburn hair catching the ambient lighting as she gestured to financial reports that defied conventional business theory. Former guild employees are embracing the transition faster than anticipated. The combination of improved compensation, enhanced job security, and access to Etherite technology has created genuine enthusiasm rather than mere compliance. It was a critical distinction. Forced integration created resentment and inefficiency that could undermine operations for years. But voluntary integration based on demonstrable improvements created loyalty and innovation that amplified organizational capability. Dr. Chen's technological familiarization programs are achieving remarkable results, Reika added, stepping forward with intelligence reports that tracked the broader implications of our expansion. Former Skyvale pilots are adapting to teleportation network management faster than our training schedules projected. Luminalese engineers are developing hybrid energy solutions that exceed the capabilities of either technology used independently. The whole becoming greater than the sum of its parts, Luna observed from within my consciousness. Exactly what you planned. More than planned, I corrected silently. The integration synergies are creating capabilities I hadn't fully anticipated. But my satisfaction with the integration progress was tempered by the intelligence reports that painted a concerning picture of activity among the remaining 8 guilds. They were learning from their predecessors' mistakes in ways that would make future campaigns significantly more challenging. Reika, what's the latest assessment of remaining guild coordination? Her violet eyes reflected the glow of tactical displays as she compiled reports from across the Continental Intelligence Network. Unprecedented cooperation among organizations that have been competitors for decades. They're sharing information, coordinating defensive strategies, and pooling resources in ways that suggest they finally understand the scope of the threat they're facing. She activated displays showing communication intercepts, financial transaction analyses, and personnel movement patterns that revealed the emerging structure of organized resistance. Most concerning is the formation of what appears to be a shadow coordination network. Intelligence activities that don't match any known guild operational patterns. I leaned forward, my attention sharpening as I processed the implications. Unknown players? Possibly. Or more likely, one of the remaining guilds has capabilities we haven't properly assessed. Reika manipulated the displays to highlight specific anomalies. Sophisticated counter-surveillance, information warfare techniques that exceed anything we've seen from the other guilds, and coordination methods that suggest professional intelligence training. The pattern was troubling because it represented exactly the kind of adaptation I had been expecting from competent opponents. The remaining guild masters had watched 4 of their peers surrender despite having significant advantages, and they were finally beginning to understand that conventional approaches would be insufficient. Which guild is the most likely candidate for enhanced intelligence capabilities? Them, Reika replied immediately. They've always maintained the lowest public profile among the great guilds, officially focusing on information management and strategic consulting. But our attempts to penetrate their operational structure have encountered resistance that suggests significantly more sophisticated capabilities than their public image would indicate. Them. The guild that specialized in information warfare and maintained the kind of low profile that suggested they understood the value of staying out of public attention. If they had been preparing for information warfare against superior technological opponents, they could represent a genuinely dangerous challenge. What do we know about their leadership? Extremely limited intelligence, Reika admitted with obvious frustration. Guild Master remains completely anonymous, goes by the codename Shadow in all communications we've intercepted. No confirmed visual identification, no personal background information, no public appearances. They've maintained operational security that exceeds anything we've encountered from other guild masters. An enemy who understands the importance of anonymity, I mused. Someone who's been planning for exactly this kind of systematic campaign. My communication system activated with an incoming call from the Western continent. Jean and Callie appeared on the holographic display, standing together in what appeared to be a mobile command center that had been established in a former Luminalese facility. Arthur, Western integration is proceeding remarkably smoothly, Jean reported, his black eyes reflecting satisfaction with successful operations. Several senior engineers have already proposed innovations that could improve efficiency beyond our current projections. Behind him, Callie moved efficiently through the command center, coordinating with technical personnel with the kind of practiced competence that demonstrated their growing tactical synchronization. What had begun as professional partnership was evolving into something approaching operational telepathy. However, Callie added, turning toward the camera with an expression that carried concern, we've encountered something unusual during our security sweeps of the former facilities. Evidence of surveillance equipment that doesn't match standard corporate security systems. Jean stepped closer to the camera, his expression becoming more serious. Professional-grade intelligence gathering tools, the kind typically used by government agencies or military organizations. But the installation patterns suggest they were placed recently, possibly after news of our expansion began spreading. Someone has been watching our operations, I realized. Not just corporate espionage, but professional intelligence gathering. Can you trace the equipment origins? Working on it, Callie replied, her tone carrying the focused intensity she displayed when dealing with complex security challenges. But the sophistication suggests we're dealing with opponents who understand operational security far better than the guild masters we've faced so far. Jean and Callie exchanged a glance that spoke to the kind of tactical coordination they had developed through weeks of successful collaboration. Their partnership was becoming a genuine strategic asset, capable of handling complex operations with minimal supervision. Jean, I said, coordinate with Callie to establish enhanced counter-surveillance protocols for all former guild facilities. If we're dealing with professional intelligence operators, we need to assume they've been monitoring our integration activities. Already in progress, Jean confirmed with confidence. Callie's security expertise combined with my knowledge of Western political networks should allow us to identify and neutralize any surveillance operations. The partnership between them was becoming remarkably effective, I noted with satisfaction. Personal compatibility was translating into professional excellence that enhanced overall organizational capability. After ending the call, I returned my attention to the intelligence displays showing the scope of opposition coordination among the remaining guilds. They were finally beginning to adapt, but they were still making fundamental errors in their strategic assumptions. Reika, what's your assessment of their coordination strategies? Sophisticated but flawed, she replied immediately. They're sharing information and coordinating defenses, but they're still thinking in terms of protecting existing capabilities rather than developing genuine innovations. They're trying to optimize obsolete systems rather than transcending them. It was exactly the kind of tactical thinking that would make them vulnerable to the same systematic dismantling that had eliminated their predecessors. They had learned to coordinate and More concerning is the shadow figure, I continued, studying the limited intelligence we had gathered about Umbertham's mysterious leadership. Someone who maintains complete anonymity while coordinating sophisticated intelligence operations suggests a level of strategic thinking that exceeds what we've encountered so far. Agreed, Reika said, her expression carrying the particular intensity she displayed when tracking dangerous opponents. Shadow represents a genuinely unknown quantity. We need to assume they've been analyzing our methods since the beginning of the campaign and developing counter-strategies based on systematic observation. I nodded thoughtfully. An enemy who understood the value of information warfare and had maintained operational security sufficient to remain completely anonymous represented exactly the kind of challenge that could disrupt the systematic approach I had been using to eliminate guild resistance. Prepare for enhanced intelligence operations, I instructed. Full counter-surveillance deployment across all facilities, expanded human intelligence networks, and accelerated development of information warfare capabilities. If Shadow wants to fight in the shadows, we'll show them what superior technology can accomplish even in their chosen environment. The integration of Skyvale and Luminalese continued around us, tens of thousands of people adapting to new technologies and organizational structures with enthusiasm that validated the humanitarian benefits of technological progress. But beneath that successful transition, a more dangerous game was beginning to unfold. The remaining 8 guilds had finally begun to understand the true scope of the challenge they faced, and they were adapting their strategies accordingly. More importantly, they had apparently found leadership capable of sophisticated strategic thinking and operational security that could pose genuine threats to my systematic expansion. The real war is just beginning, Luna observed. Good, I replied silently, feeling familiar anticipation at the prospect of facing truly competent opposition. Worthy enemies make victory more meaningful. The transformation of 4 great guilds into a unified Ouroboros empire was proceeding ahead of schedule, creating capabilities that exceeded the sum of their individual parts. But Shadow and the remaining guilds were preparing challenges that would test every aspect of my strategic planning and technological superiority. Looking out through the massive windows of the former Ferroclism Command Center, now permanently renamed Integration Command Alpha, I could see the sprawling technological infrastructure that represented the foundation of continental transformation. transportation, energy, finance, and security all operating under unified command with efficiency that would have been impossible under the old guild system. But somewhere in the shadows, unknown enemies were preparing strategies designed to exploit weaknesses they thought they had identified in my methods. They would discover that analyzing past victories provided no insight into future innovations and that fighting technological evolution was like fighting gravity, initially possible with sufficient effort but ultimately futile. The revolution was accelerating, and the enemies who thought they understood my limitations were about to learn why superior intelligence always trumped superior preparation. 8 guilds remained between me and absolute control of continental infrastructure. 8 organizations that would soon discover that adaptation without innovation was merely delayed surrender. The next phase would be more complex than anything I had attempted so far. But complexity was just another challenge to be solved through systematic application of technological superiority and strategic intelligence. Shadow thought the information war was beginning. They had no idea it was already over. Chapter 727, Espionage 1. The surveillance equipment Jean and Callie discovered in the former Luminolese facility was far more sophisticated than anything I had expected from corporate espionage. Standing in my office while studying the detailed analysis reports, I felt a familiar chill of recognition that had nothing to do with my experiences in this world and everything to do with memories from another life entirely. Microtransmitters with quantum encryption protocols. I read from the technical specifications, my mind automatically cataloging details that shouldn't have been familiar to someone who had grown up in this world's technological paradigm. Adaptive frequency modulation to avoid detection, remote activation capabilities, and data compression algorithms that suggest military-grade intelligence applications. I've seen this before, I realized with growing concern. Not in this world, but in the previous one. Of course, this is a superior version. This is professional-grade surveillance technology, the kind used by intelligence agencies for deep penetration operations. Sir, Reika stepped forward, her violet eyes reflecting the concern she felt whenever threats to our organization emerged. I've been coordinating with our contacts among the former guild personnel. Several people have mentioned receiving anonymous communications questioning their loyalty to our integration process. She activated holographic displays showing intercepted messages that painted a disturbing picture of coordinated psychological warfare. The communications are sophisticated, they reference personal details about individual employees, family situations, career aspirations. Whoever is behind this has detailed intelligence about our personnel. I studied the message patterns, noting techniques that matched psychological operations methods from intelligence agencies in my previous world. Someone was applying professional-grade information warfare against our organization using personal leverage and emotional manipulation to undermine loyalty and create internal dissent. What's your assessment of the source? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the general answer. Not corporate competitors, Reika replied immediately. The level of personal detail suggests comprehensive surveillance over extended periods. Plus, the psychological pressure techniques are too sophisticated for normal business intelligence. This feels like... She paused, searching for the right comparison, like what I imagine government intelligence services would use. Exactly right, I thought approvingly. Reika's protective instincts are leading her to the correct conclusions even without formal intelligence training. I want you to coordinate with all our contacts from the former guilds, I instructed. Use your personal relationships to identify who might be wavering and, more importantly, who might be feeding information to outside sources. Don't approach this as espionage, approach it as protecting people you care about from manipulation. Reika nodded with the kind of fierce determination she displayed whenever threats to our family emerged. Her loyalty networks weren't based on professional intelligence training, but they were based on genuine personal relationships that often proved more reliable than formal espionage operations. My communication system activated with an incoming call from Jean and Callie, their joint holographic projection appearing from what looked like a secure facility in the western regions of the central continent. Both appeared alert and focused, with the kind of tactical awareness that suggested they had been dealing with active threats. Arthur, we've completed our analysis of the surveillance equipment, Jean reported, his black eyes reflecting the serious concentration he applied to complex problems. The sophistication exceeds anything we've encountered from previous guild operations. More concerning, we've identified similar devices in 3 other former guild facilities. Behind him, Callie moved efficiently through what appeared to be a counter-surveillance operation, her movements precise and professional as she coordinated with technical personnel. The placement patterns suggest professional intelligence training, she added, turning toward the camera. These aren't corporate security systems, they're designed for deep penetration intelligence gathering. I felt a familiar appreciation for their analytical capabilities. Both Jean and Callie were approaching the problem with the kind of systematic thinking that made them invaluable for complex operations. Assessment of the threat scope? Continental, Callie replied immediately. Based on the equipment sophistication and deployment patterns, we're dealing with an organization that has resources and capabilities comparable to government intelligence services. They've been watching our operations since at least the Auristrade integration, possibly earlier. Jean stepped closer to the camera, his expression carrying the particular intensity he displayed when processing strategic implications. More troubling, the surveillance equipment suggests they've been studying our methods systematically. This isn't reactive intelligence gathering, it's comprehensive preparation for information warfare. Someone who understands that traditional guild warfare won't work against technological superiority, I realized. An enemy who's been preparing for exactly this kind of systematic campaign. I want both of you to coordinate on counterintelligence operations, I instructed. Jean, use your political knowledge to identify potential sources and methods. Callie, apply your security expertise to neutralize the surveillance network. Work together on this, the threat requires both your skill sets. Already coordinating, Callie confirmed, and I noticed the subtle glance she exchanged with Jean that spoke to growing professional synchronization. Jin's understanding of central continent political networks is providing valuable context for identifying potential intelligence sources. And Callie's security protocols are helping me understand how professional surveillance operations actually function, Jean added, his tone carrying what might have been admiration for her expertise. The combination is proving more effective than either approach used independently. Their partnership was evolving in exactly the way I had hoped, complementary skills creating capabilities that exceeded what either could accomplish alone. More importantly, the dangerous nature of their current assignment was requiring the kind of trust and coordination that often led to deeper personal bonds. After ending the call, I found myself analyzing the broader implications of facing an enemy who understood information warfare. The previous guild masters had all made the fundamental error of trying to compete with superior technology using conventional approaches. But someone who specialized in intelligence operations would understand that the real battle was for information superiority rather than technological advancement. They're trying to understand how I've been able to anticipate so many strategic developments, I realized with growing concern. If they investigate too deeply into my background or decision-making processes, they might discover inconsistencies that raise uncomfortable questions. The challenge was more complex than anything I had faced so far. I needed to counter professional intelligence operations without revealing the source of my own strategic advantages. That meant using reasoning and methods that appeared to emerge from superior planning and business acumen rather than impossible foreknowledge. My communication system chimed with an urgent priority alert from Rose, her auburn hair disheveled in a way that suggested she had been working through the night on economic analysis. Arthur, we have a problem, she reported without preamble. Financial media across the central continent is beginning to publish stories that question the sustainability of our expansion. The articles are sophisticated, they reference internal financial data that shouldn't be publicly available and make economic arguments that sound plausible to people who don't understand our technological advantages. She activated displays showing news articles and financial analysis reports that painted a coordinated picture of economic concern about Ouroboros's rapid growth. The stories are appearing simultaneously across multiple media networks, suggesting coordinated distribution. More concerning, some of the financial data referenced is accurate enough that it had to come from internal sources. Information warfare, I recognized immediately. Someone is using media manipulation to undermine public confidence while using leaked internal data to give the stories credibility. What's the market reaction? Minor so far, but growing, Rose replied with obvious concern. Investor confidence is beginning to waver, and some of our newer corporate partnerships are requesting additional financial documentation. The stories are designed to create doubt about our long-term stability without making claims dramatic enough to be easily disproven. It was a sophisticated approach that demonstrated real understanding of information warfare principles. Rather than making dramatic accusations that could be quickly refuted, the enemy was using subtle doubt and reasonable-sounding concerns to gradually undermine confidence in our operations. Prepare comprehensive financial transparency reports, I instructed. Full disclosure of our technological advantages, projected growth patterns, and economic sustainability models. If they want to fight on the battlefield of financial credibility, we'll demonstrate exactly why superior technology makes traditional economic analysis obsolete. Already working on it, Rose confirmed. Though I have to say, whoever is coordinating this campaign understands business psychology better than most of our previous opponents. After Rose ended the call, I stood at my office windows looking out over Avalon while processing the scope of the challenge we were facing. An enemy who understood information warfare, had professional-grade surveillance capabilities, and was sophisticated enough to conduct coordinated media manipulation represented a fundamentally different kind of threat than anything the previous guild masters had attempted. But they're still making a fundamental error, I realized with growing confidence. They're assuming that information superiority can overcome technological transcendence. They're trying to fight the future with tools from the past, just like all the others. My communication system activated with an incoming call from an unknown source, the encryption protocols indicating maximum security transmission. The holographic projection that materialized showed only a darkened silhouette, no identifiable features, no background details, just the outline of a figure that could have been anyone. Arthur Nightingale, a digitally distorted voice said with the kind of careful modulation that suggested professional voice masking techniques. I believe it's time we had a proper conversation. I leaned back in my chair, studying the anonymous projection with the analytical attention I applied to all unknown threats. I'm always willing to discuss reasonable propositions. Though I notice you haven't introduced yourself. Names are unnecessary for the kind of business we need to discuss, the figure replied. What matters is that I represent interests that have been watching your remarkable expansion with considerable attention. Shadow, I realized immediately. The mysterious leader of Umbridom that Reika mentioned. And what interests might those be? The kind that understand information has value beyond mere technology, Shadow replied, the distorted voice carrying what might have been amusement. You've been very impressive in your systematic dismantling of traditional guild power structures. But you've also been very predictable in your methods. The challenge was subtle but unmistakable. Shadow was claiming to have analyzed my strategies well enough to predict my future actions, a dangerous claim that could potentially expose weaknesses I hadn't considered. Predictability can be an advantage when your methods consistently achieve superior results, I replied carefully. Indeed. But predictability also creates vulnerability when your opponents finally understand the pattern. Shadow leaned forward slightly, though the silhouette still revealed nothing about their identity. I know about your impossible strategic prescience, Arthur. I know about the technological innovations that seem to anticipate market needs before they exist. I know about decision-making processes that suggest knowledge no one person could reasonably possess. My blood ran cold. Shadow was coming dangerously close to recognizing patterns that could lead to questions about my transmigrator origins, questions I absolutely could not allow to be asked publicly. An interesting theory, I said, keeping my voice level despite the implications. Though I suspect superior planning and comprehensive intelligence gathering can explain most strategic advantages. Perhaps, Shadow replied, the distorted voice carrying what might have been skeptical amusement. But superior planning requires superior information. And I've been very curious about the sources of your information, Arthur. Very curious indeed. The call ended abruptly, leaving me staring at empty air while processing the most direct threat I had faced since beginning the guild campaign. Shadow wasn't just challenging my methods, they were investigating the fundamental sources of my strategic advantages. If they succeeded in their investigation, they could expose secrets that would destroy everything I had built. Chapter 728, Espionage 2. The disinformation campaign struck with the precision of a military operation, cascading across every major media network in the central continent within a 6-hour window that spoke to careful coordination and professional execution. I stood in my office reading the headlines that painted Ouroboros as an increasingly authoritarian organization bent on economic domination through questionable methods. Ouroboros expansion, liberation, or corporate tyranny? Dominated the morning financial news. Former employees speak out, the hidden costs of guild integration ran across 3 separate investigative programs. Economic analysis, unsustainable growth patterns threaten continental stability appeared in academic journals that should have required weeks of peer review. Rose burst into my office without her usual composed demeanor, her auburn hair disheveled and her expression carrying genuine panic. Arthur, this is catastrophic. The stories are appearing simultaneously across every major network and they're sophisticated enough that people are taking them seriously. Worse, some of the financial data they're referencing is accurate, it had to come from internal sources. I frowned, studying the coordination patterns while making appropriate concerned expressions. How bad is the market reaction? Significant, Rose replied immediately, activating holographic displays that showed declining confidence indicators across multiple sectors. Investor uncertainty is spiking, 3 major corporate partnerships have requested emergency meetings, and I'm getting calls from financial regulators asking for clarification on our expansion strategies. Elias appeared in the doorway, his usually meticulous composure cracked by obvious stress. Sir, I've discovered irregularities in our administrative systems. Someone has been accessing personnel files, financial records, and operational databases. The access patterns suggest multiple internal sources over several weeks. Right on schedule, I thought with satisfaction while aloud saying, how many potential sources are we talking about? At least 7 separate access points, Elias replied, consulting his detailed analysis reports. Different authorization levels, different time patterns, different data focuses. Whoever coordinated this had help from people with legitimate access to our systems. I allowed concern to color my expression while internally appreciating the professional execution of Shadow's operation. Multiple coordinated leaks, sophisticated media manipulation, and psychological timing that maximized impact. It was exactly the kind of information warfare strategy one had expected from someone with professional intelligence background. But it was also exactly the kind of strategy one had been preparing to counter since our first conversation. My communication system chimed with an urgent call from Jean and Callie, their joint projection appearing from what looked like a mobile command center they had established for their counterintelligence operations. Arthur, we've made significant progress tracking the disinformation sources, Jean reported, his black eyes reflecting the intense focus he applied to complex analytical problems. The coordination patterns suggest a single organizing intelligence, but the execution involves multiple separate cells operating independently. Callie stepped into view, her expression carrying the particular satisfaction she displayed when successful operations validated her methods. More importantly, we've identified the central coordination hub. The intelligence suggests former Imperial Intelligence Minister Victor Shadowbane supposedly died in a car accident 15 years ago, but the timing coincides with a corruption investigation that was quietly buried. I felt a surge of admiration for their analytical capabilities while maintaining an expression of surprised recognition. Victor Shadowbane. I remember reading about his death when I was younger. The corruption allegations involved selling classified information to corporate interests. Exactly, Jean confirmed, moving closer to the camera with the kind of strategic excitement that came from breakthrough discoveries. Which means he has both the motivation and the expertise to coordinate sophisticated information warfare against corporate targets. His fake death allowed him to disappear and build an organization dedicated to exactly this kind of operation. Callie's expression showed impressed approval of Jin's analytical reasoning. Jin's political knowledge combined with the intelligence patterns allowed us to identify connections that wouldn't have been apparent using either approach independently. They're developing genuine tactical telepathy, I observed with satisfaction. Professional partnership evolving into something deeper through shared success. What's your recommended response? I asked, though I already knew what approach would be most effective. Counterintelligence operation, Callie replied immediately. Now that we know who we're dealing with, we can predict his methods and feed him false information while systematically dismantling his network. Jean nodded agreement, his black eyes reflecting growing confidence in their joint capabilities. Victor's intelligence background means he'll expect certain types of responses. But if we can appear to react predictably while actually implementing counter strategies, we can turn his expertise against him. After ending the call, I turned to address Rose and Elias with the kind of calm authority that contrasted sharply with their obvious concern. Prepare comprehensive financial transparency reports as we discussed, I instructed Rose. But make sure they include specific details about our technological advantages and projected growth that exceed what any traditional economic analysis would predict. If Victor wants to question our sustainability, we'll demonstrate exactly why superior technology makes conventional economics obsolete. Rose looked puzzled by my confident tone. Arthur, are you certain this is the right approach? The stories are already causing significant damage. Short-term market fluctuations, I interrupted gently. Victor's campaign is sophisticated, but it's also based on traditional information warfare assumptions that don't apply when your target has genuine technological superiority. We're going to use his own professional expectations against him. I turned to Elias. Those internal access points, I want detailed logs of exactly what information was accessed and when. But don't secure them yet. Let Victor's people continue to believe they have undetected access while we control what information they can obtain. Elias's expression shifted from concern to understanding. You want to feed them false intelligence through the compromised access points. Exactly. Victor is a professional who will expect us to panic and implement defensive measures. Instead, we're going to appear vulnerable while systematically undermining his information advantage. Over the next several hours, I watched with satisfaction as my counter-strategy unfolded exactly as anticipated. The false financial data I had instructed Rose to place in accessible databases began appearing in follow-up media stories that painted Ouroboros as facing more serious challenges than the initial reports had suggested. Victor's network was taking the bait, amplifying information that would ultimately discredit their entire campaign. Meanwhile, Jean and Callie's counterintelligence operation was systematically identifying and tracking every member of Victor's network across the central continent. Their growing tactical coordination was proving remarkably effective, Jin's political knowledge providing context while Callie's security expertise enabled precise operational responses. My communication system activated with another call from the mysterious shadow, the darkened silhouette appearing with what seemed like increased confidence. Arthur, the digitally distorted voice carried satisfied undertones. I trust you've been monitoring the public response to recent revelations about your organization's methods. I replied with carefully modulated concern. Though I notice your campaign relies heavily on selective data interpretation and anonymous sources. Professional intelligence work, but not particularly sustainable when subjected to comprehensive fact-checking. Oh, but sustainability isn't the goal, Shadow replied, leaning forward with apparent satisfaction. The goal is demonstrating that your apparent invincibility has limits. That your organization can be damaged through conventional methods when applied with sufficient expertise. I allowed a note of frustration to enter my voice. What do you want, Victor? The silhouette went completely still for several seconds before the distorted voice responded with careful neutrality. I'm impressed. Though I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that your intelligence capabilities eventually identified me. Former Imperial Intelligence Minister Victor Shadowbane, I said with satisfied certainty. Supposedly killed in a car accident 15 years ago, actually disappeared to avoid prosecution for selling classified information. You've spent the intervening years building Umbritham as a platform for information warfare against the corporate system that exposed your corruption. Very good, Victor acknowledged, though his tone carried less satisfaction than it had moments before. Though knowing my identity doesn't change the fundamental reality that information warfare can damage even technologically superior opponents. I leaned back in my chair, allowing confidence to replace the concern I had been projecting. Actually, Victor, knowing your identity changes everything. Because it means I understand exactly what kind of professional you are, what methods you'll use, and how your intelligence background shapes your strategic assumptions. And it means I've been preparing for exactly this conversation since our first call, I replied with cold satisfaction. You see, Victor, you made a fundamental error in your analysis. You assumed that my strategic prescience came from superior intelligence gathering when actually it comes from superior strategic thinking. You've been investigating the wrong advantage. I activated displays showing comprehensive counterintelligence reports that detailed every aspect of Victor's network, every member of his organization, and every method he had used to infiltrate my operations. Jean and Callie identified you 18 hours ago, I continued, watching as Victor processed the implications. Since then, we've been feeding your network carefully crafted false information while systematically mapping your entire organization. Your successful information campaign has been using data we wanted you to have, creating vulnerabilities we wanted you to expose. The silhouette remained motionless as Victor realized the scope of his miscalculation. Every piece of financial data your people accessed, every internal document they copied, every source they thought they had turned, all of it was controlled information designed to make you overconfident while we dismantled your capabilities. I smiled with genuine satisfaction. You've been dancing in my palms since the moment you made contact, Victor. Professional intelligence work is impressive, but it's no match for superior strategic planning. Impossible, Victor said, though his digitally distorted voice carried doubt rather than conviction. Is it? You're a professional intelligence operative, Victor. You understand operational security better than most people. So explain to me how two relative newcomers to espionage work managed to identify your true identity, map your network, and neutralize your information advantage in less than 72 hours. I paused, letting the implications settle. Unless, of course, they had help from someone who anticipated exactly what kind of professional you were and what methods you would use. The call ended abruptly as Victor cut the connection, but I wasn't concerned. Within hours, he would be facing mass defections from his organization as Jean and Callie's counterintelligence operation offered protection and integration to every member of his network. Superior strategic thinking beats superior intelligence gathering every time, I reflected with satisfaction. Especially when your strategic thinking is based on knowledge from a future that's already happened. Victor Shadowbane had spent 15 years building an organization dedicated to information warfare against corporate targets. What he hadn't anticipated was facing an opponent who had seen similar strategies succeed and fail in an entirely different world, giving me advantages that no amount of professional intelligence training could counter. The puppet master had indeed been pulling strings. The only question had been whose strings he was pulling and who was really controlling the performance. Chapter 729, Espionage 3. Victor Shadowbane's return call came exactly 43 minutes after our previous conversation ended, enough time for him to verify that his network was indeed compromised, but not enough time to implement effective countermeasures. When his holographic projection materialized in my office, the careful anonymity was gone, replaced by a middle-aged man with graying hair and the kind of weathered features that spoke to decades of stress and careful living in the shadows. Congratulations, Arthur, Victor said, his natural voice carrying the cultured precision of someone who had spent years in imperial government service. I underestimated you. A mistake I haven't made in 15 years. I leaned back in my chair, studying the man who had built Umbertham into the most sophisticated intelligence organization outside of government control. Without the digital distortion and shadowed silhouette, Victor Shadowbane looked remarkably ordinary, the kind of person who could disappear into any crowd, which had probably been essential for his survival after faking his death. Victor Shadowbane, I said, activating holographic displays that showed the comprehensive dossier Jean and Callie had compiled. Born in Avalon 53 years ago, graduated with honors from the Slaymark Academy, served with distinction for 18 years before being promoted to deputy minister. Corruption investigation began when financial auditors discovered classified information being sold to corporate interests for personal profit. Victor's expression remained neutral as I recited details that should have been buried with his supposed death. You've done your homework. Car accident staged to avoid prosecution, I continued, watching his face for reactions. Body burned beyond recognition, dental records mysteriously corrupted, family quietly relocated with generous compensation for their loss. Very professional execution for someone who supposedly died in a random traffic incident. And the past 15 years? Joined Umbertham as your personal revenge platform against the corporate system that exposed your corruption, I replied. Recruiting former intelligence operatives, developing information warfare capabilities, and positioning yourself to systematically undermine organizations like mine when they became too successful. Victor smiled with what might have been rueful appreciation. You really have been planning for this conversation, haven't you? I gestured to additional displays showing real-time intelligence on his network's current status. Your organization is collapsing as we speak, Victor. Jean and Callie's counterintelligence operation has identified every member of your network across the central continent. We're offering immediate protection and integration to anyone who chooses cooperation over loyalty to a dead man. Victor's composed facade cracked slightly as he processed the scope of his organizational destruction. You're bluffing. Am I? I activated live feeds from locations across the continent where former Umbertham operatives were surrendering to Jean and Callie's teams. 37 facilities, over 200 personnel, complete intelligence archives spanning 15 years of operations. Your people are choosing proven success over uncertain loyalty faster than you can contact them. The displays showed a systematic pattern of surrender that spoke to careful preparation and overwhelming strategic advantage. Victor watched his life's work dissolve in real time, his expression shifting from confidence to resignation as he realized the mathematical certainty of his position. What changed their minds? Victor asked quietly. Truth, I replied simply. When faced with a choice between serving an exposed criminal or joining an organization that offers genuine security and advancement, most professional operatives make rational decisions. Your people are intelligent enough to recognize a losing position when they see one. My communication system chimed with an incoming call from Jean and Callie, their joint projection appearing from what looked like the central command facility of Victor's primary intelligence hub. Arthur, the main facility has surrendered, Jean reported, his black eyes reflecting satisfaction with successful operations. Complete archives secured, all personnel choosing integration rather than resistance. Victor's network is effectively neutralized. Behind him, Callie moved efficiently through the facility, coordinating with former Umbertham operatives who were already beginning the transition process. Intelligence capabilities exceed our projections, she added, turning toward the camera with obvious admiration for the sophistication of Victor's organization. This network could provide continental-level intelligence superiority once properly integrated. I noticed the way they stood together, professional partnership enhanced by shared success and mutual respect that had clearly deepened during their dangerous mission. Their tactical coordination had evolved into something approaching telepathy, each anticipating the other's requirements without explicit communication. Any resistance? I asked. Minimal, Callie replied. Most operatives are impressed by how quickly we identified and neutralized their security measures. Professional respect for superior capabilities is encouraging cooperation. Jin's political knowledge was crucial for understanding the organizational psychology, she continued, and I caught the note of personal admiration in her voice. His insights into how intelligence professionals think allowed us to approach them correctly. Jin's expression showed pleased recognition of her praise. Callie's security expertise made the actual operations possible. I could identify the right approach, but she implemented it with precision that convinced them we were genuine professionals rather than amateur investigators. Their mutual recognition was creating exactly the kind of personal bond one had hoped their partnership would develop. Shared success and complementary capabilities were building trust that extended beyond mere professional cooperation. After ending the call, I returned my attention to Victor, who had watched the exchange with the resignation of someone who finally understood the scope of his defeat. 15 years of careful work, Victor said quietly. Destroyed in 3 days by 2 people who should have been amateurs at intelligence operations. Destroyed by superior strategic planning that anticipated exactly what kind of professional you were, I corrected. Jean and Callie are remarkable, but they succeeded because I was able to predict your methods and prepare appropriate countermeasures. Victor leaned forward, studying my expression with the analytical attention of someone who had spent decades reading people. There's something else, isn't there? Some advantage you haven't explained. No one anticipates professional intelligence operations that accurately without their own professional background. I felt a familiar chill at how close Victor was coming to recognizing patterns that could lead to dangerous questions. Superior strategic thinking and comprehensive preparation, I replied carefully. Combined with technology that gives us capabilities you couldn't predict or counter. Perhaps, Victor said, though his tone suggested skepticism. Or perhaps you have sources of information that exceed what any single person should reasonably possess. The observation was too accurate for comfort, but I couldn't afford to let Victor's suspicions develop into actual investigation. Speaking of information, Victor, you have a choice to make. Your organization has collapsed, your network has defected, and your identity is fully exposed. You can face public trial for faking your death and 15 years of criminal activities, or you can choose private surrender with appropriate terms. Victor was quiet for several minutes, his intelligence-trained mind clearly working through options that were becoming increasingly limited. What kind of terms? Integration into our intelligence operations in an advisory capacity, generous compensation for your cooperation, and complete discretion regarding your past activities. Your expertise in information warfare would be valuable for expanding our capabilities. And if I refuse? Then tomorrow morning, detailed evidence of your corruption, your fake death, and 15 years of criminal intelligence operations will be delivered to imperial authorities, major media networks, and every organization you've ever targeted. I replied with matter-of-fact certainty. Your identity will become public knowledge, along with complete documentation of how you've been manipulating information warfare for personal revenge. Victor closed his eyes, the weight of complete strategic defeat finally settling on his shoulders. When he opened them again, hollow resignation had replaced everything else. You really have been planning for this exact scenario, haven't you? Since our first conversation, I confirmed. Professional intelligence work is impressive, Victor, but it's predictable when you understand the psychology that drives it. Your need for control, your desire for revenge against the system that exposed you, your professional pride in sophisticated operations, all of it created patterns that could be anticipated and exploited. And my people? Will be treated with the respect and compensation that professional intelligence operatives deserve. Many of them were manipulated by your personal agenda rather than choosing criminal activities knowingly. Those who demonstrate genuine loyalty to our organization will find opportunities for advancement that exceed anything they experienced under your leadership. Victor nodded slowly, the gesture carrying the finality of someone closing the book on his life's work. I accept your terms. Complete cooperation in exchange for discretion and integration. Excellent. Welcome to Ouroboros, Victor. Your expertise will be valuable for the challenges ahead. 6 hours later, I stood in what had been Victor's primary command center, now permanently redesignated as Intelligence Command Alpha. The integration was proceeding with remarkable smoothness as former Umbritham operatives embraced their new organizational structure with professional enthusiasm. The scope of capabilities we had gained was staggering. Continental-level surveillance networks, information warfare techniques that exceeded government standards, and intelligence archives that provided comprehensive data on every major political and economic organization across the central continent. My communication system activated with another call from Jean and Callie, their projections showing both of them in what appeared to be a more relaxed setting than their previous tactical reports. Arthur, the integration is complete, Jean reported, though his expression carried something beyond mere professional satisfaction. All personnel have chosen cooperation, all intelligence archives are secured, and Victor has begun briefing our people on advanced information warfare techniques. Callie stepped closer to Jean, her movement casual but somehow intimate in a way that hadn't been present in their previous calls. The capabilities we've gained exceed anything we anticipated. With proper integration, we'll have intelligence superiority over every remaining guild on the continent. I noticed the way they stood together, professional partnership clearly having evolved into something deeper during their successful mission. The shared triumph and mutual respect had created exactly the kind of personal bond that often emerged from dangerous operations completed through perfect coordination. Outstanding work, both of you, I said with genuine satisfaction. Take some time to celebrate your success before we begin planning operations against the remaining essential services guilds. After ending the call, I allowed myself a moment of satisfaction at watching careful strategic planning achieve perfect results. Victor Shadowbane, master of information warfare and coordinator of the most sophisticated intelligence network outside government control, had just voluntarily surrendered his life's work because superior strategic thinking had made resistance mathematically impossible. 5 guilds down, 7 to go, I reflected, feeling familiar anticipation for the challenges ahead. But now we have intelligence capabilities that make the remaining guilds' secrets as transparent as their public operations. Victor had spent 15 years building an organization dedicated to information warfare against corporate targets. What he hadn't anticipated was facing an opponent who could predict professional intelligence strategies through knowledge gained in an entirely different world. The puppet master had indeed pulled strings, just not the strings he thought he was controlling. Chapter 730, Espionage 4. The integration of Umbritham proved to be the most complex organizational merger I had ever attempted, requiring delicate balance between operational security and transparency that tested every aspect of our administrative capabilities. Standing in the newly designated Intelligence Command Alpha, I watched as holographic displays painted the massive facility in cascading data streams that represented 15 years of accumulated intelligence assets being systematically absorbed into our unified command structure. Personnel vetting at 67% completion, Elias reported from his expanded administrative station. His meticulous attention to detail now applied to processing former intelligence operatives who required significantly more careful evaluation than traditional corporate employees. Each individual requires comprehensive background verification, psychological assessment, and loyalty evaluation before full integration can proceed. The challenge was unprecedented. Unlike former guild employees who had straightforward corporate backgrounds, Umbritham personnel carried professional intelligence training that made them potentially valuable assets or dangerous security risks depending on their genuine commitment to our organization. Reika's coordination networks have been essential, Victor added from his new advisory position, his voice carrying professional respect for capabilities that exceeded his expectations. Her personal relationship approach is achieving better results than formal intelligence vetting procedures. People respond more positively to genuine concern for their welfare than to bureaucratic processing. I nodded approvingly as I studied integration statistics that defied conventional security protocols. Reika's loyalty-based networks weren't built on professional espionage training, but they were proving more effective than traditional intelligence methods because they addressed the fundamental human need for trust and belonging. What's your assessment of their long-term reliability? I asked Victor, curious about his professional opinion of his former subordinates. Remarkably high, Victor replied with what might have been surprise. Most of my people were intelligence professionals first and personal loyalists second. Now that they understand the scope of your organizational capabilities and the genuine advancement opportunities you provide, they're embracing integration with professional enthusiasm rather than mere compliance. The distinction was crucial. Forced loyalty created resentment that could manifest as betrayal under pressure. But voluntary loyalty based on demonstrated benefits created commitment that strengthened under adversity. My communication system activated with incoming intelligence reports from across the central continent. Data streams flowing through Umbrtham's sophisticated networks to provide real-time analysis that exceeded anything I had possessed during previous guild campaigns. Sir, Dr. Chen's voice came through the communication system from our enhanced research facility. The Etherite integration with Umbrithm's intelligence gathering systems is producing extraordinary results. Surveillance capabilities that exceed government-level security, communication networks with quantum encryption protocols, and analysis processing that provides predictive modeling for organizational behavior patterns. The technological enhancement was transforming intelligence gathering from reactive observation to proactive strategic planning. Rather than simply monitoring enemy activities, we could now predict their likely responses and prepare countermeasures before they implemented their strategies. Show me the analysis of our remaining targets, I instructed, activating central displays that began compiling comprehensive intelligence profiles on the 7 remaining Great Guilds. What materialized around us was a three-dimensional map of vulnerabilities, weaknesses, and opportunities that revealed the remaining guild masters' positions with surgical precision. But 2 organizations stood out as requiring immediate attention due to their essential services monopolies and growing coordination efforts. Hydron and Nexarian, Victor said, stepping forward to manipulate displays showing detailed intelligence on both organizations. Water distribution and medical services respectively. Both guilds control infrastructure that's genuinely essential to civilian populations, which makes them more dangerous than previous targets because they can create humanitarian crises to force political intervention. I studied the profiles of their leadership with growing recognition of the challenges they would present. Aquamarinus of Hydron possessed immortal rank water manipulation abilities that could theoretically create continental-scale droughts or floods. Dr. Vita Curex of Nexarian controlled medical networks that could mean the difference between life and death for millions of people. Aquamarinus, I read from the intelligence files, noting details that matched memories from my previous world's understanding of water-based power systems. 47 years old, former Imperial Navy specialist in oceanic operations. Enhanced abilities include atmospheric moisture control, underground aquifer manipulation, and weather pattern influence within a 1,000-kilometer radius. The scope of power was staggering, but it was also predictable. Large-scale elemental manipulation required significant energy expenditure and created detectable patterns that could be anticipated and countered through superior technology. Dr. Vita Curex, I continued, reviewing medical intelligence that revealed equally impressive capabilities. 51 years old, former Imperial Medical Corps chief researcher. Life magic abilities include cellular regeneration acceleration, disease pattern analysis, and biological system optimization. Controls medical networks serving approximately 60% of the central continent's population. Both represented genuinely essential services that couldn't be simply replaced through technological alternatives without careful transition periods. Unlike transportation or energy, where superior technology could provide immediate improvements, water and medical services required more sophisticated approaches that ensured continuity during the changeover process. Victor, what's your intelligence assessment of their coordination capabilities? Increasingly sophisticated, Victor replied, activating additional displays that showed communication patterns between the remaining guilds. Dr. Curex has been particularly active in reaching out to other guild masters, offering medical support in exchange for mutual defense agreements. Aquamarinus is more independent, but intelligence suggests he's preparing for preemptive water manipulation tactics. The intelligence was concerning because it indicated that both guild masters understood the necessity of acting quickly before I could consolidate my recent gains. Unlike previous opponents who had reacted to my moves, these were planning proactive strategies designed to create crises that would force me into reactive positions. Timeline for preemptive action? Based on activity patterns, probably within the next 2 weeks, Victor said with professional certainty. Both guilds are accelerating their preparation schedules in ways that suggest coordinated timing. They're planning to create simultaneous crises that would overwhelm our ability to respond effectively. I felt familiar anticipation at the prospect of facing genuinely sophisticated opposition. Aquamarinus and Dr. Curex weren't just defending their organizations, they were implementing offensive strategies designed to exploit perceived weaknesses in my systematic approach. But they're still making the fundamental error I realized with growing confidence. They're assuming that essential services provide permanent protection from technological transcendence. My communication system chimed with an incoming call from Jean and Callie, their joint projection appearing from what looked like a mobile command center established near the border regions where Hydron maintained significant water management facilities. Arthur, advanced reconnaissance is complete, Jean reported, his black eyes reflecting the focused satisfaction that came from successful intelligence operations. Hydron's infrastructure is more sophisticated than public records suggest, but it's also more vulnerable to technological disruption than they probably realize. Behind him, Callie moved efficiently through the command center with the kind of confident coordination that spoke to their relationship having evolved beyond professional partnership into genuine personal intimacy. Their movements were synchronized in ways that suggested complete trust and communication. Water distribution systems still rely on traditional pumping and filtration technology, Callie added, turning toward the camera with obvious admiration for the scope of their intelligence gathering. Etherite-enhanced alternatives could provide superior service while bypassing their control networks entirely. I noticed the subtle ways they stood together, professional excellence enhanced by personal connection that created tactical capabilities exceeding what either could achieve independently. Their romantic relationship was clearly strengthening their operational effectiveness rather than creating distraction or complications. Security assessment for infiltration operations? I asked. Challenging but manageable, Callie replied with confidence. Aquamarinus has implemented sophisticated defensive measures, but they're designed to counter traditional corporate espionage rather than enhanced intelligence capabilities. Jin's political knowledge combined with our new intelligence networks should allow us to identify access points. Jin's understanding of regional water politics has been crucial, she continued, and I caught the note of personal pride in her voice. His insights into how water management actually functions allowed us to identify vulnerabilities that purely technical analysis would have missed. Jin's expression showed pleased recognition of her praise. Callie's security expertise made the reconnaissance possible. I could identify the strategic targets, but she planned the approach that allowed us to gather intelligence without detection. Their mutual recognition was creating exactly the kind of personal and professional synergy that made them invaluable for complex operations. Outstanding work, I said with genuine satisfaction. Prepare for expanded operations targeting both Hydran and Nexarian simultaneously. The intelligence suggests we need to move quickly before they can implement coordinated resistance. After ending the call, I returned my attention to the strategic displays showing the scope of our enhanced intelligence capabilities. The integration of Umbertham had provided continental-level surveillance networks that made traditional guild secrecy obsolete. Every communication, every financial transaction, every personnel movement among the remaining organizations was now transparent to our analysis. The technological implications are remarkable, Dr. Chin reported through the communication system. Etherite enhancement of intelligence gathering provides capabilities that exceed most government operations. We can monitor, predict, and counter enemy strategies faster than they can implement them. It was a fundamental transformation of the strategic landscape. Rather than reacting to enemy moves, we could now anticipate and prepare countermeasures before opposition strategies were fully developed. Superior intelligence combined with superior technology created advantages that made traditional resistance strategies obsolete. Victor, what's your assessment of the remaining guilds' likely responses to our enhanced capabilities? Panic, Victor replied immediately. They're beginning to realize that information warfare was their last viable strategy for resisting your expansion. Now that we control continental intelligence networks, they're facing the same impossible strategic position that all their predecessors encountered. He activated displays showing communication intercepts from the remaining guild masters that painted a picture of growing desperation and disorganized planning. 3 of the remaining guilds are already discussing preemptive surrender rather than facing systematic dismantling. They've watched 5 major organizations fall in rapid succession, and they understand the mathematical progression. The psychological impact was as important as the practical advantages. Each successful integration demonstrated that resistance was futile while cooperation provided genuine benefits. The remaining guild masters were calculating their positions with increasing desperation as they realized their options were narrowing. However, Victor continued, his expression becoming more serious. Aquamarinus and Dr. Curex are both desperate enough to attempt strategies that could create genuine humanitarian crises. Essential services provide them with leverage that previous guilds couldn't access. I nodded thoughtfully. Unlike transportation or energy, where superior alternatives could be implemented gradually, water and medical services required immediate continuity to prevent civilian suffering. Both guild masters could theoretically create crises that would force political intervention regardless of technological superiority. Which is why we're going to eliminate both threats simultaneously, I said with cold satisfaction. Rapid deployment of Etherite-enhanced water generation and medical technology combined with comprehensive intelligence operations that neutralize their crisis creation capabilities before they can be implemented. Looking out through the massive windows of Intelligence Command Alpha, I could see the sprawling infrastructure that represented the foundation of continental transformation. Transportation, energy, finance, security, and now intelligence all operating under unified command with efficiency that would have been impossible under the old guild system. But somewhere across the continent, desperate enemies were preparing strategies designed to exploit the one vulnerability they thought my organization still possessed: dependence on existing essential services infrastructure. They would discover that technological transcendence extended to every aspect of civilization and that fighting the future was a battle that could never be won. 7 guilds down, 5 remaining, I reflected with anticipation. But now we have intelligence superiority that makes their strategies transparent before they implement them. Chapter 731, Life and Death 1. The attack came at dawn on November 15th, and it was unlike anything the previous guild masters had attempted. I stood on the observation deck of Integration Command Alpha watching satellite feeds as massive atmospheric disturbances rolled across the central continent like the wrath of an ancient god made manifest. Aquamarinus wasn't playing games. Moisture levels dropping to critical thresholds across 17 major population centers, Dr. Chin reported, her voice tight with professional concern. Atmospheric humidity in our territories has decreased by 60% in the past 4 hours. Whatever he's doing, it's operating on a scale that defies conventional meteorology. I studied the weather patterns spreading across our operational zones with the analytical attention I applied to all strategic threats. This wasn't the desperate flailing of a cornered opponent, it was systematic warfare conducted by someone who understood exactly how devastating water scarcity could become when applied with surgical precision. Aquamarinus is forcing me to choose between expansion and humanitarian crisis, I realized. Classic essential services leverage. Projected timeline for civilian impact? I asked, though my enhanced weather monitoring systems were already providing estimates that made my chest tighten with concern. 72 hours before water rationing becomes mandatory in affected cities, Victor replied from his intelligence station, his professional composure unable to completely mask the admiration in his voice. Aquamarinus has studied your methods extensively. He's attacking your reputation as a humanitarian protector by creating a crisis that makes continued expansion appear callous. The strategy was elegant in its simplicity. Continue my campaign against the remaining guilds and I'd appear to prioritize conquest over civilian welfare. Halt expansion to address the water crisis and I'd lose momentum while appearing vulnerable to essential services pressure. But Aquamarinus had made the same fundamental error as all my previous opponents, assuming that traditional limitations applied to Etherite-enhanced technology. Dr. Chen, what's the status of Project Raindance? I asked, activating holographic displays that showed atmospheric processing equipment I had been developing since my first intelligence reports on Hydrant's capabilities. Atmospheric water generation systems are fully operational and ready for continental deployment, she replied immediately, her voice carrying the excitement of someone who had been waiting for exactly this opportunity. Etherite-enhanced processors can extract sufficient moisture from even Aquamarinus's manipulated atmosphere to provide abundance rather than mere subsistence. I smiled with cold satisfaction. While Aquamarinus had been studying my previous methods, I had been anticipating his capabilities and developing countermeasures that would transform his greatest weapon into a demonstration of his irrelevance. Initiate immediate deployment to all affected regions, I commanded. Full humanitarian priority, civilian populations get unlimited free water before we address any military or industrial applications. The next 6 hours passed in a blur of coordinated response that showcased exactly why Ouroboros had systematically outmaneuvered every challenge to our expansion. Atmospheric processing units materialized in city centers across the continent, their crystalline cores glowing with the distinctive blue light that had become synonymous with technological liberation. More importantly, they worked. Public response is extraordinary, Rose reported from her economic analysis station, her auburn hair catching the amber light of data displays as she compiled real-time polling information. Approval ratings for your humanitarian technology programs have jumped to 94%. Aquamarinus's water manipulation is being seen as proof that traditional guilds prioritize power over people. Perfect. Rather than creating pressure for me to choose between expansion and public welfare, Aquamarinus had inadvertently provided the most compelling demonstration yet of why the old guild system needed to be replaced entirely. My communication system activated with an incoming call from Jean and Callie, their joint projection appearing from a mobile command vehicle position near Hydrant's primary water management facility. This was their first major operation since acknowledging their romantic relationship, and I was curious to see how personal involvement would affect their professional capabilities. Arthur, we've successfully infiltrated the outer perimeter, Jean reported, his black eyes reflecting the focused intensity that had made him invaluable for complex operations. Hydrant's security measures are impressive, but they're designed to counter corporate espionage rather than enhanced intelligence capabilities. Behind him, Callie moved with fluid efficiency as she coordinated with their support team, her movements displaying the kind of unconscious synchronization that spoke to complete trust and communication with Jean. Their romantic relationship wasn't creating distraction, it was enhancing their tactical coordination. What's your assessment of Aquamarinus's operational capabilities? I asked. Remarkable but limited, Callie replied, turning toward the camera with obvious admiration for the scope of what they were observing. He's manipulating atmospheric moisture across a 1,000-kilometer radius, but the energy expenditure is enormous. Intelligence suggests he can maintain current operations for perhaps 2 weeks before requiring significant recovery time. Jean nodded agreement, stepping closer to her in a way that seemed natural rather than calculated. More importantly, his manipulation creates detectable patterns that we can track and predict. Callie's identified 3 critical infrastructure points that enable his continental-scale effects. They're working together beautifully, I observed with satisfaction. Professional excellence enhanced by personal trust rather than compromised by emotional involvement. Security assessment for direct action? I asked. Challenging but manageable, Jean replied immediately. Aquamarinus has concentrated his defenses around the primary facility, but intelligence suggests he's expecting either corporate espionage or military assault. He's not prepared for our enhanced surveillance capabilities combined with Callie's infiltration expertise. Jin's political knowledge has been crucial for understanding how water management infrastructure actually functions, Callie added, and I caught the note of personal pride in her voice. His insights allowed us to identify vulnerabilities that purely technical analysis would have missed. Their mutual recognition was creating exactly the kind of professional and personal synergy that made them invaluable for complex operations. Rather than interfering with their effectiveness, their romantic relationship was amplifying their capabilities. Outstanding work, I said. Maintain surveillance and gather comprehensive intelligence, but don't engage directly until we've fully deployed humanitarian countermeasures. Aquamarinus needs to understand that his leverage has been neutralized before we demonstrate our operational superiority. After ending the call, I returned my attention to the continental response operations that were systematically dismantling Aquamarinus's strategic advantage. Atmospheric processing units continued their deployment across affected regions, transforming artificial scarcity into technological abundance in real time. The irony was perfect. By creating a continental water crisis, Aquamarinus had provided the ideal demonstration of why essential services should never be controlled by organizations that could weaponize them against civilian populations. It was nearly midnight when I finally returned to my personal quarters, exhaustion weighing on my shoulders after 18 hours of crisis coordination. The humanitarian response had been flawlessly executed, but managing continental-scale operations while maintaining strategic oversight of 7 separate guild integration processes was demanding even with etherite enhancement. I found Reika asleep at the security coordination desk in my office, her violet hair spilled across situation reports she had been reviewing when fatigue finally claimed her. Empty coffee cups and half-eaten meals scattered around her workstation told the story of someone who had refused to rest while civilian populations faced potential suffering. She's been coordinating protection and aid distribution for 20 hours straight, I realized with a familiar surge of affection. Never thinking about herself when people she cares about might be in danger. Carefully, I lifted her from the chair, her slight form settling against my chest with the unconscious trust of someone who felt completely safe in my arms. Reika stirred slightly as I carried her to the bedroom, violet eyes opening briefly before a sleepy smile crossed her face. Did we save everyone? She whispered against my shoulder. We saved everyone, I confirmed, settling her onto the bed and pulling covers over her still-clothed form. Thanks to you making sure no one was forgotten. She was asleep again before I finished speaking, exhaustion claiming her with the peaceful expression of someone who had given everything to protect others. I watched her for a few moments, feeling the familiar warmth that came from being surrounded by people who chose to love not just me but the vision of what we could accomplish together. Tomorrow would bring Aquamarinus's inevitable surrender as he realized that his essential services advantage had become an obsolete vulnerability. But tonight, I was content to watch Reika sleep peacefully, knowing that her unwavering devotion to protecting people was part of what made our revolution worth fighting for. The water crisis was ending before it had truly begun. And Aquamarinus was about to discover that fighting technological abundance with artificial scarcity was a battle that could never be won. Chapter 732, Life and Death 2. Dr. Vita Curex's retaliation came exactly 72 hours after our atmospheric processors had neutralized Aquamarinus's water manipulation, striking with the calculated precision of someone who had spent decades understanding how to weaponize hope itself. Medical services suspended to all personnel associated with Ouroboros operations, Victor reported from Intelligence Command Alpha, his voice carrying the grim recognition of someone who understood professional ruthlessness. Nexarian facilities across the continent are denying treatment to our employees, their families, and anyone who's publicly supported our humanitarian programs. I studied the intelligence reports while feeling familiar cold anger at enemies who targeted civilians to achieve political objectives. Unlike Aquamarinus's dramatic atmospheric manipulation, Dr. Curex's approach was surgical, denying life-saving treatment to create pressure that most leaders would find morally impossible to ignore. But she had made the same strategic error as her predecessor, assuming that controlling existing infrastructure provided permanent leverage against technological transcendence. Casualty projections? I asked, though my enhanced medical monitoring systems were already providing estimates that strengthened my resolve to end this crisis as quickly as possible. 16 critical patients currently being denied care, Dr. Chin replied immediately. Dr. Curex is escalating gradually, starting with non-emergency procedures but moving toward life-threatening situations. She's betting that you'll negotiate rather than allow preventable deaths. Classic essential services hostage strategy, I analyzed grimly. But she's underestimating how quickly superior technology can eliminate her monopoly entirely. What's our deployment status for Project Lifeline? I asked, activating displays that showed medical equipment I had been developing since intelligence first identified Nexarian as a potential threat. Etherite-enhanced medical systems are ready for immediate continental deployment, Dr. Chin confirmed, her voice carrying satisfaction at the opportunity to demonstrate breakthrough capabilities. Automated diagnosis exceeds traditional magical analysis, while cellular regeneration acceleration surpasses even Dr. Curex's personal abilities. Perfect. While Dr. Curex had been studying my humanitarian response to Aquamarinus, I had been preparing countermeasures that would transform medical scarcity from strategic weapon into obsolete concept. Initiate emergency deployment to all affected regions, I commanded. Priority sequence, critical patients first, then comprehensive medical coverage for anyone who requests it. Free, unlimited, superior to anything Nexarian has ever provided. The response deployment unfolded with the systematic efficiency that had become Ouroboros' signature across every operational domain. Medical facilities materialized in affected cities within hours, their etherite cores providing healing capabilities that exceeded what individual magical practitioners could achieve regardless of skill level. More importantly, they worked better than traditional treatment. Patient outcomes are extraordinary, Dr. Chin reported as real-time medical data flowed through our networks. Recovery rates exceed Nexarian's historical performance by significant margins. We're not just replacing Dr. Curex's services, we're demonstrating that technological medical care surpasses magical healing. I allowed myself a moment of satisfaction as reports confirmed that every critical patient was receiving superior treatment within 6 hours of the medical embargo's implementation. Dr. Curex had attempted to use suffering as a weapon only to provide the perfect demonstration of why essential services should never be controlled by organizations willing to harm civilians for political advantage. My communication system chimed with an urgent call from Rose, her auburn hair disheveled in a way that suggested she had been working through the night on economic analysis of our dual crisis response. Arthur, the market implications are staggering, she reported without preamble, her voice carrying the excitement of someone who had discovered revolutionary data patterns. Both water and medical sectors are experiencing complete structural transformation. Traditional scarcity-based pricing models are becoming obsolete in real time. She activated financial displays that painted my office in cascading gold and blue data streams showing economic disruption on a scale that exceeded our previous guild absorptions. Dr. Curex's medical embargo just accelerated adoption of our technology by months. Communities that were hesitant about replacing traditional healing are now demanding immediate access to superior alternatives. Public opinion implications? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. Overwhelming support for technological liberation from essential services monopolies, Rose replied immediately. Approval ratings for Ouroboros humanitarian programs have reached 97%. Both Aquamarinus and Dr. Curex are being seen as proof that traditional guilds prioritize power over people. Perfect. Rather than creating pressure for negotiation, both essential services attacks had become the most compelling arguments yet for why the old guild system needed complete replacement. I found Rose still working when I entered her economic analysis center later that evening, multiple holographic displays surrounding her as she calculated the broader implications of our technological deployment. Empty coffee cups and scattered reports suggested she had been maintaining this pace for days, ensuring our economic response matched the speed of our humanitarian aid. The transformation curves are unprecedented, she said without looking up from her projections, her business-oriented mind completely absorbed in data patterns that would reshape continental commerce. We're not just disrupting water and medical markets, we're demonstrating that scarcity itself is an artificial constraint when superior technology becomes available. I moved behind her chair, my hands settling on her shoulders to begin working attention knots that spoke to long hours spent hunched over complex calculations. What about broader economic stability? Remarkably positive, Rose replied, leaning back into my touch with obvious relief. Rather than creating market disruption, abundant essential services are generating economic growth. People spend money on other things when they're not worried about water and medical costs. Her brilliant mind never stopped working, even during moments of personal intimacy. It was one of the things I valued most about Rose, her ability to see connections and implications that escaped others, creating strategic advantages through pure intellectual excellence. The integration projections show something interesting, she continued, tilting her head to give me better access to her neck as I worked at particularly stubborn tension. Both Hydran and Nexarian personnel are requesting transfers to our organization faster than we can process applications. They want to work for abundance rather than artificial scarcity. Mass defection already? I asked, my hands moving to massage her temples while she relaxed into the chair. Professional recognition of superior capabilities, Rose confirmed, her voice becoming softer as fatigue and relief combined. When your technology provides better outcomes with unlimited availability, maintaining artificial limitations becomes morally difficult for healthcare and infrastructure workers. I leaned down to press a kiss to the top of her head, inhaling the familiar scent of her hair while appreciating the brilliant mind that had helped coordinate our response to essential services warfare. Outstanding work as always. Your economic analysis enabled us to deploy countermeasures without destabilizing broader systems. She turned in her chair to face me, her eyes reflecting the ambient lighting of financial displays as a smile crossed her face. Just trying to keep up with your vision for abundant civilization. Though I have to admit, watching traditional scarcity models collapse in real time is incredibly satisfying. I cupped her face in my hands, appreciating the intelligence and dedication that made her such an essential partner in reshaping continental economics. Without your brilliance managing the financial implications, humanitarian technology would remain academic theory rather than practical revolution. Our kiss was interrupted by priority alerts from Jean and Callie's operation, but Rose's smile suggested she didn't mind the interruption when duty called. Go coordinate your tactical response, she said with affectionate understanding. I'll finish modeling the economic implications of essential services abundance. The intelligence from Jean and Callie confirmed what our continental response had already demonstrated. Both Aquamarinus and Dr. Curex were facing organizational collapse as their personnel chose technological abundance over artificial scarcity. Hydrant facilities are experiencing 60% defection rates, Jean reported from their mobile command position. Aquamarinus's atmospheric manipulation requires massive energy expenditure while our processors provide superior results with minimal resource consumption. Nexarian medical staff are requesting immediate transfer to our operations, Callie added, her tactical analysis showing obvious admiration for the scope of organizational dissolution. Dr. Curex's leverage disappeared the moment superior medical technology became freely available. Both Essential Services Guild masters had attempted to weaponize civilian suffering for political advantage, only to provide perfect demonstrations of why their monopolies needed to be replaced entirely. Tomorrow would bring their inevitable surrender as they realized that fighting technological abundance with artificial scarcity was not just futile but actively harmful to their own organizational survival. The Essential Services phase of my continental campaign was ending before it had truly begun, eliminated by the simple demonstration that abundance was always superior to scarcity when technology made abundance possible. Chapter 733, Life and Death 3. The surrender calls came within hours of each other as if Aquamarinus and Dr. Vita Curex had coordinated their capitulation with the same precision they had attempted to coordinate their assault on civilian populations. Dr. Curex appeared first on my holographic display, her professional bearing unable to completely mask the exhaustion of someone who had watched her life's work become obsolete in less than a week. The woman who controlled 60% of the central continent's medical infrastructure looked remarkably ordinary when stripped of her monopolistic leverage. Arthur Nightingale, she said with the controlled precision of someone who had spent decades making life and death decisions, I believe we need to discuss the future of medical services on the central continent. Dr. Curex, I replied with genuine courtesy. I've always respected Nexarian's commitment to healing. Though I notice your recent embargo strategy suggests different priorities than patient welfare. Her slight wince confirmed that my barb had found its mark. That was a miscalculation. I underestimated both your technological capabilities and your commitment to humanitarian principles. The technology speaks for itself, I said simply. But I'm curious about your assessment of the situation. Complete organizational collapse, Dr. Curex admitted with clinical precision. 87% of my medical staff have requested transfer to your operations. Patient outcomes with your Etherite systems exceed our historical performance by margins I hadn't thought possible. Continuing resistance would be medical malpractice on a continental scale. It was exactly the kind of systematic analysis I had expected from someone of her professional background. Unlike the emotional responses of previous guild masters, Dr. Curex was processing defeat with scientific objectivity. Terms for integration? She asked without preamble. Full organizational absorption with transition oversight, I replied immediately. Your expertise in medical administration would be valuable for expanding Etherite healthcare systems. Personal compensation and dignified retirement if you prefer to step away from active practice. I want to oversee the medical transition, Dr. Curex said firmly. If we are replacing traditional healing with technological alternatives, I want to ensure patient safety and continuity of care. Her request demonstrated genuine concern for patient welfare rather than personal power, exactly the kind of professional attitude that made integration possible rather than merely forced compliance. Acceptable. Welcome to Ouroboros, Dr. Curex. Aquamarinus's call came 30 minutes later, his projection showing a man whose weather-beaten features spoke to decades of oceanic operations and elemental manipulation. Unlike Dr. Curex's clinical approach, his surrender carried the military precision of someone acknowledging superior strategic position. Arthur, he said without preamble, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to commanding natural forces, your atmospheric processors are impressive. More than impressive, they're revolutionary. Aquamarinus, I replied with matching directness. Your continental water manipulation was equally impressive. Though I notice it required significantly more energy expenditure than sustainable operations would suggest. His rueful smile confirmed my assessment. 2 weeks maximum operational duration before requiring months of recovery. Your processors provide superior output with minimal resource consumption. He paused, studying my expression with tactical attention. You knew that, didn't you? You were prepared for exactly this kind of assault. I was prepared for exactly your kind of professional competence, I corrected. Essential Services leverage only works when alternatives don't exist. Superior technology makes monopolistic control obsolete. Which brings me to the point of this call, Aquamarinus continued. Full surrender and integration. My people are already requesting transfers to your organization faster than I can process resignations. Fighting technological superiority with elemental manipulation is like trying to hold back the tide with willpower. Terms acceptable, I confirmed. Your expertise in large-scale water management would be valuable for expanding atmospheric processing networks. Understood. And Arthur? Aquamarinus's expression carried something approaching admiration. That was masterfully executed. You turned our greatest weapons into demonstrations of our irrelevance. Both calls ended with the professional courtesy of competent opponents acknowledging superior strategy, but I felt no satisfaction in their defeat. Essential services should never have been controlled by organizations willing to weaponize civilians suffering for political advantage. 7 of 12 guilds now under our control, Victor reported from his intelligence station, his voice carrying satisfaction at successful operations. Continental response to your humanitarian technology deployment has been unprecedented. Both water and medical abundance are being seen as liberation rather than mere service provision. I nodded thoughtfully, studying Continental displays that showed the scope of transformation we had achieved in less than 6 months. Transportation, energy, finance, security, intelligence, water, and medical services all operating under unified technological enhancement rather than competing monopolistic control. What's the intelligence assessment on the remaining 5 guilds? I asked. Panic, Victor replied immediately. They've watched 7 major organizations surrender despite possessing significant advantages. The remaining guild masters finally understand that conventional approaches are insufficient against technological transcendence. My communication system activated with an incoming call from Cecilia, her holographic projection appearing from what looked like the Imperial Council chambers. Her blonde hair was arranged in the formal style she used for state occasions, while her crimson eyes reflected the political intelligence that had made her such a valuable ally. Arthur, she said with the warm authority of someone who balanced personal affection with royal responsibility, the Imperial Council session concluded an hour ago. The vote was unanimous, formal recognition of your humanitarian technology programs as essential continental infrastructure. Perfect. Political legitimacy would be crucial for the challenges ahead, particularly when dealing with guilds that might attempt to invoke governmental protection. What are the broader political implications? I asked, though I suspected Cecilia had already analyzed every angle. Transformational, she replied immediately, her voice carrying excitement at witnessing historical change. You're no longer seen as a guild master competing with others, you're being recognized as a technological liberator who has eliminated artificial scarcity from essential services. She gestured beyond her projection, presumably toward the council chambers where continental leaders had just acknowledged the new reality. 3 neighboring countries have requested immediate negotiations for Etherite technology access. The Imperial Treasury is projecting massive economic growth from abundant essential services. I felt a familiar surge of appreciation for Cecilia's political brilliance, her ability to navigate complex governmental relationships while maintaining personal loyalty to our unconventional family structure. There's something else, she continued, her tone becoming more personal. The council discussed your growing influence and agreed that traditional guild warfare is becoming obsolete. You're not just winning individual conflicts, you're demonstrating that the entire system needs modernization. Later that evening, I found Cecilia in her private study within the Imperial Palace reviewing constitutional documents that would formalize the legal framework for Etherite technology integration. Her royal quarters reflected both personal taste and political necessity, elegant furnishings combined with secure communication systems. The legal implications are fascinating, she said without looking up from her research, her mind completely absorbed in constitutional theory. You're not just absorbing guilds, you're creating new categories of technological governance that didn't exist in traditional legal frameworks. I moved behind her chair, my hands settling on her shoulders as I reviewed the documents she had been studying. What about potential challenges from remaining guild masters? Increasingly difficult to justify, Cecilia replied, leaning back against my chest with obvious relief at the opportunity to relax. How do you argue for maintaining artificial scarcity when abundance is freely available? The remaining guilds will need completely different strategies. Her brilliant political mind never stopped working, even during moments of personal intimacy. It was one of the things I valued most about Cecilia, her ability to balance genuine affection with strategic thinking that protected both our relationship and the broader transformation we were creating. The constitutional scholars are calling it the abundance precedent, she continued, tilting her head to give me better access to her neck as I worked at tension from long hours of political coordination. The principle that technological capability should supersede monopolistic control when civilian welfare is involved. Legal framework for the future, I observed, pressing a kiss to her temple while appreciating both her intelligence and the elegant way she wore responsibility. Exactly, Cecilia confirmed, turning in her chair to face me with a smile that combined personal warmth with political satisfaction. You're not just changing the guild system, you're establishing new principles of governance based on technological capability rather than traditional authority. I cupped her face in my hands, appreciating the brilliant mind that had helped legitimize our revolution through existing political structures. Without your navigation of governmental relationships, technological superiority would have remained impressive demonstration rather than accepted policy. Our kiss carried the satisfaction of another successful phase in our systematic transformation of continental civilization, but Cecilia's smile suggested she was already analyzing the challenges that lay ahead. Tomorrow would bring new strategies for dealing with the remaining 5 guilds, but tonight I was content to hold someone whose political brilliance had helped transform revolutionary technology into legitimate governmental policy. The essential services phase was complete, and continental abundance had replaced artificial scarcity as the expected standard for civilization. Chapter 734, Life and Death 4. The Imperial Council chambers had never hosted someone quite like me before. I stood at the circular podium that normally accommodated guild representatives seeking regulatory approval or trade arbitration, but the atmosphere was entirely different from traditional proceedings. The 100-seat amphitheater buzzed with tension that spoke to everyone understanding they were witnessing historical transformation rather than routine governmental business. Guildmaster Arthur Nightingale, Chancellor Amelia announced with formal precision that couldn't quite mask her fascination with the proceedings. The Imperial Council recognizes your request for formal discussions regarding the integration of essential services technology into continental governance frameworks. It was a diplomatically phrased way of acknowledging that I controlled 7 of the 12 great guilds and had fundamentally altered how essential services functioned across the central continent. But political language often danced around obvious realities to maintain the illusion of gradual change rather than revolutionary transformation. Honored Chancellor, esteemed council members, I replied with careful courtesy, my voice carrying clearly through the chamber's acoustic design. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss how technological advancement can serve the broader interests of continental civilization. The next 3 hours passed in the kind of formal dialogue that characterized governmental adaptation to new realities. Questions about regulatory oversight, economic implications, international relations, and constitutional precedents, all addressing the practical challenges of integrating revolutionary technology into existing political structures. But beneath the diplomatic language, everyone understood the fundamental question being negotiated. What was the relationship between the imperial government and an organization that now controlled more essential infrastructure than most countries? The technological capabilities you've demonstrated exceed what traditional regulatory frameworks were designed to accommodate, admitted Trade Minister Harrison, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone navigating uncharted political territory. Water abundance, unlimited medical care, instantaneous transportation, these developments require new categories of governmental oversight. I would suggest that abundance requires less oversight rather than more, I replied diplomatically. When scarcity is eliminated, many traditional regulatory concerns become obsolete. The question becomes ensuring access rather than rationing limited resources. Cecilia watched from the royal observation section, her crimson eyes never leaving my face throughout the entire proceeding. Even from across the chamber, I could feel the intensity of her attention, the way she tracked every gesture, every word, as if memorizing everything about this moment. Her expression maintained perfect political neutrality for the other council members, but I caught the subtle signs of possessive pride that she couldn't quite suppress. The session concluded with formal recognition of Ouroboros as an essential services technology provider with unprecedented autonomy in exchange for guaranteed civilian access to all innovations. It was an elegant political solution that acknowledged reality while maintaining governmental dignity. Masterfully handled, Cecilia said as we walked through the palace corridors afterward, though her voice carried something deeper than relief at successful political navigation. You were magnificent in there. The way you commanded their attention made them understand your vision. She paused, her eyes reflecting an intensity that went far beyond professional admiration. I've never seen anyone dominate a room like that. Governmental legitimacy will be crucial for the final phase, I replied, appreciating how her political instincts had helped shape my approach to the negotiations. The remaining 5 guilds will likely attempt to invoke traditional regulatory protection if they can't compete technologically. We entered her private chambers as afternoon light streamed through tall windows overlooking the imperial gardens. The moment the doors closed behind us, Cecilia's royal composure cracked slightly, revealing the obsessive devotion she worked so hard to keep controlled during public appearances. I couldn't stop watching you, she confessed, moving closer with hungry eyes. The way you handled their questions turned their concerns into advantages. Arthur, you were perfect. You're always perfect. Her hands traced my face as if confirming I was real, her touch carrying the desperate intensity of someone who had spent hours watching from a distance and couldn't quite believe she had me to herself again. The constitutional implications are remarkable, she said while pulling up legal documents on her secure terminal, though her free hand never left my arm. You're not just changing guild relationships, you're establishing precedents for how governments interact with technological organizations that exceed traditional economic categories. I watched her work with familiar appreciation for the brilliant mind that had helped legitimize revolutionary change through existing political structures. But I also noticed how she positioned herself so she could maintain physical contact while reviewing documents, as if she couldn't bear to not be touching me. There's something else we need to discuss, she continued, turning from her terminal with an expression that combined political concern with personal hunger. Intelligence suggests the remaining guilds are coordinating differently than previous opponents. They're not just forming alliances, they're preparing for asymmetric warfare. Define asymmetric, I said, moving closer to review the intelligence reports she displayed. Cultural manipulation, research acceleration, infrastructure sabotage, strategies designed to undermine your legitimacy rather than compete with your capabilities, Cecilia explained, her political mind analyzing threat patterns even as her body pressed against mine. They finally understood that conventional approaches are insufficient. It was exactly the kind of strategic evolution I had been expecting from competent opponents who had watched 7 guild masters surrender despite possessing significant advantages. The remaining organizations would need completely different approaches to pose genuine challenges. Timeline estimates? I asked. Based on communication intercepts, coordinated action within 60 days, Cecilia replied immediately, her arms sliding around my waist possessively. They're accelerating preparation schedules in ways that suggest desperation rather than confidence. The intelligence was concerning but not unexpected. Desperate enemies were more dangerous in the short term, but they were also more likely to make strategic errors that could be exploited through superior planning and technological advantage. My communication system chimed with an incoming call from Victor, his projection appearing with the professional urgency that suggested significant intelligence developments. Arthur, we've identified the remaining 5 guild structure, he reported without preamble. Chronovant leads time and research development, Strativate controls construction and infrastructure, Terranova manages agricultural production, plus 2 organizations we've never encountered publicly. Harmonics for cultural influence and Pyrones for military applications. Perfect. Now I understood the full scope of opposition coordination and could begin developing appropriate countermeasures for each specialized threat. Assessment of their coordination capabilities? I asked, Cecilia's hands tightening on my waist at the mention of threats to our plans. Unprecedented, Victor replied grimly. They're sharing resources, research, and strategic planning in ways that suggest they finally understand the mathematical progression of guild absorption. Unlike previous opponents, they're genuinely cooperating rather than merely coordinating. Cecilia's expression showed recognition of the political implications, but I could feel the tension in her body at the thought of anything that might endanger me. If 5 major organizations present unified resistance, it could create pressure for governmental intervention regardless of your technological advantages. She was right. Political legitimacy required managing perception as well as practical capability, especially when dealing with opponents who specialized in cultural manipulation and might attempt to undermine public support through sophisticated propaganda campaigns. Which is why the next phase needs to be handled differently, I said, feeling familiar anticipation at the prospect of facing truly coordinated opposition. Rather than sequential absorption, we need strategies that address their coordination advantage while maintaining humanitarian priorities. The remainder of the afternoon passed in strategic planning that combined Victor's intelligence analysis with Cecilia's political expertise. But I noticed how she found excuses to maintain physical contact throughout our discussions, adjusting my collar, brushing lint from my sleeves, her fingers lingering on my hands when we reviewed documents. Later that evening, I found Cecilia reviewing constitutional precedents by candlelight in her private study, though she had positioned herself so she could see the door and watch for my arrival. The moment I entered, her face lit up with the kind of joy that seemed disproportionate to a few hours' separation. The abundance precedent is being cited in 3 neighboring countries, she said as I approached, her voice slightly breathless with excitement at having me near again. Your humanitarian technology programs are becoming models for how governments should prioritize civilian welfare over monopolistic interests. I moved behind her chair, my hands settling on her shoulders as I reviewed the documents that would help legitimize technological governance across multiple political systems. You're not just changing our country, I observed, beginning to massage tension from long hours of political coordination. You're creating frameworks that will influence continental civilization for generations. Cecilia leaned back against my chest with obvious relief, but also with the desperate gratitude of someone who had been craving this closeness all day. That's the responsibility that comes with revolutionary change. We have to ensure it leads to better governance rather than mere power consolidation. She tilted her head back to look at me, her eyes reflecting candlelight and something much more intense. Though honestly, I spend most of my time thinking about you rather than constitutional theory. Her commitment to our shared vision was intertwined with an obsessive devotion that sometimes bordered on worshipful. It should have been concerning, but instead I found it endearing, the way she balanced brilliant political analysis with complete personal dedication. The new year approaches, she said softly, turning in her chair to face me with a smile that combined political satisfaction with possessive warmth. A few months after that, your 20th birthday, the completion of Continental Essential Services transformation and preparation for the final phase of your campaign. I cupped her face in my hands, appreciating both her political brilliance and the way she looked at me as if I were the most important thing in the world. None of this would have been possible without your navigation of governmental relationships. Our kiss was hungry, desperate, carrying her relief at having successfully navigated political challenges while protecting me from governmental opposition. But when we broke apart, Cecilia's expression suggested she was already calculating new ways to shield me from whatever dangers the remaining guilds might pose. Chapter 735, Life and Death 5. The new year brought more than just calendar change, it brought the first genuine alliance in guild system history. I stood in the expanded Intelligence Command Alpha reviewing communication intercepts that painted a picture of coordination unprecedented in centuries of guild competition. The 5 remaining organizations weren't just sharing information or coordinating strategies, they were pooling resources, research, and personnel in ways that fundamentally altered the strategic landscape. Chronovant has shared advanced research methodologies with Strativate construction projects, Victor reported, his professional amazement evident despite decades of intelligence experience. Terranova is providing enhanced agricultural resources to support Harmonic's cultural operations. Pyrones has offered energy infrastructure. And all their combat power has combined. I studied the organizational charts showing resource flows between organizations that had been competitors for generations. Feeling familiar respect for opponents who had finally understood the scope of coordinated resistance required to challenge technological superiority. They're not just cooperating, I observed, noting communication patterns that suggested even deeper integration. They're creating a unified research and development network that exceeds what any individual guild could accomplish. More concerning, Victor continued, activating additional intelligence displays, they're implementing accelerated recruitment of our personnel. Offering research budgets that exceed government funding, academic positions at prestigious institutions, and intellectual challenges specifically designed to appeal to our most innovative people. It was sophisticated counter-recruitment that demonstrated real understanding of what motivated talented researchers and creators. Rather than trying to compete with our technological capabilities, they were attempting to drain the human resources that made those capabilities possible. Assessment of our vulnerability? I asked, though I suspected our position was stronger than they anticipated. Limited but real, Victor admitted. Approximately 8% of our research staff have received offers and 3% are seriously considering them. Most concerning are approaches to key personnel in Etherite development and integration programs. I felt a familiar surge of determination at enemies who thought superior funding could overcome superior vision and purpose. The Alliance had made the same fundamental error as all previous opponents, assuming that conventional incentives could match revolutionary opportunity. Initiate Project Renaissance, I commanded, activating contingency plans I had been developing since intelligence first identified coordinated resistance potential. Unlimited research funding, complete intellectual freedom, and access to resources no traditional organization could provide. My communication system activated with an incoming call from Princess Rachel, her holographic projection appearing from what looked like the expanded magical research laboratory I had established for her academic work. Behind her, complex magical equations floated in midair while Etherite-enhanced experimental apparatus hummed with barely contained energy. Arthur, I've made a breakthrough, she said without preamble, her voice carrying the excitement of someone who had discovered something extraordinary. The integration of magical analysis principles with Etherite enhancement creates research acceleration capabilities that exceed what either approach could achieve independently. I felt immediate fascination at both her discovery and the intellectual passion that made Princess Rachel such a compelling partner. Her brilliant mind never stopped exploring the boundaries of what magical and technological integration could accomplish. Show me, I said, genuinely curious about research that could provide advantages against temporally enhanced opponents. Traditional magical research requires enormous time investment for incremental advances, Princess Rachel explained, manipulating holographic displays to demonstrate complex theoretical frameworks. But Etherite enhancement allows accelerated research cycles with practical applications for everything from rapid prototyping to comprehensive system analysis. The implications were staggering. If Chronovant was sharing research methodologies with their alliance partners, having our own enhanced research capabilities would neutralize one of their primary advantages. Deployment timeline? I asked. 6 weeks for limited applications, 3 months for comprehensive integration, Princess Rachel replied immediately, her academic precision ensuring realistic projections. Though I'd recommend parallel development of countermeasures for research espionage attempts against our facilities. Later that evening, I found Princess Rachel still working in her laboratory surrounded by floating magical equations and Etherite apparatus that created an ethereal light show of research in progress. Her dedication to expanding the boundaries of integrated magic and technology often kept her working past midnight when breakthrough discoveries were within reach. The theoretical implications are fascinating, she said without looking up from her calculations, her mind completely absorbed in problems that pushed the limits of both magical theory and technological application. We're not just combining magic and technology, we're creating entirely new categories of capability. I moved behind her workstation, watching over her shoulder as she refined equations that would reshape how enhanced magical applications functioned on a continental scale. What about defensive applications? I asked, my hands settling on her shoulders as she continued her work. Revolutionary, Princess Rachel replied, leaning back against my chest while maintaining focus on her research. Research acceleration that could outpace competitive development, analytical systems that predict technological trends, even enhanced innovation capabilities for strategic planning. Her brilliant mind fascinated me, the way she could see connections between seemingly unrelated magical principles and technological enhancements, creating innovations that exceeded what either approach could accomplish alone. The Alliance researchers must be incredibly frustrated, she continued with academic satisfaction. They're trying to compete with enhanced Etherite research systems using traditional development limitations. It's like bringing abacuses to a computer laboratory. I pressed a kiss to her temple, appreciating both her intellectual brilliance and the elegant way she applied theoretical knowledge to practical challenges. Speaking of competition, Princess Rachel said, turning in her chair with a smile that combined personal warmth with academic pride, I've been analyzing the recruitment offers your people have been receiving. Professional assessment? I asked, curious about her evaluation of alliance strategies. Impressive funding but limited vision, she replied immediately. They're offering traditional research positions with enhanced budgets, but they can't match the intellectual freedom and resource access we provide. Most importantly, they're still thinking in terms of competing with your capabilities rather than transcending traditional limitations entirely. She gestured to her laboratory filled with impossible magical technological integration. How do you compete with unlimited research funding, access to etherite enhancement, and the opportunity to reshape civilization itself? The Alliance is offering better working conditions. We're offering the chance to revolutionize how magic and technology function. My communication system chimed with an urgent report from Dr. Chin regarding Project Renaissance deployment, confirming that our counter-recruitment efforts were achieving the expected results. Retention rates exceed 97%, she reported with obvious satisfaction. Most of our researchers view Alliance offers as step backwards rather than advancement opportunities. When you're working on projects that could transform continental civilization, traditional academic positions lose their appeal. Perfect. The Alliance had assumed that superior conventional incentives could overcome revolutionary purpose, but they had underestimated the appeal of genuinely unlimited intellectual opportunity. More importantly, Dr. Chin continued, we're attracting new researchers from Alliance organizations faster than they're recruiting from us. Kronovan has lost 12% of their R&D staff in the past 2 weeks. I felt familiar satisfaction at watching superior strategy systematically dismantle opposition advantages. The Alliance had attempted brain drain warfare only to discover that fighting abundant opportunity with traditional limitations was another battle that could never be won. What about their technological development progress? I asked. Significant but insufficient, Victor reported from his intelligence station. They're achieving breakthrough innovations through resource sharing, but they're still operating within conventional research and development paradigms. Enhanced capabilities rather than transcendent alternatives. The pattern was becoming clear. The final 5 guilds had learned to coordinate and share resources, creating genuine improvements in their individual capabilities. But they were still thinking in terms of optimization rather than transformation, enhancing existing approaches rather than transcending them entirely. Victor, what's your assessment of their timeline for coordinated action? I asked. Based on current development patterns, approximately 60 days before they're prepared for comprehensive resistance, he replied with professional certainty. They're accelerating research and integration schedules, but they're also trying to coordinate 5 separate organizational cultures that have never worked together before. Coordination challenges? I asked, though I suspected internal alliance management would create vulnerabilities. Significant, Victor confirmed. Kronovan's research-focused culture conflicts with Pyrones's military efficiency. Terranova's agricultural focus doesn't align well with Harmonix's cultural manipulation priorities. Stratovate's infrastructure approach requires long-term planning that conflicts with the Alliance's urgent timeline. Perfect. While the Alliance was struggling with internal coordination challenges, we were systematically recruiting their best people and developing countermeasures for their enhanced capabilities. Tomorrow would bring accelerated preparation for the most complex phase of continental transformation. But tonight I was content to watch Princess Rachel work on innovations that would ensure technological transcendence continued to exceed traditional limitations. My 20th birthday was approaching, marking not just personal maturation but the beginning of the final campaign against opponents who had finally learned to coordinate but still hadn't learned to innovate beyond conventional paradigms. The Alliance thought they were preparing for enhanced guild warfare. Chapter 736, Empty Throne, 1. The War Council convened at dawn on February 3rd, and the atmosphere crackled with the tension of impending decisive action. I stood before the tactical displays in Integration Command Alpha, studying intelligence reports that painted a clear picture. The Alliance was accelerating their coordination faster than projected, and waiting would only strengthen their position. Intelligence confirms they're planning joint operations within 3 weeks, Victor reported, his voice carrying the urgency of someone who understood the implications. Pyrones is repositioning military assets to support Alliance facilities, Harmonix is implementing continental propaganda campaigns, and Kronovan is sharing research breakthroughs that could significantly enhance their capabilities. I felt the familiar cold clarity that came with recognizing a strategic inflection point. The Alliance had learned from watching 7 guild masters surrender, and they weren't going to repeat the mistake of facing me sequentially. But they had made their own critical error, assuming they had time to complete their preparations. We strike simultaneously across all 5 targets, I announced, my voice cutting through the tactical discussions. Full military deployment, personal leadership of the primary assault, coordinated operations designed to prevent mutual support. Reika stepped forward from her position near the intelligence displays, her violet eyes reflecting the focused intensity she displayed before dangerous operations. Arthur, the military mathematics are challenging. Even with our absorbed forces, we're engaging 5 separate organizations with significant defensive capabilities. Which is why speed and surprise are crucial, I replied, appreciating her tactical assessment while feeling confident in strategic advantages she couldn't fully calculate. They're expecting sequential attacks or negotiated settlement. Simultaneous assault prevents coordination while demonstrating overwhelming commitment. I activated the central holographic display showing a 3-dimensional map of the central continent with 5 target locations highlighted in aggressive red. Each represented a different challenge requiring specialized approaches, but all shared the same fundamental vulnerability: they weren't prepared for immediate total warfare. Jean, you'll lead the assault on Chronivant research facilities, I commanded. Their R&D infrastructure is sophisticated but lightly defended. Disable their innovation capabilities before they can share breakthrough technologies. Estimated resistance? Moderate. Dr. Adrian Cross is competent but primarily a researcher, not a combat specialist. His guild's strength lies in innovation rather than military application. I turned to address his partner. Callie, coordinate the Strativate infrastructure assault. Victor Steele's construction capabilities make him dangerous for defensive operations, but his guild is distributed across multiple construction sites. Simultaneous strikes across their major projects, Callie confirmed immediately, her dark magic expertise already calculating demolition strategies. Prevent him from consolidating forces or using infrastructure advantages. I could see the tactical synchronization between Jean and Callie as they processed their respective missions, their partnership enabling coordination that would be crucial for success. Their relationship had evolved into genuine strategic asset, professional excellence enhanced by personal trust. Reika, you'll command the Terra Nova operation, I continued, knowing her protective instincts would be crucial for the most challenging assignment. Diana Ashford's agricultural control could create continental food crises if we allow her to implement ecological warfare. Your gift should be effective against biological manipulation. Reika's expression showed fierce satisfaction at receiving command responsibility. Cursed script enhancement for biological resistance, coordinated assault on her primary cultivation facilities. Diana won't have time to implement large-scale ecological disruption. What about harmonics and pyronies? Victor asked, though his tone suggested he suspected the answer. Personal command, I replied with cold certainty. Lydia Sinclair's cultural manipulation requires direct confrontation to prevent propaganda campaigns from undermining public support. Marcus Kane's military guild represents the primary threat. Eliminating him quickly prevents alliance military coordination. The strategic logic was elegant in its simplicity. Rather than allowing the alliance to leverage their coordination advantage, simultaneous assault would force them into individual defensive battles where superior personal capability and tactical intelligence could overcome numerical disadvantages. Deployment in 6 hours, I announced. Full military coordination, personal communication networks, extraction protocols for emergency situations. The alliance wants to fight a coordinated war. We're going to give them 5 separate battles before they realize the war has already begun. The next 4 hours passed in intensive preparation as military units deployed across the continent through enhanced transportation networks. Unlike previous guild conflicts, this would be genuine warfare requiring coordination of conventional forces alongside personal combat capabilities. I stood in my private armory donning the ancient-grade armor that had protected me through every major confrontation since beginning the guild campaign. Evolvus hummed with anticipatory energy at my side, while Valeria's symbiotic presence enhanced my combat reflexes. The wings of Eclipse spread briefly before folding against my back, their feathers ready for instant tactical positioning. Ready for war? Luna asked from within my consciousness. Ready to end it, I replied, feeling familiar anticipation at the prospect of decisive action. The Alliance thinks coordination gives them strategic advantage. Time to demonstrate why superior individual capability trumps collective resistance. My communication system activated with incoming reports from the strike teams as they reached their deployment positions. Jean and Callie appeared on split displays, their respective forces positioned for simultaneous assault on Chronivant and Strativate facilities. Chronivant research compound secured for approach, Jean reported, his necromantic abilities already detecting defensive configurations. Dr. Adrian Cross has approximately 40 research staff and minimal military protection. Estimated completion time, 2 hours. Strativate construction sites identified, Callie added, her deep dark affinity allowing enhanced reconnaissance of Victor Steele's infrastructure networks. Multiple targets require coordinated demolition to prevent defensive consolidation. Synchronize timing with your operations. Perfect. The Alliance's distributed defensive posture was exactly what I had anticipated. Each guild master had strengthened their primary facilities without considering simultaneous multi-front assault. Reika, status report, I commanded. Terra Nova agricultural zones mapped, she replied immediately, her voice carrying anticipation for combat operations. Diana Ashford has concentrated her forces around the primary cultivation facilities. Cursed script enhancement ready for biological warfare countermeasures. I felt satisfaction at watching careful strategic planning unfold with military precision. Each of my commanders understood their role in preventing alliance coordination while achieving decisive individual victories. Execute, I commanded. The next hour passed in coordinated assault as 4 separate operations unfolded across the continent. Through secure communication networks, I monitored Jin's systematic dismantling of Chronivant research capabilities, Callie's precision demolition of Strativate infrastructure, and Reika's aggressive assault on Terra Nova's ecological warfare preparations. But my personal attention focused on the most dangerous targets, harmonics and pyronies. Lydia Sinclair's cultural manipulation compound occupied a sprawling complex designed to broadcast propaganda across continental communication networks. I approached with Reika as my primary support, knowing that her cursed script enhancement could resist emotional manipulation while providing the tactical coordination necessary to overwhelm an immortal rank opponent. Wings of Eclipse feathers were positioned for tactical repositioning while Soul Vision tracked defensive patterns. The attack began with coordinated assault designed to prevent organized resistance. Multiple strike teams advanced simultaneously while I led the primary assault, overwhelming their defensive capacity through sheer numbers and tactical coordination rather than relying on individual superiority. Lydia herself emerged as I reached the central broadcasting facility, her immortal rank presence radiating the kind of cultural authority that had made harmonics so dangerous. She was a woman in her apparent 30s, with silver hair and eyes that held hypnotic depth designed to manipulate emotions on a massive scale. "Arthur Nightingale," she said, her voice carrying harmonic resonance that attempted to influence my emotional state. "Your reputation precedes you, though I wonder if you understand the cultural implications of attacking artistic expression." "I understand the implications of weaponizing culture against civilian populations," I replied, drawing a Volvis while feeling Erebus's presence preparing domain capabilities. "Your propaganda campaigns end today." The confrontation that followed demonstrated why coordinated assault trumped individual power. Melody's domain manifested as symphonic manipulation, sound and emotion combining to create battlefield control that could disorient most opponents. But I hadn't come alone. Reika attacked from her left flank while I engaged from the front, her cursed script enhancement allowing her to resist the emotional manipulation. The two-pronged assault forced Lydia to divide her attention between multiple high-level opponents, preventing her from focusing the full strength of her domain against either of us. "Your cultural manipulation is impressive," I said, striking with enhanced technique while Reika pressed her own attack, "but it requires concentration you can't maintain against coordinated opposition." The dual assault overwhelmed her defensive capabilities. Every time she focused on countering my attacks, Reika's assault from her blind spot disrupted her concentration. When she turned to address Reika's pressure, I struck with devastating effect. Immortal rank power meant nothing when she couldn't bring it to bear effectively. I landed the decisive blow while she was recovering from Reika's attack, enhanced movement placing me inside her guard before she could recover. The impact sent her sprawling, superior individual power irrelevant when tactical coordination eliminated her ability to defend against multiple threats. The surrender was immediate. "I yield," Lydia gasped, cultural authority replaced by recognition of overwhelming combat superiority. "Harmonics submits to your command." "Accepted," I replied, though my attention was already shifting to the final target. "Your broadcasting facilities will be used for truth rather than manipulation." Pyrone's military headquarters represented the greatest challenge. Marcus Kane commanded genuine military force and possessed the kind of combat experience that made him dangerous even to superior opponents. I approached his fortress knowing this would be the decisive engagement that determined whether the alliance could mount continued resistance. The assault began with coordinated deployment designed to overwhelm individual resistance. I had brought my most capable commanders for this engagement. This wasn't a battle Arthur Nightingale could win alone against an immortal rank military specialist. Marcus Kane met us in the central courtyard, his massive form radiating heat that spoke to volcanic-level fire manipulation. He was a man built for warfare, scarred features, weapons that had seen countless battles, and the kind of dangerous competence that came from decades of military leadership. "Arthur Nightingale," he rumbled, flames wreathing his hands as his domain manifested around us. "I've been looking forward to this. Let's see if your reputation matches your actual capabilities." The confrontation was brief and decisive through coordinated assault. Jean attacked from his right with necromantic summons while Callie struck from shadows with deep dark manipulation. I engaged him directly from the front, forcing him to defend against 3 separate high-level threats simultaneously. His fire manipulation was devastating against any single opponent, but coordinating a domain against multiple attackers proved impossible. Every time he focused his flames on me, Jin's undead constructs pressed their assault. When he turned to eliminate the necromantic threats, Callie's shadow strikes disrupted his positioning. Impressive power, I observed, dodging a massive fire blast while Jean and Callie maintained pressure from their angles, but you can't burn what you can't focus on. The decisive moment came when his attention split between too many threats. I struck with full enhancement while he was countering Jin's assault, overwhelming force applied precisely when his defenses were committed elsewhere. The coordinated impact staggered him despite immortal rank durability, 3-pronged assault succeeding where individual combat would have failed. Marcus collapsed, acknowledging defeat with the professional respect of a military leader recognizing superior capabilities. "Pyrone surrenders," he stated formally. "Your victory was comprehensive." My communication system activated with status reports from the other operations as the simultaneous assault reached completion. Jean had successfully disabled Chronovant's research capabilities, Callie had demolished Stratovate's infrastructure networks, and Reika had prevented Terranova's ecological warfare preparations. All primary targets secured, I announced through secure channels. Alliance coordination capabilities eliminated. Prepare for integration operations. In less than 6 hours, I had strategically coordinated the defeat of 2 immortal rank guild masters while my commanders systematically dismantled 3 additional organizations. The Alliance's coordination advantage had been neutralized through superior tactical deployment and coordinated assault rather than individual superiority. Chapter 737, Empty Throne 2. The Alliance's counterattack came 18 hours after our initial strikes, and it demonstrated exactly why coordinated desperation could be more dangerous than organized confidence. I stood in the mobile command center we had established outside Pyrone's territory, monitoring communication intercepts that painted a picture of enemy adaptation under pressure. They're implementing emergency protocols, Victor reported, his intelligence networks tracking Alliance movements across multiple fronts. Diana Ashford is attempting ecological warfare despite Reika's assault on her primary facilities. Victor Steele is using construction magic to create mobile defensive positions. Dr. Adrian Cross is accelerating research protocols beyond safe parameters. I studied the tactical displays showing enemy movements that spoke to competent leadership adapting to unexpected circumstances. The Alliance had prepared for sequential conflicts or negotiated settlement. Simultaneous warfare had disrupted their coordination, but they were improvising faster than I had anticipated. Assessment of their remaining capabilities? I asked, though the intelligence reports were already providing concerning answers. Significant, Victor admitted grimly. Our lightning strikes damaged their primary facilities but didn't eliminate their leadership or core personnel. They're operating from secondary positions with reduced capability but genuine determination. It was exactly the kind of strategic resilience I had expected from competent opponents who had finally understood the scope of resistance required. Unlike previous guild masters who had surrendered when their advantages were neutralized, the Alliance was prepared to fight with diminished resources rather than accept defeat. My communication system activated with urgent reports from the ongoing operations as Alliance counterattacks tested our tactical positions. Arthur, Terra Nova is implementing continental-scale biological warfare, Reika reported, her voice carrying the controlled tension of someone managing a deteriorating tactical situation. Diana Ashford escaped our initial assault and is using distributed agricultural networks to create crop failures and contaminated water supplies. I felt familiar cold anger at enemies who targeted civilian populations to achieve military objectives. But I also recognized the tactical intelligence behind Flora's strategy. If she could create humanitarian crises, political pressure might force governmental intervention regardless of military outcomes. Countermeasures? I asked. Limited, Reika admitted with obvious frustration. Her ecological manipulation covers too much territory for direct intervention. We need systematic approach rather than tactical strikes. Coordinate with Jean and Callie, I commanded. Full-scale assault on her secondary facilities while you lead rapid response teams to minimize civilian impact. She's betting that we won't prioritize military objectives over humanitarian concerns. Acknowledged, Reika replied, though her tone suggested she understood the challenge of fighting someone willing to weaponize starvation against innocent populations. The next 6 hours passed in complex multi-front warfare as Alliance resistance forced tactical adaptation. Unlike our lightning strikes, this phase required sustained combat operations against opponents who had learned to operate under pressure. Jin's assault on Dr. Adrian Cross's emergency research facilities encountered more sophisticated resistance than anticipated. The Chronovink Guild Master had activated experimental defensive systems that created temporal distortions around his remaining laboratories. Research acceleration beyond safe parameters, Jean reported through secure communications, his necromantic abilities detecting unstable magical energies. Dr. Cross is risking catastrophic failure to achieve breakthrough capabilities. Estimated timeline for either success or self-destruction, 12 hours. I felt recognition of desperate tactics that could either provide significant advantages or eliminate the threat through self-inflicted destruction. Maintain pressure but prepare for emergency extraction. If his experiments destabilized, the resulting explosion could affect a significant area. Understood, Jean confirmed. Though I should note that Callie's assault on Strativate positions is encountering similar desperation tactics. My tactical displays updated with reports from Callie's operation against Victor Steele's construction networks. The Strativate Guild Master was using infrastructure magic to create mobile fortifications that could relocate faster than conventional assault could counter. Victor Steele is implementing scorched earth tactics, Callie reported, her deep dark abilities providing reconnaissance of his enhanced defensive positions. He's destroying his own construction projects rather than allow us to capture intact infrastructure. Civilian impact is significant. The pattern was becoming clear. Each Alliance Guild Master was implementing strategies that prioritized denial of victory over preservation of their organizations. They were prepared to destroy what they had built rather than allow integration into my continental system. All teams coordinate for simultaneous final assault, I commanded through secure channels. The Alliance is betting that we're not prepared for total warfare against opponents willing to accept mutual destruction. Time to prove them wrong. But before I could implement coordinated operations, my communication system activated with an unexpected call. Dr. Adrian Cross himself appeared on the display, his projection showing a man whose academic composure had been replaced by feverish determination. Arthur Nightingale, he said without preamble, his voice carrying the dangerous intensity of someone who had pushed magical research beyond rational limits. I believe we need to discuss terms before my current experiments reach completion. I leaned back in my command chair, studying the guild master who controlled research and development across multiple technological domains. Dr. Cross, I trust your emergency protocols are providing interesting results. Revolutionary results, he corrected, though his tone suggested mixed feelings about what he had achieved. Accelerated research timelines combined with desperate resource allocation have produced breakthrough capabilities. Unfortunately, they've also produced significant instability that could affect continental infrastructure. It was the kind of veiled threat I had expected from someone desperate enough to risk catastrophic failure. Define continental infrastructure. Temporal distortions that could disrupt all enhanced transportation networks, research acceleration that could create magical feedback across all etherite systems, energy amplification that could overload existing power distribution. Dr. Cross paused, his academic precision ensuring I understood the implications. Mutual destruction on a scale that would make victory meaningless for both sides. I felt familiar respect for an opponent who had calculated exactly what leverage remained available. Dr. Cross wasn't threatening to defeat me, he was threatening to make victory too costly to justify continued warfare. However, he continued, I'm also a rational person who understands when resistance becomes counterproductive. I'm prepared to offer complete surrender in exchange for assurance that my research teams receive appropriate positions in your integrated organization. Dr. Cross, your reputation for rational decision-making is well established, I replied diplomatically. Complete integration with research leadership positions for qualified personnel. Your expertise would be valuable for expanding technological capabilities. Accepted, Dr. Cross confirmed immediately. I'll begin shutdown protocols for the emergency experiments and coordinate with your forces for facility transfer. One Alliance Guild master down voluntarily, but the pattern suggested the others might require more aggressive persuasion. My communication system activated with another unexpected development as Victor Steele requested direct communication. The Strativate Guild master appeared as a massive projection, his scarred features reflecting decades of construction work in dangerous environments. Arthur Nightingale, he rumbled, his voice carrying the practical authority of someone who built things designed to last. Dr. Cross's surrender changes the tactical mathematics. Without research support, continued resistance becomes impossible rather than merely difficult. I appreciated his straightforward assessment of strategic realities. Victor Steele, your infrastructure capabilities have been impressive, though I noticed the civilian impact of your defensive strategies has been significant. Regrettable but necessary, he replied with professional detachment. Though Dr. Cross's withdrawal eliminates the research support that made those strategies viable. I'm prepared to discuss integration terms rather than continue warfare that cannot achieve victory. Complete organizational absorption with supervisory positions for experienced personnel, I offered. Your construction expertise would be valuable for expanding continental infrastructure. Acceptable, Victor Steele confirmed. I'll coordinate with your forces for facility transfer and personnel integration. Two Alliance Guild masters had recognized mathematical reality and chosen rational surrender over continued warfare. But Diana Ashford's biological warfare continued despite the collapse of Alliance coordination, suggesting that some opponents would require direct military resolution. Reika, status on Terra Nova operations, I commanded. Diana refuses communication, Reika reported grimly. She's implementing ecological warfare regardless of Alliance dissolution. Crop failures are affecting 12 major population centers, water contamination is spreading to urban areas. Civilian casualties are mounting. I felt cold determination at an enemy who continued targeting innocent populations despite strategic impossibility of victory. Diana Ashford had chosen to prioritize civilian suffering over rational surrender, eliminating any possibility of negotiated settlement. Coordinate with Jean and Callie for final assault, I commanded. Full military deployment, maximum pressure, complete elimination of her biological warfare capabilities. Diana forfeited consideration for mercy when she chose to weaponize starvation. The coordinated assault that followed demonstrated why continued resistance had been futile from the beginning. Jin's necromantic abilities neutralized her biological defenses while Callie's shadow manipulation provided tactical positioning that prevented escape. My own enhanced capabilities, supported by coordinated assault from my most capable commanders, overwhelmed her remaining defensive positions. Diana Ashford's surrender was inevitable once her biological warfare capabilities were systematically eliminated. Unlike the rational recognition of defeat shown by Dr. Cross and Victor Steele, her capitulation came only after military force made continued resistance impossible. 3 Alliance Guild masters defeated, 2 surrendered voluntarily, I observed as evening reports compiled the results of total warfare. Lydia Sinclair and General Marcus Kane await integration processing, while Diana Ashford requires careful supervision given her willingness to target civilian populations. Victor nodded with professional satisfaction at successful operations. Alliance coordination has been completely eliminated. The remaining guilds have no mutual support networks and limited capability for independent resistance. My communication system activated with a call from Jean and Callie, their joint projection appearing from the mobile command center they had established for coordinated operations. Both showed signs of sustained combat, but their tactical synchronization remained flawless despite the challenging conditions. Arthur, Alliance facilities are secured, Jean reported, his necromantic abilities having proven crucial for dealing with Dr. Flux's experimental defenses. All research equipment and personnel are prepared for integration. Diana's biological warfare has been neutralized, Callie added, her shadow manipulation having enabled the rapid strikes necessary to prevent continued ecological damage. Though cleanup of her contamination will require significant resources. I noticed the way they stood together, professional partnership enhanced by shared success in complex operations. Their coordination during multi-front warfare had demonstrated why personal relationships could strengthen rather than compromise tactical effectiveness. Outstanding work, I confirmed. Prepare for final integration operations while I coordinate with governmental authorities regarding civilian aid for affected populations. Chapter 738, Empty Throne, 3. The final surrender came at dawn on April 15, delivered not through desperate communication or military defeat, but through the quiet dignity of a professional acknowledging mathematical reality. I stood in the expanded Integration Command Alpha, watching as the last symbols of organized resistance dissolved into administrative efficiency. Diana Ashford has signed complete surrender documentation, Victor reported from his intelligence station, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who had witnessed the systematic dismantling of continental opposition. All Terra Nova assets, personnel, and agricultural networks are now under Ouroboros control. The alliance is officially dissolved. I felt familiar satisfaction at watching careful strategic planning achieve perfect results, but the emotion was tempered by recognition of what this moment represented. For the first time in guild system history, all 12 great guilds operated under unified command. The continental transformation I had envisioned was no longer theoretical possibility, it was accomplished fact. Integration status across all former alliance organizations? I asked, studying displays that painted the command center in cascading data streams representing the absorption of 5 major guilds. Proceeding ahead of projected timelines, Elias replied from his expanded administrative station, his meticulous attention to detail now applied to coordinating the largest organizational merger in recorded history. Dr. Cross's research teams are enthusiastic about unlimited funding and enhanced resources. Victor Steele's construction personnel appreciate the expanded infrastructure projects. Even Diana's agricultural staff seem relieved to work for abundance rather than weaponized scarcity. It was exactly the kind of voluntary integration I had hoped to achieve. Unlike forced absorption that created resentment, professional recognition of superior opportunities created genuine loyalty that strengthened rather than weakened organizational capability. My communication system activated with incoming calls from across the continental political structure as news of complete guild consolidation reached governmental authorities. Chancellor Amelia appeared first, her official composure unable to completely mask fascination with witnessing historical transformation. Arthur Nightingale, she said with formal precision that carried undertones of genuine amazement, the Imperial Council has received reports of complete alliance dissolution and guild integration. We understand congratulations are in order for achieving unprecedented organizational consolidation. Chancellor Amelia, I replied with diplomatic courtesy, I appreciate the Council's recognition. Though I would characterize this as technological advancement enabling improved civilian services rather than mere organizational expansion. Indeed, she acknowledged, though her tone suggested everyone understood the broader implications. The Council requests formal discussions regarding governmental coordination with unified guild operations. It was diplomatically phrased acknowledgement that I now controlled more continental infrastructure than most countries, making traditional regulatory relationships obsolete. I would welcome such discussions. Coordinated governance could provide significant benefits for civilian populations. After ending the call, I found myself contemplating the scope of change that 6 months of systematic guild absorption had achieved. Transportation, energy, finance, security, intelligence, water, medical services, research, construction, agriculture, culture, and military operations. All functioning under unified technological enhancement rather than competing monopolistic control. The implications extended far beyond mere business consolidation. I had effectively replaced the guild system with something approaching continental governance through technological superiority rather than traditional political authority. My communication system chimed with an urgent call from Jean and Callie, their joint projection appearing from the mobile command center they had established for final alliance integration operations. Both showed signs of sustained effort, but their tactical coordination remained flawless despite the complex administrative challenges. Arthur, all former alliance facilities are secured and transitioning smoothly, Jean reported, his necromantic abilities having proven valuable for ensuring complete personnel integration. Dr. Cross's research teams are already proposing enhanced development projects. Victor Steele's engineers are planning continental infrastructure improvements. Diana's agricultural networks require careful management, Callie added, her security expertise ensuring no remnants of biological warfare capabilities remained active. But her staff seemed genuinely committed to productive food distribution rather than weaponized ecology. I noticed something different in their interaction, a subtle change in body language and eye contact that suggested personal developments beyond professional coordination. Outstanding work, I confirmed. Prepare for return to Avalon for comprehensive integration coordination. The administrative challenges will be significant, but the strategic advantages are unprecedented. After ending the call, I activated continental communication networks to address the broader implications of complete guild consolidation. The broadcast would reach hundreds of millions of people across the central continent, making this moment as much about public recognition as administrative achievement. Citizens of the central continent, I began, my voice carrying clearly through enhanced audio systems to every major population center. Today marks the completion of a transformation that began with simple technological innovation and has evolved into something far more significant, the elimination of artificial scarcity from every sector essential to human flourishing. I gestured to displays showing the scope of integrated operations across transportation, energy, finance, security, medical services, research, construction, and agriculture. No longer will continental civilization be limited by competing monopolies that prioritize profit over abundance. No longer will essential services be weaponized against civilian populations by organizations seeking political advantage. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Real-time polling showed approval ratings exceeding 95%, with public support crossing traditional political and economic boundaries. The continental population was recognizing technological liberation rather than corporate conquest. The 12 great guilds have been replaced by unified operations dedicated to expanding opportunity rather than maintaining scarcity, I continued. This transformation enables capabilities that no individual organization could achieve, research breakthroughs that benefit everyone, infrastructure projects that serve entire populations, agricultural abundance that eliminates hunger. But the most significant moment came when I addressed the broader implications of what had been accomplished. This is not the end of change, but the beginning of what becomes possible when technological capability serves humanitarian rather than monopolistic purposes, I concluded. The future belongs to abundance, innovation, and the recognition that civilization advances when everyone benefits from progress rather than when progress benefits only a few. 3 days later, I stood in the main assembly hall of what had once been Ferroclism headquarters, now permanently renamed Continental Operations Center. The vast space buzzed with coordinated activity as personnel from 12 formerly separate organizations worked together on projects that exceeded what any individual guild could have attempted. The evening brought personal celebration as my inner circle gathered for what Rose diplomatically termed administrative transition coordination, but which everyone understood was recognition of complete victory. The atmosphere reflected both professional satisfaction and personal relief that the campaign was finally complete. 12 of 12, Reika observed with fierce satisfaction, her violet eyes reflecting the ambient lighting of integrated operational displays. Every guild master defeated or integrated, every monopoly replaced with abundance, every artificial scarcity eliminated through superior technology. More than that, Rose added from her economic analysis station, her auburn hair catching golden light as she reviewed financial projections. We've demonstrated that abundance is more profitable than scarcity when you're serving entire populations rather than manipulating limited access. I appreciated their recognition of what had been accomplished, but my attention was drawn to Jean and Callie as they entered the assembly hall together. Their body language confirmed what I had suspected during our earlier communication. Something significant had developed between them during the final alliance operations. Arthur, Jean said as they approached, his usual tactical focus replaced by something that might have been nervous anticipation. We wanted to update you on recent developments. Callie stepped closer to him, her hand finding his with natural ease that spoke to personal relationship having evolved beyond professional partnership. During the final assault on Diana's facilities, we realized that our coordination went beyond tactical synchronization. We're engaged, Jean announced with obvious satisfaction, though his tone carried uncertainty about my reaction to personal relationships affecting operational capability. I felt genuine happiness for both of them, mixed with appreciation for timing that allowed personal celebration alongside professional victory. Congratulations. Your partnership has been crucial for achieving complete guild integration, and I suspect marriage will only strengthen your coordination. The relief on both their faces suggested they had been worried about potential conflicts between personal relationships and professional responsibilities. But their tactical effectiveness had consistently improved as their personal bond deepened, demonstrating why strong relationships enhanced rather than compromised operational capability. When? Reika asked with obvious excitement at wedding planning possibilities. After the Guild Grandmaster ceremony, Callie replied immediately. We want to complete the continental transformation before beginning personal celebrations. It was exactly the kind of professional prioritization I had come to expect from both of them, though their happiness was evident despite deferring immediate gratification. The remainder of the evening passed in strategic planning combined with personal celebration as we coordinated the final phase of continental transformation. The administrative challenges would be enormous, but the foundation was solid and the vision was clear. Later that night, I stood alone on the observation deck overlooking Avalon, contemplating the city lights that represented millions of people whose lives had been fundamentally altered by technological revolution. transportation abundance, energy independence, financial accessibility, medical availability, agricultural security, all achieved through replacing artificial scarcity with systematic innovation. But the most significant change was yet to come. In a few weeks, the Imperial Council would formally recognize me as Guild Grandmaster, the first person in history to hold absolute authority over all 12 great guilds simultaneously. The position would transform me from successful entrepreneur to continental leader with responsibilities that exceeded most governmental roles. 12 guilds down, one throne to go, I reflected, feeling familiar anticipation at the prospect of completing what I had begun 6 months ago. The alliance was broken, artificial scarcity was eliminated, and abundant civilization was no longer theoretical possibility but practical reality. Tomorrow would bring the final administrative challenges before my formal ascension to Guild Grandmaster. Chapter 739, Empty Throne 4. The summit of 12 great guilds had never witnessed a gathering quite like this one. I stood at the entrance to the Grand Assembly Hall of Slaymark, studying the vast amphitheater that had been constructed specifically for moments when the entire guild hierarchy of the Empire needed to convene. The circular chamber rose in carefully ordered tiers, silver rank guilds occupying the lowest level, gold rank guilds elevated above them, and the 12 diamond rank guild positions arranged in places of honor near the summit. But today, 11 of those 12 diamond rank positions sat empty. At the apex of the entire structure, carved from obsidian and inlaid with precious metals that caught the light from massive crystal chandeliers, stood the empty throne. For centuries, it had remained unoccupied, a symbol of ultimate guild authority that no single organization had ever been powerful enough to claim. Today, that would change. Representatives from all silver rank and gold rank guilds confirmed attendance. Victor reported from behind me, his intelligence networks having coordinated what amounted to the largest gathering of guild leadership in Empire history. All 12 diamond rank guild masters will be present as well. Bronze rank guilds were not extended invitations. This summit is reserved for organizations of sufficient standing. I nodded thoughtfully, appreciating the scope of what this moment represented. Unlike previous guild consolidations that had occurred through quiet negotiation or military conquest, my rise to Guild Grandmaster would be witnessed by every significant economic organization in the Empire above bronze rank. The most powerful and influential guilds in the Slaymark Empire would bear witness. There would be no question about legitimacy, no ambiguity about authority. The procession into the Grand Assembly Hall unfolded with ceremonial precision that emphasized both tradition and transformation. Guild representatives filed into their designated positions, silver rank organizations taking their seats first, followed by gold rank guilds, and finally the 12 diamond rank guild masters taking their places of honor. But as I entered the hall, the visual impact was unmistakable. Every diamond rank position was occupied by guild masters I had defeated, absorbed, or convinced to surrender. Maxwell's replacement from Ferroclism, Helena Voss from Oristrade, Marcus Stormwind and Elena Brightforge representing the former Trinity Alliance, Victor Shadowbane from Umbertham, Aquamarinus and Dr. Vita Curex from the Essential Services Guilds, and the 5 Alliance leaders, Dr. Adrian Cross, Victor Steele, Diana Ashford, Lydia Sinclair, and General Marcus Kane. All of them were present. All of them would witness my ascension to the empty throne. Distinguished guild masters, honored representatives, esteemed colleagues, I began, my voice carrying clearly through the hall's acoustic design to reach every tier of the assembled hierarchy. Today marks not the domination of one organization over others, but the demonstration that cooperation achieves what competition never could. I gestured to displays showing continental infrastructure that now operated under unified enhancement rather than competing monopolistic control. Transportation abundance instead of artificial scarcity. Energy independence rather than monopolistic pricing. Medical care available to everyone rather than rationed by economic capability. Research and development serving humanitarian purposes rather than maintaining technological advantages for privileged organizations. The response from the assembled guild representatives was complex, recognition of achievements that exceeded what traditional competition had accomplished, mixed with uncertainty about what unified guild leadership meant for their own organizational independence. But the most significant moment came when I addressed the broader transformation that my ascension represented. The guild system has evolved beyond its original structure, I continued, feeling the weight of history as I spoke words that would reshape how economic organizations functioned across the empire. No longer will advancement require defeating others, instead it will require contributing to shared prosperity that benefits everyone. I paused, allowing the implications to settle among representatives who had spent their careers competing for limited resources and market advantages. The empty throne has remained unoccupied because no single organization was ever powerful enough to deserve it, I said, beginning to ascend the steps that led to the apex of the chamber. A power without purpose is meaningless. Authority without responsibility is tyranny. Leadership without vision is mere ambition. Each step carried the weight of 6 months that had transformed me from the master of one guild to the controller of 12. From a 19-year-old entrepreneur to a 20-year-old continental leader who held more economic authority than most governmental positions. Today, the empty throne is claimed not through conquest, but through demonstration that unified purpose achieves what individual competition never could, I continued, reaching the final tier where the obsidian seat waited. Not to dominate others, but to enable prosperity that benefits everyone. The silence that filled the Grand Assembly Hall was absolute as I approached the throne that had symbolized ultimate guild authority for centuries. Representatives from over 100 organizations watched as I placed my hand on the armrest, feeling the cold stone that had waited generations for someone worthy of its authority. I accept the position of Guild Grandmaster, I declared, settling into the throne that elevated me above every other economic organization in the empire. Not as ruler over subjects, but as coordinator of shared prosperity. The moment that followed would be remembered for generations. As I took my place on the empty throne, every diamond-rank guild master rose from their seats in perfect unison. Helena Voss, Marcus Stormwind, Elena Brightforge, Victor Shadowbane, Aqua Marinus, Dr. Vita Curex, Dr. Adrian Cross, Victor Steele, Diana Ashford, Lydia Sinclair, General Marcus Kane, all of them, former rivals who had once commanded continental power, bowed deeply in formal acknowledgement of my supremacy. The symbolism was absolute. Every guild master who had ever opposed me now publicly recognized my authority as Guild Grandmaster. Following their lead, the gold rank and silver rank representatives rose and bowed as well, the entire assembly acknowledging the new reality of unified guild leadership. From my position on the empty throne, I could see the entire scope of guild hierarchy spread below me. Silver rank organizations pursuing regional prosperity, gold rank guilds managing continental operations, and the 12 diamond rank guild masters who had once been my greatest rivals now serving as living symbols of my absolute authority over the guild system. The view was breathtaking, but it was also sobering. Every person in this chamber represented power that had once been independent, now unified under my command. The throne elevated me above everyone else in ways that went beyond mere physical positioning. I now held responsibility for economic decisions that affected millions of lives across the empire. As the ceremony concluded and guild representatives began departing to carry news of the transformation to their respective organizations, I remained seated on the empty throne, contemplating what had been accomplished and what lay ahead. My inner circle approached from their positions in the observer galleries, having witnessed the formal submission of every guild master who had once opposed me. Reika stepped forward first, her violet eyes reflecting pride at witnessing my formal ascension to ultimate guild authority. Guild Grandmaster Arthur Nightingale, she said with obvious satisfaction. It has a nice sound to it. Sounds like responsibility, I replied, appreciating her presence while feeling the weight of absolute authority settling around me like a crown I couldn't remove. Rose joined us, her economic mind already calculating the implications of unified guild leadership for continental prosperity. The market response has been extraordinary. Every major economic indicator is showing positive growth projections based on abundance rather than scarcity. One by one, my inner circle gathered around the empty throne, the people who had enabled this transformation through their dedication, expertise, and unwavering loyalty. Jean and Callie stood together, their engagement representing hope for personal happiness amid professional responsibility. Victor coordinated security for the most powerful position in the guild system. Dr. Chen managed technological advancement that would reshape civilization itself. But as evening approached and the Grand Assembly Hall emptied, I found myself alone on the throne that had waited centuries for someone powerful enough to claim it. The isolation was complete but not unwelcome. From this position I could see everything I had built and everything I was responsible for protecting. 12 guilds transformed into unified abundance. Continental infrastructure serving humanitarian purposes rather than monopolistic profit. Technological advancement that eliminated artificial scarcity from every sector essential to human flourishing. Most importantly, I could envision Stella sleeping safely in her bed, surrounded by people who loved her and protected by authority that no force in the empire could challenge. She would grow up in a world where abundance replaced scarcity, where cooperation exceeded competition, where her father's vision had become practical reality. The empty throne was no longer empty, but the responsibility it represented was only beginning. Tomorrow would bring challenges of governance that exceeded anything I had faced during the guild campaign. Continental leadership required different skills than organizational conquest, demanding wisdom rather than strategy, coordination rather than domination. But tonight, I allowed myself a moment of satisfaction at having achieved everything I had planned when this transformation began. The guild system had been replaced by something better. Artificial scarcity had been eliminated through technological transcendence. The future belonged to abundance, innovation, and the recognition that civilization advanced when everyone benefited from progress. Looking out over the empty Grand Assembly Hall from the obsidian throne that elevated me above every other economic organization in the empire, I felt the weight and privilege of absolute authority. The empty throne had been claimed, the guild system had been transformed, and continental abundance had replaced monopolistic scarcity. The revolution was complete. The empty throne was empty no longer. Chapter 740, Empty Throne, 5. The imperial palace had never felt quite so imposing as it did the morning after my ascension to the empty throne. I walked through corridors lined with portraits of emperors stretching back 1,000 years, each one having ruled over a guild system that I had just fundamentally transformed. The weight of that historical significance pressed against my shoulders with every step toward the private audience chamber where Emperor Quinn awaited. Unlike the ceremonial grandeur of the guild summit, this meeting would be conducted in the quiet dignity befitting discussions between equals. The realization struck me as I approached the ornate doors. I was no longer a guild master seeking imperial favor, but the guild grandmaster whose economic authority now rivaled governmental power itself. Emperor Quinn stood as I entered, his bearing reflecting the careful balance of someone who understood that traditional power dynamics had shifted irrevocably. He was a man in his 50s, with the kind of weathered dignity that came from decades of navigating political complexity. Guild Grandmaster Arthur Nightingale, he said with formal precision that carried undertones of personal satisfaction. I trust the ceremony proceeded according to your expectations. Your Majesty, I replied with appropriate courtesy, though we both understood this conversation would address realities that extended far beyond ceremonial protocol. The empty throne has been claimed, as we discussed. The Emperor gestured toward chairs positioned near tall windows overlooking the imperial gardens, creating an atmosphere of informal consultation rather than formal audience. Indeed it has. Which brings us to the matter of our previous understanding. I felt familiar anticipation as we approached the conversation that would formalize arrangements I had been anticipating since beginning the guild campaign. Emperor Quinn and I had reached certain agreements months ago, contingent on outcomes that had seemed ambitious at the time but now represented accomplished fact. The Compact of Continental Expansion, Emperor Quinn said, activating privacy enchantments that ensured our discussion would remain confidential. As agreed, your successful claim to Guild Grandmaster authority triggers imperial recognition of extended operational parameters. It was diplomatically phrased acknowledgement of something we both understood perfectly. My guild operations had already begun expanding beyond the Slaymark Empire's borders, but informal expansion was different from official imperial sanction for continental-scale operations. The other 4 continents represent significant opportunities for technological advancement and humanitarian improvement, I said carefully, though Emperor Quinn's expression suggested he had already calculated the broader implications. Enhanced transportation, abundant energy, accessible medical care, these benefits shouldn't be limited by political boundaries. Quite so, the Emperor agreed, leaning back in his chair with the satisfied expression of someone whose strategic calculations had proven accurate. Though I suspect your expansion will proceed regardless of imperial permission. This conversation merely formalizes what practical reality has already established. He was right, of course. Ouroboros operations had been extending into neighboring regions through technological advancement that transcended traditional territorial limitations. Teleportation networks didn't respect border controls, and abundant energy distribution created economic relationships that exceeded governmental oversight. However, Emperor Quinn continued, imperial sanction provides certain advantages that informal expansion cannot achieve. Official recognition, diplomatic protection, legal frameworks for large-scale operations. Most importantly, it establishes the Slaymark Empire as the primary beneficiary of technological advancement that will reshape continental civilization. I appreciated his straightforward analysis of mutual benefits. The Emperor gained alliance with the most powerful economic organization in recorded history, while I received governmental legitimacy for expansion that would make resistance from other political authorities significantly more difficult. Terms? I asked, though I suspected we had already negotiated the essential framework during previous discussions. Imperial recognition of Guild Grandmaster authority extends beyond Slaymark borders, Emperor Quinn replied immediately. Ouroboros operations receive full diplomatic protection as representatives of imperial interests. In exchange, the Slaymark Empire maintains preferred status for technological advancement and economic partnership. It was exactly the kind of mutually beneficial arrangement I had hoped to achieve. Rather than creating conflict between governmental and guild authority, we were establishing complementary power structures that served both imperial interests and humanitarian advancement. Acceptable, I confirmed, feeling satisfaction at formal resolution of potential political complications. Though I should note that expansion timelines may be gradual. Recent operations have required significant resource expenditure. Emperor Quinn's expression showed understanding that went beyond mere diplomatic acknowledgement. Indeed, reports suggest the alliance campaign demanded considerable personal involvement. Such intensive leadership naturally requires appropriate recovery periods. He was politely acknowledging something I had been reluctant to admit even to myself: the systematic guild absorption had taken a greater toll than I had initially recognized. 6 months of strategic planning, military coordination, and personal combat against immortal rank opponents had pushed my capabilities to their limits in ways that were only becoming apparent now that immediate threats had been eliminated. Technological advancement benefits from careful development rather than hasty implementation, I replied diplomatically, though we both understood I was referring to personal recovery as much as organizational expansion. The remainder of our discussion covered practical details of continental expansion, diplomatic protocols, economic frameworks, legal authorities, and coordination mechanisms that would enable Ouroboros operations across multiple political jurisdictions. But the essential agreement had been reached: imperial sanction for global technological advancement in exchange for preferred partnership status. After concluding the imperial audience, I found myself back in my car that would return me home, contemplating the scope of what had been formalized through our conversation. Official authority for global expansion, governmental protection for continental operations, and legal frameworks that would make technological advancement unstoppable across all 5 continents. But the most significant realization was personal rather than political. For the first time since beginning the guild campaign, I had time to acknowledge the accumulated fatigue that months of intensive operations had created. The stagnation in my strength progression wasn't just about hitting natural limits, it was about damage and exhaustion that required healing rather than additional pressure. Bahamut's Dragonheart, I thought as I leaned back. Time to explore what that ancient power can teach about 8-circle magic development and personal recovery. The Dragonheart had been waiting in secure storage since the Ferroclism absorption, its massive crystalline structure containing knowledge that could potentially solve both my magical advancement and physical recovery challenges. But properly studying such an artifact would require time and focus that had been impossible during active guild warfare. I walked into the apartment complex, feeling the weight of guild grandmaster authority falling away with each step. Here, I wasn't the controller of all guilds in the Empire or the architect of continental transformation. I was Arthur, the person who had chosen to build something better than what existed before. The front door opened before I could reach it, revealing Stella in a blue dress that made her violet eyes shine with excitement. At 9 years old, she had grown taller and more confident, but her face still lit up with the pure joy that made every challenge worthwhile. "Daddy!" she called out, launching herself into my arms with the complete trust of someone who had never doubted she was loved and protected. "You're home. Did you really sit on the empty throne? Reika said you looked like a real emperor." I caught her easily, lifting her up while feeling the familiar warmth that came from unconditional love offered without calculation or agenda. This was what I had been fighting for, not power or authority, but the safety and happiness of the family we had chosen to create together. "I did sit on the empty throne," I confirmed, holding her close while appreciating the simple perfection of this moment. "But the most important throne is right here at home with you." Stella giggled at the sentiment, but her arms tightened around my neck with the fierce affection of someone who understood that love was the most powerful force in any world. Standing in the doorway of our home, holding my daughter while the afternoon sun cast golden light over the city I had transformed, I felt complete satisfaction with what had been accomplished and quiet anticipation for the recovery period that lay ahead. Guild Grandmaster authority over 12 guilds, imperial sanction for continental expansion, and unlimited resources for technological advancement. But most importantly, a family that made all of it meaningful. The empty throne had been claimed, but the real treasure was right here in my arms. Chapter 741, Piece 1. The penthouse elevator chimed softly as it reached the top floor of Avalon's most exclusive residential tower, its doors opening to reveal my family standing together for the first time in months. I felt a familiar warmth spread through my chest as I watched their faces light up with a mixture of awe and excitement. "Daddy!" Stella called out, breaking away from my parents to rush into my arms. "Hello, sweetheart," I said, lifting her easily while appreciating the simple pleasure of unhurried time with the people I loved most. "Ready to see our new home?" Behind her, my parents approached with the kind of proud smiles that made all the political maneuvering and strategic planning worthwhile. Alice stepped forward first, her protective instincts evident in the way she studied my face for signs of stress or injury. "You look tired," she said immediately, her maternal concern overriding any amazement at the luxurious surroundings. "Have you been eating properly? Getting enough sleep?" "I'm fine, Mom," I replied with genuine affection, though I knew she would continue worrying regardless of my reassurances. "The guild warfare is over. Now I can focus on family and recovery." Douglas clapped me on the shoulder with obvious pride, his weathered features reflecting decades of managing their bronze-rank guild together. "Guild Grandmaster Arthur Nightingale," he said with satisfaction. "Still sounds incredible every time I hear it." My sister Arya hung back slightly, her usual confidence tempered by the obvious disparity between my achievements and her own white-rank capabilities. At 20 years old, she was only a year younger than me, but the gap in our power levels had grown exponentially during my rapid advancement. "Hello, Arya," I said warmly, making sure my tone carried the same affection I had always shown her. "How's your 4th year at the academy going?" Her face brightened at my genuine interest. "Better now that my brother isn't starting continental wars every other week," she replied with mock exasperation. "Do you know how hard it is to concentrate on basic magical theory when every professor keeps asking about your latest guild absorption?" I laughed, appreciating her ability to maintain our sibling dynamic despite the changed circumstances. "I'll try to keep the continental transformation to a minimum while you're studying." "Arthur," came a soft voice from behind me, and I turned to see Reika approaching with the graceful efficiency that characterized all her movements. Her violet hair caught the afternoon light streaming through the penthouse windows, while her distinctively shaped violet eyes reflected both professional composure and personal warmth. "Master," she said with the formal address that had never changed despite our intimate relationship, "I've prepared refreshments for your family in the main living area." My parents exchanged glances at the honorific, but they had grown accustomed to the unique dynamics of my unconventional household. Stella immediately moved toward Reika, who had become one of her favorite people during the months when I had been too busy for proper family time. "Reika," Stella said with obvious delight. "Did you make those little cakes I like?" "Of course," Reika replied, her usually serious expression softening into genuine affection for Stella. "Though you'll have to eat actual food first." I felt satisfaction at watching their interaction, knowing that Stella had found security and care from people who chose to love her rather than being obligated by blood relation. Before refreshments, I said, addressing my family's obvious curiosity about our new living arrangements, let me show you around your new home away from home. The penthouse tour began in the main living area, a spacious room with floor-to-ceiling windows that provided panoramic views of Avalon stretching toward the horizon. The furnishings reflected both comfort and elegance, creating an atmosphere that managed to feel homey despite its obvious luxury. This is considerable, Douglas observed, his guild master's eye automatically calculating the cost and exclusivity of such accommodations. Arthur wanted somewhere that could accommodate everyone comfortably, Reka explained, moving to stand beside me with the natural coordination that came from months of shared living arrangements. How many bedrooms? Arya asked with obvious fascination at living arrangements that exceeded anything she had experienced at the academy. 12 guest bedrooms, I replied, leading them down a hallway lined with elegantly appointed rooms, each with private bathrooms and sitting areas. Stella has her own suite, of course. My room has a reading nook, Stella added excitedly, tugging on Reka's hand. And Reka helped me pick out all the books. Reading is important for intellectual development, Reka said seriously, though her eyes reflected affection for Stella's enthusiasm. The tour continued through a formal dining room, an expanded kitchen, a private study, and various entertainment areas designed to accommodate both intimate family gatherings and larger social functions. But the most significant moment came when I opened the doors to the master bedroom. This is... Alice began, then stopped as she processed the implications of the room's most distinctive feature. The bed was enormous, easily large enough to accommodate 6 people comfortably, its elegant design somehow managing to avoid appearing ostentatious despite its obviously custom construction. The room itself was spacious enough to include sitting areas, a private balcony, and an ensuite bathroom that resembled a luxury spa. Very practical, Douglas said diplomatically, his tone carefully neutral while his eyes reflected amused understanding. Arya's face turned red as she realized the implications, but she maintained composure with visible effort. That's certainly a statement piece. Functionality over aesthetics, I replied with deliberate casualness, though I caught Reka's subtle smile at the family's reactions. After completing the tour, we gathered in the main living area where Reka had indeed prepared refreshments that exceeded anything my family might have expected. As we settled into comfortable conversation, I felt the familiar relaxation that came from being surrounded by people who loved me without agenda or calculation. So what happens now? Alice asked, her protective instincts still evident despite the peaceful atmosphere. You've achieved everything you set out to accomplish. What comes next? Recovery, I said honestly, appreciating the opportunity to discuss personal rather than political matters. The guild campaign was more demanding than I initially anticipated. I need time to heal properly before considering expansion to other continents. Expansion to other continents? Arya repeated with obvious amazement. Arthur, you already control everything on this continent. How much larger can your ambitions get? Technological advancement shouldn't be limited by political boundaries, I replied, though my tone carried more academic interest than immediate urgency. But those considerations can wait. Right now, I want to focus on family and personal recovery. Reka moved closer to me on the sofa, her proximity both comforting and subtly possessive in a way that spoke to our intimate relationship. Master has been working excessive hours for months, she said, her hand resting on my arm with casual familiarity. Rest and proper care are essential for long-term effectiveness. I appreciated both her concern and the way she naturally positioned herself as part of our family dynamic. Reka had evolved from professional subordinate to genuine life partner, though she maintained her formal address as a matter of personal preference. Speaking of rest, I said, glancing at Reka with the kind of meaningful look that my family had learned to recognize, perhaps we should let everyone get settled in their rooms before dinner. Alice's expression showed amused recognition of my hint. Of course. I'm sure you both have administrative matters to discuss. Stella, oblivious to the adult subtext, bounced excitedly around the room. Can I help Reka make dinner? She's teaching me how to cook properly. After you finish your homework, Reka replied firmly, her protective instincts for Stella evident in every interaction. Education remains the priority. As my family dispersed to explore their new accommodations, I found myself alone with Reka in the spacious living area. The afternoon sun cast golden light through the windows, highlighting the violet tones in her hair while creating an atmosphere of peaceful intimacy. It's good to have them here, I said, settling back on the sofa while Reka moved to sit beside me with graceful efficiency. You missed them during the campaign, she observed, her violet eyes studying my face with the attentiveness she applied to everything concerning my well-being. Master works more effectively when family relationships are properly maintained. And what about us? I asked, my hand finding hers with the natural ease that had developed over months of shared challenges. How are we doing? Reka's expression softened into the genuine affection she showed only during private moments. We are, well, Master, she said, her formal address carrying intimate warmth rather than professional distance. Though I have missed having adequate time for personal attention. I smiled at her diplomatic phrasing, appreciating both her discretion and her subtle indication that our physical relationship had been neglected during the intensive guild operations. Jean and Callie's engagement ceremony is planned for next year, I mentioned, knowing she would want to coordinate social obligations well in advance. We should start planning how to balance family time with our expanding social responsibilities. Already arranged, Reka replied immediately, her efficiency extending to every aspect of our household management. Master's schedule has been restructured to prioritize personal relationships over administrative duties. 20 hours per week maximum for guild responsibilities. I felt genuine gratitude for her proactive care, combined with the familiar attraction that had never diminished despite months of high-stress operations. What would I do without you? You will never need to discover that, Master, Reka said with quiet intensity, her hand tightening on mine. I am exactly where I choose to be. The simple declaration carried the weight of absolute commitment, and I leaned closer to appreciate both her loyalty and the subtle scent that was uniquely hers. Our kiss was gentle but unmistakably intimate, carrying the promise of more thorough reunion once family obligations were properly addressed. Welcome home, I murmured against her lips, feeling complete satisfaction with the life we had built together. Welcome home, Master, she replied, her violet eyes reflecting the kind of devoted love that made all the political complexity worthwhile. Chapter 742, Piece 2. The morning light filtered through the penthouse windows as I found Rose in the study, surrounded by economic reports and continental trade analyses that she had somehow managed to acquire despite our supposed break from intensive guild operations. Her auburn hair caught the golden sunlight while her brown eyes moved across financial projections with the kind of focused intelligence that had made her invaluable during our economic transformation of the continent. Good morning, I said, settling into the chair beside her desk while appreciating the familiar sight of her analytical mind at work. I thought we agreed on reduced working hours. Rose looked up with a smile that carried both affection and mild exasperation. 20 hours per week for guild responsibilities, she replied, organizing her papers with characteristic efficiency. This is personal curiosity about how other continents structure their economic systems. Completely different category. I laughed, knowing that Rose's brilliant business mind never truly stopped analyzing opportunities for improvement and expansion. It was one of the things I loved most about her, the way she could see patterns and possibilities that escaped others, creating advantages through pure intellectual excellence. Of course it is, I said, moving my chair closer to hers. Find anything interesting? The Eastern continent's complete lack of guild systems is remarkably inefficient, Rose replied immediately, her voice carrying the excitement of someone who had discovered significant optimization potential. They're still using traditional clan-based economic structures that create territorial limitations rather than continental cooperation. The economic potential they're sacrificing through isolated regional thinking is staggering. Her enthusiasm for economic analysis was infectious, and I found myself leaning closer to review the reports she had compiled. But my attention was divided between her insights and the way her auburn hair fell across her shoulder, creating an elegant frame for her profile as she worked. However, Rose continued, seemingly unaware of my distracted appreciation, the other 3 continents have already achieved unified guild systems, though their integration models are less comprehensive than what we've accomplished here. Their diplomatic frameworks could provide valuable pathways for expansion discussions. Expansion discussions, I said, reminded of the continental scope that our success had opened up. Are you already planning our next moves? Rose's expression showed a mixture of professional excitement and personal consideration. I'm analyzing possibilities, not making plans. There's a significant difference. She paused, her brown eyes studying my face with the careful attention she applied to important matters. Though I have to admit, the economic potential is fascinating. I felt warmth at the recognition that Rose's strategic mind was already considering how to extend the abundance we had created to other populations, combined with appreciation for how her noble background had shaped her into someone capable of thinking on truly continental scales. Speaking of planning, I said, reaching for her hand while setting aside the economic reports that had captured her attention. We haven't had proper time together since before the Alliance campaign. I've missed you. Rose's smile softened into the genuine affection she showed during private moments, her professional composure giving way to personal warmth. I've missed you too, she said, her fingers intertwining with mine. Though I have to admit, watching you systematically outmaneuver 5 coordinated guild masters was remarkably attractive. Strategic brilliance as a romantic appeal? I asked with amused appreciation for her unique perspective. Intelligence is the most attractive quality, Rose replied with absolute seriousness, though her eyes sparkled with playful undertones. Watching you turn Victor Shadowbane's own methods against him was better than any poetry. I leaned closer, appreciating both her intellectual appreciation and the subtle scent that was uniquely hers, a combination of expensive perfume and the particular warmth that belonged only to Rose. And here I thought you were attracted to my devastating charm and good looks. Those don't hurt, Rose admitted, her hand moving to rest on my chest with casual intimacy that spoke to our established physical relationship. But charm without substance is merely manipulation. You have both intelligence and genuine care for people's well-being. That combination is compelling. Her touch sent familiar warmth through me, reminding me of exactly how much I had missed the physical connection we shared. Months of high-stress operations had forced us to prioritize strategic necessity over personal intimacy, but now we finally had time to reconnect properly. Rose, I murmured, my hand moving to cup her face while appreciating the elegant bone structure that reflected her noble breeding. I love how your mind works, but right now I'm more interested in how your body feels against mine. Her breath caught slightly at my directness, brown eyes darkening with familiar desire. Arthur, she whispered, her professional composure dissolving into something much more primal. Your family is in the next room. Then we'll have to be quiet, I replied, standing and drawing her up with me. My bedroom has excellent soundproofing. Rose's laugh was breathless as she allowed me to lead her from the study, her hand tight in mine. You're terrible, she said, though her eager pace suggested she had no real objections to my suggestion. I'm in love, I corrected, pausing in the hallway to press her against the wall, my mouth finding hers in a kiss that carried months of suppressed hunger. And I've been patient long enough. Her response was immediate and desperate, arms circling my neck as she pressed closer with obvious need. Too long, she agreed between kisses. Much too long. The few steps to my bedroom felt like miles, but finally we were alone behind closed doors, afternoon sunlight streaming through tall windows to illuminate the massive bed that had been designed specifically for moments like this. I love you, I said, taking my time to appreciate her in the golden light, the way her auburn hair spread across the pillows as she reached for me with unconcealed want. Show me, Rose replied, her noble composure completely abandoned in favor of raw desire. Show me how much you missed me. The afternoon that followed was everything I had been craving during the long months of strategic planning and political maneuvering. Rose was passionate and giving, her brilliant mind translating into creative physical expression that left us both thoroughly satisfied. Her noble upbringing had included certain educational advantages that enhanced our intimacy in ways that never failed to surprise me. Later, as we lay entwined in the comfortable exhaustion that followed truly satisfying reunion, Rose traced patterns on my chest with lazy contentment. Your stamina has improved, she observed with satisfied amusement. One of the benefits of reaching peak ascendant rank? One of many benefits, I replied, pressing a kiss to her hair while appreciating the way she fit perfectly against my side. Though I think the motivation was more important than the enhancement. Flattery, Rose said, though her pleased smile suggested she appreciated the sentiment. Though I have to admit, absence really does make the heart grow fonder. Our conversation was interrupted by a soft knock on the bedroom door, followed by Stella's voice calling out. Daddy? Reka says dinner will be ready soon. We'll be right there, sweetheart, I called back, already beginning to disentangle from Rose's embrace with obvious reluctance. Take your time, Stella replied cheerfully. Grandpa Douglas is teaching me card games. Rose laughed quietly as we began searching for our scattered clothing. Your family is very understanding about our administrative discussions. They're practical people, I replied, helping her locate her blouse while stealing another kiss. They understand that healthy relationships require regular attention. As we made ourselves presentable for family dinner, I felt the familiar satisfaction that came from having someone who understood both my public responsibilities and my private needs. Rose's noble background meant she could navigate complex social situations with natural grace, while her economic brilliance made her an invaluable partner in planning our future together. Ready to face your family's knowing looks? Rose asked, checking her appearance in the bedroom mirror with characteristic attention to detail. Always, I replied, taking her hand as we prepared to rejoin the others. Though I suspect they're more amused than scandalized. Dinner proved me right. My family's conversation flowed naturally around topics ranging from academy curriculum changes to continental infrastructure improvements, with only the occasional meaningful glance that suggested they had correctly deduced how Rose and I had spent our afternoon. Alice was particularly warm toward Rose, treating her with the kind of maternal affection that spoke to genuine acceptance rather than mere politeness. Rose, dear, would you mind helping me plan the menu for tomorrow? I'd love to cook something special for everyone. Of course, Rose replied with obvious pleasure at being included in family planning. Though I should mention that my cooking skills are somewhat limited. Noble education focused more on managing kitchen staff than actual food preparation. Then it's time you learned, Alice said with maternal determination. Cooking for people you love is one of life's great pleasures. Douglas nodded approvingly. Alice taught Arthur to cook when he was younger. Made him much more self-sufficient. Dad, I protested with mock embarrassment. I was 12. And I nearly burned down the kitchen twice. 3 times, Arya corrected with sisterly precision. Don't forget the incident with the exploding soup. Stella giggled at the family stories, clearly delighted by any opportunity to learn more about my childhood. What else did Daddy do when he was little? Oh, we have stories, Alice said with dangerous maternal enthusiasm while I tried to signal for mercy across the table. Rose watched the family dynamics with obvious affection, her hand finding mine under the table while she enjoyed being part of our unconventional but loving household. The way she fit naturally into our conversations and traditions made it easy to imagine her as a permanent part of our family structure. As evening settled over Avalon and my family began dispersing to their various activities, Rose and I found ourselves alone in the main living area, watching the city lights begin to twinkle through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This is nice, Rose said softly, curled against my side on the comfortable sofa. Having time to just be together without strategic planning or emergency coordination. It is, I agreed, pressing a kiss to the top of her head while appreciating the simple pleasure of holding someone I loved. Though I have to admit, I find your strategic mind incredibly attractive even during peaceful moments. The kiss between us deepened as we melted into each other. Chapter 743, Piece 3. I was in the main living area reviewing correspondence that had accumulated during our family time when Cecilia made her entrance with the kind of dramatic flair that reminded everyone she was indeed crown princess of the empire. Her blonde hair was arranged in an elegant style that somehow managed to look both regal and casual, while her crimson eyes sparkled with the particular mischief that usually meant she was planning something entertaining. "Good morning, Arthur," she said, settling onto the sofa beside me with graceful authority. "I trust you slept well after your administrative meeting with Rose yesterday?" I looked up from the papers I'd been reviewing, noting the teasing smile that played at the corners of her mouth. "Very well, thank you. Though I notice you seem remarkably well informed about my schedule." "Crown Princess privileges," Cecilia replied with mock seriousness, though her crimson eyes danced with amusement. "I make it my business to know everything about the people I care about. For security reasons, of course." "Of course," I said dryly, though I couldn't suppress my own smile at her playful possessiveness. Cecilia's version of Yandere tendencies manifested as elegant control rather than Rachel's direct obsession. She preferred to orchestrate situations rather than demand them outright. "Besides," Cecilia continued, moving closer with the kind of calculated casualness that suggested nothing about her proximity was accidental, "someone needs to ensure you're maintaining proper work-life balance. You have a tendency to become consumed by your responsibilities." Her hand rested on my arm with familiar intimacy, and I felt the warmth that always accompanied Cecilia's touch. Despite her royal status and political sophistication, her affection for me was genuinely felt rather than strategically motivated. "And how exactly do you propose to monitor my work-life balance?" I asked, setting aside my correspondence to give her my full attention. Cecilia's smile became decidedly predatory. "Very carefully," she replied, her voice carrying undertones that made her meaning perfectly clear. "I've cleared my morning schedule specifically for quality assurance purposes." Before I could respond to her obvious invitation, Stella appeared in the doorway with the kind of perfect timing that suggested she had been waiting for an appropriate moment to interrupt. At 9 years old, she had developed excellent instincts for family dynamics, though she remained blissfully unaware of the adult subtexts. "Daddy!" she called out with obvious excitement. "Cecilia, I was hoping I could show you my drawings from art class." Cecilia's entire demeanor shifted instantly from seductive to genuinely warm. "Of course, sweetheart," she said, making room on the sofa for Stella to join us. "I've been looking forward to seeing your latest artwork." I watched with familiar appreciation as Cecilia seamlessly transitioned between her roles as romantic partner and surrogate family member. Her genuine affection for Stella had developed naturally over the months, creating bonds that went far beyond mere political alliance. Stella settled between us with her sketchbook immediately beginning to flip through pages filled with colorful drawings that demonstrated steady improvement in both technique and confidence. "This one is my favorite," she said, stopping at a picture that showed our entire household gathered around the dining table. The drawing was charmingly imperfect but unmistakably loving, stick figures with carefully colored hair representing me, Stella, and all 5 of my girlfriends sharing a meal together. Each figure was labeled in Stella's careful handwriting, including Princess Cecilia with a small crown drawn above her blonde hair. "It's beautiful," Cecilia said with genuine emotion, her crimson eyes softening as she studied the drawing. "You've captured everyone perfectly. Look how happy we all appear." "We are happy," Stella replied with 9-year-old certainty. "Daddy makes sure everyone feels loved and safe. That's what families do." Cecilia's expression showed something deeper than mere affection, a kind of fierce protectiveness that spoke to her own developing attachment to our unconventional family structure. "Yes," she said quietly, "that's exactly what families do." The moment was interrupted by Aria's arrival, my sister appearing in the doorway with the kind of hesitant expression that suggested she was still adjusting to the complexity of our household dynamics. "Sorry to interrupt," Aria said, though her tone carried more curiosity than apology. "Mom was wondering if anyone wanted to join her for a shopping trip to explore Avalon's commercial district." "Shopping?" Stella exclaimed with immediate enthusiasm. "Can we go, Daddy? Can Cecilia come too?" Cecilia looked between Stella's excited face and my obviously amused expression. "I would love to," she said diplomatically, though I should mention that Crown Princess shopping expeditions tend to attract certain attention. "Security details and crowd management," I said with understanding. "Perhaps a private shopping experience would be more appropriate for family time." "Already arranged," Cecilia replied with the kind of smooth efficiency that demonstrated why she was such an effective political operator. "I took the liberty of having several boutiques prepare private showings here in the penthouse. They'll arrive this afternoon with selections appropriate for the entire family." Aria's eyebrows rose slightly at the casual mention of having boutiques come to us rather than the reverse. "That's very convenient." "Crown Princess privileges," Cecilia repeated with satisfied amusement. "Though in this case, it's more about ensuring Stella gets to enjoy shopping without paparazzi complications." I felt familiar appreciation for the way Cecilia balanced her royal status with genuine consideration for our family's needs. Her position provided advantages that she used generously but always with thought for how they would benefit the people she cared about. "What kind of clothes are we getting?" Stella asked with obvious excitement. "Whatever makes you happy," Cecilia replied warmly. "Though I was thinking we might find you some dresses suitable for formal occasions. A young lady should have options for special events." "Like Jean and Callie's engagement ceremony next year?" Stella asked, demonstrating her awareness of upcoming family celebrations. "Exactly like that," Cecilia confirmed. "Plus other events that might arise as your father's responsibilities continue to expand." After Alice, Arya, and Stella departed to prepare for the afternoon's shopping activities, Cecilia and I found ourselves alone in the living area once again. The morning sunlight streamed through the tall windows, creating an atmosphere of peaceful intimacy that felt precious after months of public obligations. "You're very good with her," I observed, settling back on the sofa while appreciating the way Cecilia's genuine affection for Stella enhanced rather than complicated our relationship. "She's easy to love," Cecilia replied, moving closer with the kind of fluid grace that reminded me of her royal training. "Though I have to admit, there are moments when I feel fiercely protective of her in ways that surprise me." "Protective how?" I asked, though I suspected I understood her meaning. Cecilia's crimson eyes showed a flash of something dangerous. "The kind of protective that would make life very difficult for anyone who threatened her happiness," she said with deceptive casualness. "I may be crown princess, but I'm also part of this family now. That creates certain obligations." I felt a familiar thrill at the elegant menace that lurked beneath Cecilia's polished exterior. Her Yandra tendencies manifested as sophisticated control rather than overt possessiveness, but they were no less intense for being refined. "And what about threats to your own happiness?" I asked, my hand finding hers while appreciating the way her touch sent warmth through me. "Those would be handled with appropriate royal authority," Cecilia replied, her smile carrying implications that were both seductive and slightly terrifying. "I don't share well, Arthur. It's one of my less admirable character traits." "You share with 4 other women quite effectively," I pointed out, though I was moving closer as I spoke. "That's different," Cecilia said, her voice dropping to something more intimate. "They're family too. But anyone outside our circle who tried to interfere." She trailed off, but her meaning was perfectly clear. I kissed her then, appreciating both her possessive devotion and the way she yielded to my touch despite her royal authority. Cecilia's response was immediate and hungry, her arms circling my neck as she pressed closer with obvious need. "I've missed this," she murmured against my lips. "Missed having time to just be with you without political obligations or strategic planning." "Show me how much," I replied, standing and drawing her toward the hallway that led to my private quarters. "Your family," Cecilia protested half-heartedly, though she was already allowing me to lead her away from the main living area. "We'll be busy with shopping preparations for hours," I replied, pausing to press her against the hallway wall. "More than enough time for proper reunion." Cecilia's laugh was breathless as she pulled me closer. "I love your definition of proper reunion." The afternoon that followed was everything I had been anticipating since Cecilia's arrival. Her royal upbringing had included certain educational advantages that translated into creative physical expression, while her natural authority created an intriguing dynamic when applied to intimate situations. She was passionate and commanding, taking control in ways that never failed to surprise and satisfy me. Later, as we lay together in the comfortable exhaustion that followed truly satisfying intimacy, Cecilia traced patterns on my chest with elegant fingers. "Your endurance continues to impress," she observed with royal satisfaction. "Though I suppose peak ascendant rank enhancement has certain practical advantages." "Among others," I replied, appreciating the way she fit perfectly against my side. "Though I think the motivation was more important than the magical enhancement." "Careful," Cecilia warned with playful menace. "Flattery might convince me to extend this quality assurance session." "Would that be so terrible?" I asked, pressing a kiss to her blonde hair. "Terrible for your family's dinner schedule," Cecilia replied with amused practicality. "Though I suppose crown princess privileges include making people wait occasionally." Our private moment was interrupted by sounds of activity from the main living area as the boutique representatives arrived for Stella's shopping experience. Through the bedroom walls, I could hear excited voices and the rustle of fabric as selections were displayed for family approval. "We should join them," Cecilia said with obvious reluctance, though she was already beginning to disentangle from our embrace. "In a few minutes," I replied, tightening my arms around her. "I want to make sure you understand how much I appreciate having you here." That few minutes may have extended longer accidentally. Chapter 744, Piece 4. I was in the penthouse's private study, attempting to review correspondence while sunlight streamed through tall windows overlooking Avalon. I had barely settled into my chair when I heard the soft sound of the front door opening, followed by familiar footsteps that carried a particular urgency I recognized immediately. "Arthur," came a melodic voice that managed to sound both ethereally beautiful and desperately needy. "I hope you don't mind that I came to visit so early." I looked up to see Rachel standing in the study doorway, her brilliant blonde hair catching the morning light like spun gold, while her deep blue eyes with their distinctive golden flecks reflected an intensity that made my chest tighten with familiar warmth. Even after years of our relationship, her beauty still took my breath away. There was something almost otherworldly about her features that spoke to her status as saintess of the northern continent. "Rachel," I said, rising from my chair with genuine pleasure at seeing her. "Of course I don't mind. You're always welcome here." Her smile was radiant, but I could see the barely controlled need in her expression, the way her hands trembled slightly, how she stood frozen in the doorway as if afraid that moving too quickly might make me disappear. The guild campaign had forced us apart for far too long, and Rachel's obsessive nature made separation particularly difficult for her to endure. "I know you've been spending time with everyone," she said, stepping into the study with careful precision, "and I've been trying to be patient, but—" She trailed off, her blue eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I've missed you so much it physically hurts." The raw honesty in her voice hit me like a physical blow. Rachel's Yandere tendencies manifested as complete emotional dependence rather than possessive control. She needed my presence like air, and the forced separation of the guild campaign had clearly pushed her to her limits. "Come here," I said softly, opening my arms while feeling the familiar surge of protective affection that Rachel always inspired in me. She crossed the room in 3 quick steps, practically throwing herself into my embrace with desperate relief. I caught her easily, holding her close while feeling the way she trembled against me like someone who had been drowning and finally found solid ground. "I couldn't sleep," Rachel whispered against my chest, her arms wrapped around me with desperate tightness. "Every night for months I would reach for you and you wouldn't be there. I started having nightmares that you had forgotten about me entirely." "Never," I said firmly, pressing a kiss to the top of her head while breathing in the subtle scent that was uniquely hers, something like temple incense mixed with spring flowers. "I could never forget you. You're part of my soul, Rachel." She pulled back slightly to look at me, her blue eyes searching my face with the kind of desperate intensity that would have been concerning in anyone else. "Promise me," she said, her voice breaking slightly. "Promise me you'll never leave me behind again. I can't survive it." The vulnerability in her expression made my heart ache. Rachel's obsession with me wasn't healthy by conventional standards, but it was so genuinely felt that I couldn't find it anything but endearing. She loved me with every fiber of her being, and the thought of losing that devotion was more terrifying than facing any guild master. "I promise," I said, cupping her face in my hands while appreciating the perfect features that seemed almost too beautiful to be real. "We're never going to be separated like that again." Rachel's smile was like sunrise after the darkest night, transforming her face from desperate need into radiant joy. "I love you," she breathed, standing on her tiptoes to kiss me with the kind of passionate gratitude that spoke to months of suppressed longing. I kissed her back with equal intensity, tasting the familiar sweetness that belonged only to Rachel while feeling the way she melted into my embrace with complete surrender. Her response was immediate and hungry, hands tangling in my hair as she pressed closer with obvious desperation. "Arthur," she whispered against my lips, "I need you. I've needed you for so long I thought I might go insane." "I'm here," I murmured, already beginning to guide her toward the study's private seating area. "I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere." "Your family," Rachel protested weakly, though she was already allowing me to draw her down onto the comfortable sofa. "Are having breakfast and won't disturb us," I replied, my hands moving to frame her face while appreciating the way her golden-flecked eyes darkened with desire. "Besides, they understand that we need time to reconnect properly." Rachel's laugh was slightly hysterical with relief. "Properly," she repeated, her hands already moving to trace the lines of my chest through my shirt. "I've dreamed about properly every night for months." What followed was everything Rachel had been craving during our forced separation. She was passionate and desperate, her saintess training translating into surprisingly creative physical expression that never failed to surprise me. Her need for closeness went beyond mere physical desire. She required the emotional connection that came from complete intimacy, the reassurance that I was truly there and truly hers. "I love you," she whispered repeatedly throughout our reunion, as if the words were a prayer she needed to keep repeating. "I love you, I can't live without you." "I love you too," I replied each time, meaning it completely while appreciating the way her face lit up at every repetition. "You're irreplaceable, Rachel." "Absolutely irreplaceable." Later, as we lay together in the comfortable exhaustion that followed truly desperate reunion, Rachel traced patterns on my chest with reverent fingers. "I was starting to think I had imagined how perfect this felt," she said softly, her voice carrying the kind of satisfied contentment that spoke to deep emotional as well as physical fulfillment. "When you're away too long, I begin to doubt that anything so wonderful could be real." "It's real," I assured her, pressing a kiss to her blonde hair while appreciating the way she fit against my side like she had been designed specifically for this purpose. "We're real, and I'm not going anywhere." "Promise?" Rachel asked, lifting her head to look at me with eyes that still held traces of desperate uncertainty. "Promise," I confirmed, sealing the vow with a gentle kiss that seemed to settle something deep in her soul. Our private moment was interrupted by the sound of voices from the main living area as my family began their morning activities. Through the study walls, I could hear Stella's excited chatter about yesterday's shopping experience, mixed with Alice's maternal laughter and Douglas's amused commentary. "We should join them," Rachel said with obvious reluctance, though she made no move to separate from our intimate embrace. "In a few minutes," I replied, tightening my arms around her. "I want to make sure you feel completely secure before we share our time with others." Rachel's expression showed gratitude so intense it was almost painful to witness. "You always know exactly what I need," she said with the kind of worshipful appreciation that characterized her obsessive devotion. "It's like you can see into my soul." "Because your soul is part of mine," I replied honestly, meaning every word while appreciating the way her face transformed with radiant joy at the declaration. When we finally made ourselves presentable and emerged from the study, my family's greetings for Rachel were warm and understanding. They had grown accustomed to her intense emotional needs during her frequent visits and accepted them as part of her genuine character rather than something to be concerned about. "Rachel!" Stella exclaimed with obvious delight, rushing to hug her with the natural affection that had developed between them. "I was hoping you would visit today. I want to show you the new dresses Cecilia helped me pick out." "I would love to see them," Rachel replied with the kind of gentle warmth she showed to everyone except me. Her kindness to others was genuine, but it lacked the desperate intensity she reserved for our relationship. Alice approached with maternal approval. You look better, she observed with the straightforward honesty that characterized her personality. Less worried. Much better, Rachel confirmed, her hand finding mine with automatic possessiveness. Everything is perfect when Arthur is here. The rest of the morning passed in comfortable family activities, Stella's fashion show featuring her new dresses, Alice's cooking lessons that included Rachel as an eager student, and Douglas's card games that somehow managed to include everyone despite their varying skill levels. But throughout every interaction, Rachel maintained physical contact with me in some form, holding my hand, sitting pressed against my side, or finding excuses to touch my arm during conversation. Her need for constant connection during her visits was so obviously genuine that my family had learned to work around it naturally. As the afternoon progressed, Rachel showed no signs of wanting to leave, clearly intending to spend the entire day at the penthouse. Her frequent extended visits had become a familiar pattern. She would arrive early and stay as long as possible, maximizing every moment of proximity she could manage. How long can you stay today? I asked during a quiet moment while the others were occupied with Stella's latest artistic project. As long as you'll have me, Rachel replied immediately, her blue eyes showing both hope and desperate need. I cleared my entire schedule. The Northern Continent's duties can wait, you're more important than anything else. Her willingness to prioritize our relationship over her divine responsibilities should have been concerning, but I found it endearing instead. Rachel's complete devotion meant that I never had to doubt her feelings or wonder about her priorities. Stay for dinner then, I said, bringing her hand to my lips for a gentle kiss. And as long after as you want. Rachel's smile was radiant with relief and joy. Really? You don't mind if I monopolize your time? I never mind spending time with you, I assured her, meaning every word while appreciating the way her face transformed with happiness at my acceptance of her possessive tendencies. As afternoon approached and family activities continued around us, I reflected on how perfectly Rachel balanced her divine responsibilities with her personal devotion. Her status as saintess of the Northern Continent made her politically valuable, while her complete emotional dependence on me created bonds that went deeper than mere romantic attachment. Are you happy? I asked her during a quiet moment while the others were engaged in animated discussion about dinner preparations. Completely, Rachel replied immediately, her blue eyes shining with the kind of absolute contentment that only came from having her deepest needs fulfilled. When I'm with you, everything in the world makes sense. When I'm not. She trailed off with a slight shudder. You don't have to think about that anymore, I assured her, understanding that her brief visits could never fully satisfy her need for constant proximity. We're together now, and that's all that matters. Chapter 745, Piece 5. 3 weeks into my recovery period, the penthouse had... The physical damage from using gray prematurely was finally beginning to fade, and I could feel my strength starting to flow more naturally again. I was reviewing morning reports in the study when I heard the distinctive sound of teleportation magic activating in the main living area. The magical signature was unmistakably elegant, precise, controlled, and carrying the particular resonance that belonged to only one person I knew. I set aside my papers and made my way to the living room, where I found Serafina standing near the tall windows, her silver hair catching the morning light like spun moonbeams, while her ice-blue eyes surveyed the penthouse with cool appreciation. Serafina, I said with genuine warmth, though I knew better than to rush toward her with the enthusiasm I might show the others. Her nature required a more measured approach. Too much immediate affection would make her retreat behind walls of aloof composure. She turned toward me with fluid grace, her half-elven features maintaining perfect composure while her ice-blue eyes held just the slightest hint of warmth that suggested she was pleased to see me. Arthur, she replied with formal politeness that didn't quite mask the underlying affection. I hope you don't mind the unannounced visit. I found myself with unexpected free time. It was a lie, of course. Serafina never had unexpected free time. As Princess of Mountjoy, her schedule was planned months in advance. But admitting she had deliberately rearranged her responsibilities to visit me would require acknowledging feelings she preferred to keep carefully controlled. Never, I replied, maintaining the respectful distance she needed while letting my appreciation show in my expression. You're always welcome here. Serafina, came an excited voice from the hallway, and we both turned to see Stella practically bouncing with joy as she rushed into the room. You came to visit. I was hoping you would. To my continued amazement, Serafina's carefully maintained composure melted instantly in Stella's presence. Her ice-blue eyes warmed with genuine affection as she knelt gracefully to catch Stella's enthusiastic hug, her elegant features softening into something approaching maternal tenderness. Hello, little star, Serafina said softly, using the pet name that only Stella was privileged to hear. I've missed you. I missed you too. Stella replied, pulling back to study Serafina's face with 9-year-old intensity. You look tired. Have you been working too hard again? Serafina's slight smile suggested she was touched by Stella's concern. Perhaps a little. But seeing you makes everything better. I watched their interaction with familiar fascination. Stella was one of the few people who could bypass Serafina's emotional defenses entirely, bringing out the warm, caring person that lurked beneath her cool exterior. Their bond had developed naturally over the months, based on genuine mutual affection rather than any sense of obligation. Daddy's been resting too, Stella reported with the earnestness of someone sharing important intelligence. He's getting stronger again. Reka says the healing is working properly now. Is that so? Serafina asked, her ice blue gaze flicking to me with carefully hidden concern. And how do you feel about that? Much better, I replied honestly, appreciating that she was asking about my well-being through Stella rather than directly. It allowed her to show concern without appearing too invested. The strength progression is finally starting to resume. Serafina nodded with apparent indifference, though I caught the slight relaxation in her shoulders that suggested relief. Good. It would be inconvenient if the guild grandmaster remained weakened indefinitely. Alice's voice carried from the kitchen, calling out a greeting. Serafina, dear? I was just starting lunch preparations. I hope you'll stay to eat with us. If it's not too much trouble, Serafina replied with formal politeness, though the way she kept one arm around Stella suggested she had no intention of leaving anytime soon. Never trouble, Alice called back warmly. Though I should mention that Douglas is attempting to teach Arya some kind of card game that involves increasingly creative interpretations of the rules. Over the following hours, I watched Serafina navigate the delicate balance between her natural reserve and her growing attachment to our family. She was unfailingly polite with my parents, gently amused by Arya's academy stories, and completely devoted to Stella's endless chatter about art projects and reading adventures. But with me, she maintained careful emotional distance even while staying physically close. She would sit beside me during family conversations, allow brief touches during natural moments, and engage in subtle displays of affection that could be dismissed as mere courtesy if questioned. Your penthouse is adequate, she observed during a quiet moment while the others were occupied with lunch preparations. We stood together near the tall windows, looking out over Avalon's sprawling cityscape. High praise coming from royalty, I replied with gentle amusement, understanding that adequate was Serafina's way of saying she was impressed. The security arrangements are particularly well designed, she continued with apparent professional interest. Though I notice certain accommodations that suggest interesting domestic arrangements. Her ice blue eyes flicked meaningfully toward the direction of my bedroom, and I realized she had noticed the oversized bed during her discreet exploration of the penthouse. Practical considerations, I replied diplomatically, earning one of her rare, subtle smiles. Indeed. Very practical. As afternoon settled into evening, Serafina gradually allowed herself to relax more completely. She helped Alice with dinner preparations, displaying cooking skills that seemed to surprise my mother with their sophistication. She participated in Douglas's increasingly elaborate card games with strategic brilliance hidden behind apparent indifference. Most importantly, she spent considerable time reading to Stella, her melodic voice bringing fairy tales to life with subtle magical enhancement that made the stories feel almost real. You're very good with her, I observed during a moment when Stella had fallen asleep against Serafina's shoulder, exhausted from a full day of family activities. She's special, Serafina replied softly, her ice blue eyes showing genuine warmth as she looked down at Stella's peaceful face. Innocent in ways that are rare and precious. She adores you, I said, settling beside them on the sofa while being careful not to disturb Stella's rest. The feeling is mutual, Serafina admitted, one of the few completely honest emotional statements I had ever heard her make. Though I would prefer if you didn't make a habit of announcing my sentimental attachments. Your secret is safe, I assured her, reaching over to gently brush a strand of silver hair from her face. Though I have to say, I find your softer side incredibly attractive. Serafina's cheeks colored slightly, though she maintained her composure. I don't know what you mean. I am exactly as I have always been. Of course, I agreed, letting my hand linger against her cheek while appreciating the way she leaned almost imperceptibly into the touch. Consistently perfect. We sat in comfortable silence as the evening light faded over Avalon, Stella sleeping peacefully between us while my family moved quietly through their evening routines. The domestic tranquility felt precious after months of political complexity and strategic planning. How much longer will you stay? I asked softly, not wanting to wake Stella but needing to know how much time we had together. I could remain until tomorrow evening, Serafina replied with studied casualness. If it wouldn't be inconvenient. The careful way she phrased the request told me she wanted to stay longer but wouldn't admit to needing the extended time together. It would be my pleasure to have you here as long as you can manage. Serafina's smile was subtle but genuine. Then I suppose I'll have to endure your company for another day. Later, after Stella had been tucked into bed and my family had retired to their respective rooms, Serafina and I found ourselves alone in the main living area. The city lights twinkled through the tall windows while comfortable silence stretched between us. Thank you, she said suddenly, her voice softer than usual. For what? I asked, though I had moved closer to her on the sofa. For giving me a family, Serafina replied, her ice blue eyes reflecting vulnerability she rarely allowed others to see. I didn't realize how lonely I was until I wasn't anymore. The honesty in her voice made my chest tighten with affection. I reached for her hand, pleased when she didn't pull away. You're not alone anymore. You never will be again. Promise? She asked, the single word carrying more emotional weight than any of her usual elaborate speeches. Promise, I confirmed, bringing her hand to my lips for a gentle kiss that made her breath catch slightly. When I finally drew her closer for a proper kiss, she yielded with the kind of graceful surrender that spoke to deep trust carefully earned. Her response was controlled but passionate, all of her carefully maintained composure dissolving into genuine desire. I love you, I murmured against her lips, meaning every word while appreciating the way her ice blue eyes darkened with emotion. She began, then stopped, struggling with feelings she found difficult to express directly. I know, I said gently, understanding that Seraphina's love was shown through actions rather than words. I can see it in everything you do. Chapter 746, Bahamut's Heart 1. 3 months had passed since acquiring the new penthouse, and the difference in how I felt was remarkable. Standing in the main living area as morning sunlight streamed through the tall windows, I stretched experimentally and felt the familiar flow of energy that had been absent for so long. The damage from using Gray prematurely to rescue Stella was finally completely healed. Daddy, you look different today, Stella observed from the breakfast table where she was carefully arranging her morning meal with the precision she had learned from watching Reika's demonstrations. Stronger somehow. She was right. I had hurt myself rescuing Stella since I used Gray. This didn't diminish the strength I had, but stopped me from advancing any further. Your energy flows are returning to their natural patterns, Luna confirmed from within my consciousness, her mental voice carrying satisfaction at witnessing my recovery. The Gray damage has been completely resolved. You're ready for advanced magical development again. Finally. I could get stronger again. Of course, I was getting stronger, but there was a limit to how strong I could get at just high ascendant rank. I reached the zenith realm of mastery in the Tempest Dance technique and maxed out everything I could at my mana rank. Now I could go further. Good morning, Master, came Reika's voice as she entered from the kitchen carrying a breakfast tray with the precise efficiency that characterized all her movements. Her violet hair was arranged in its usual elegant style while her distinctively shaped violet eyes reflected both professional composure and personal warmth. Good morning, Reika, I replied, appreciating her early visit and the way she naturally fell into our morning routine whenever she stayed over. Thank you for helping with breakfast. Master's nutrition is important for maintaining optimal health, Reika said with formal politeness that didn't quite mask her underlying affection. Particularly during recovery periods. My phone chimed with an incoming call, displaying Alice's image as she appeared from what looked like the comfortable living area of their own penthouse across the city. Good morning, dear, she said with maternal warmth that carried across the connection. How are you feeling today? Much better, I replied honestly, settling into the conversation while Stella continued her careful breakfast preparation. The healing seems to be complete. I feel more substantial than I have in months. Wonderful news, Alice said with obvious relief. Douglas and I were planning to visit this afternoon if that works with your schedule. Arya has some academy stories she's been saving up to share. Perfect timing, I confirmed, looking forward to their visit. Stella has been practicing the card games father taught her, so she'll probably want a rematch. After ending the call with my parents, I found myself appreciating the balance we had achieved between family closeness and individual independence. My parents and Arya maintained their own elegant residence while remaining intimately involved in our daily lives through frequent visits and shared activities. The afternoon brought exactly the kind of comfortable family gathering I had been hoping for. My parents arrived with Arya in tow, each of them carrying the relaxed expressions that came from knowing they were welcome without obligation. Arthur? Arya called out with sisterly enthusiasm, immediately gravitating toward the table where Stella had arranged what appeared to be an elaborate card game setup. Stella's been telling me about her strategy improvements. I think she might actually beat Dad this time. Strategy improvements? Douglas asked with amused interest, settling into his chair with the kind of paternal satisfaction that came from watching family traditions develop naturally. What kind of improvements are we talking about? Reika taught me about probability calculations, Stella replied with 9-year-old seriousness. And about reading people's expressions to figure out what cards they might have. I laughed at the image of Reika providing advanced gaming theory to a 9-year-old while Alice shook her head with amused exasperation. She's going to be dangerous at Academy, Alice observed, settling onto the sofa beside me with the comfortable familiarity that characterized our family relationships. Too intelligent for her own good, just like her father. The afternoon passed in exactly the kind of peaceful domesticity I had been craving, Douglas's increasingly elaborate card strategies being systematically dismantled by Stella's Reika-enhanced techniques. Arya's academy stories about professors who were still adjusting to having Arthur Nightingale's sister in their classes, and Alice's gentle but persistent questions about my health and future plans. 8-circle research, Douglas mused when I mentioned my upcoming magical investigations. That's serious theoretical territory. Are you planning to work alone, or do you have academic collaboration arrangements? Primarily independent research, I replied diplomatically, not wanting to explain about the dragon heart in Stella's presence. Though I have unique resources available that should accelerate the investigation process. Just be careful, Alice added with maternal concern. Advanced magical research can be unpredictable, and you've only just finished healing from your previous challenges. As evening approached and my family prepared to return to their own penthouse for dinner, I felt the familiar gratitude that came from having people who cared about my well-being without needing to share my living space constantly. We'll visit again tomorrow, Alice promised, giving both Stella and me thorough hugs before departing. And Arthur, don't let your research consume you completely. Family time is just as important as magical advancement. After they left, Stella and I settled into our evening routine, her homework review, my administrative correspondence, and the comfortable shared silence that had become one of my favorite parts of each day. Daddy, Stella said during a quiet moment while she worked on her art project, are you going to start doing the really hard magic stuff soon? Probably, I replied honestly, moving to sit beside her while admiring her latest drawing, a detailed picture of our penthouse with everyone who regularly visited clearly labeled in careful handwriting. Is that something that worries you? Stella considered the question with the kind of seriousness she applied to important matters. A little. But Reika says you're very good at being careful and that family always comes first no matter what. Reika is absolutely right, I confirmed, appreciating once again how naturally my protective companion had taken on a quasi-maternal role in Stella's life. No magical research is more important than making sure you feel safe and loved. Later that evening, after Stella had been tucked into bed with her new books and elaborate goodnight rituals, I found myself standing alone in the main living area looking out over Avalon's lights while contemplating the research that lay ahead. The dragon heart waited in the secure laboratory containing knowledge that could potentially revolutionize my understanding of advanced magic. But unlike the desperate urgency that had characterized so many of my previous challenges, this felt like an opportunity to be savored rather than a crisis to be resolved. You're ready, Luna observed, her mental presence carrying anticipation that matched my own. The healing is complete, your family relationships are stable, and your understanding of magical principles has reached the point where dragon knowledge can be safely approached. How long do you think the initial investigation will take? I asked, though I suspected the answer would involve significantly more complexity than simple timeframes. Dragon magic doesn't follow human scheduling, Luna replied with amusement. But I estimate that establishing a functional 8-circle framework will require at least a month of intensive study, followed by a year of refinement and practical development at the very least. The prospect was both exciting and daunting. Unlike my 7-circle research at the Academy, which had involved synthesizing different human approaches to familiar principles, 8-circle magic would require learning to think in fundamentally non-human terms. As the evening settled into peaceful domesticity, Stella sleeping safely in her room, the penthouse secure and comfortable around us, I felt complete contentment with the foundation I had built for this next phase of development. Chapter 747, Bahamut's Heart 2. The laboratory felt different as I descended the stairs the following morning, carrying a cup of coffee and the anticipation that came with beginning genuinely groundbreaking research. Stella was safely at her morning lessons with private tutors, giving me several hours of uninterrupted time to finally approach the challenge I had been preparing for. Bahamut's dragon heart sat in its containment field exactly as I had left it weeks ago, a crystalline structure nearly the size of my torso, pulsing with energy so ancient and powerful it seemed to bend reality around itself. But this time, instead of feeling overwhelmed by its presence, I approached it with the systematic methodology that had enabled my 7-circle breakthrough. The difference between 7-circle and 8-circle magic, I murmured, activating my soul vision to begin detailed analysis, is just how mana is manipulated, resulting in more power. Exactly, Luna's mental voice carried satisfaction at my understanding. Human magic achieves 8-circle effects through mathematical optimization and systematic frameworks. Dragon magic reaches the same power levels through perfect intuitive balance. Both approaches can accomplish identical results, the difference is in methodology, not capability. I had been thinking about this challenge for weeks, and I believed the solution lay in combining human systematic thinking with the intuitive harmony that dragons achieved naturally. My mathematical frameworks provided structure and predictability, while Luna's radiant rank understanding could guide me toward the balanced principles that made 8-circle magic possible. I think it's time we worked on this together properly, I said aloud, knowing Luna would understand my meaning. The air in the laboratory shimmered and Luna's physical manifestation began to materialize, a childlike form with amethyst hair that seemed to contain tiny points of starlight and golden eyes that held wisdom far beyond her apparent age. Her presence made the dragon heart's energy patterns more visible, as if her Chilan nature resonated with the ancient draconic power. Much better, Luna said with obvious satisfaction, her voice carrying the musical quality that characterized her physical speech. I can sense the heart's knowledge much more clearly like this. She approached the dragon heart with reverence, her small hands glowing with soft radiant energy as she placed them on the crystalline surface. Bahamut was ancient even by dragon standards. The knowledge contained here spans millennia of magical understanding. And it's completely overwhelming when approached directly, I added, remembering my previous attempts at simple contact. But what if we combined your intuitive understanding with my mathematical frameworks? Create a hybrid approach that leverages both advantages? Luna's golden eyes brightened with interest. Human systematic thinking to provide structure, Chilan harmonic perception to guide balance. It could work, but it would require perfect coordination between us. I moved to stand beside her, placing my own hands on the dragon heart while opening my consciousness to both the ancient knowledge it contained and Luna's radiant presence. The combination was immediately different from my previous attempts. Instead of drowning in overwhelming information, I found myself able to perceive patterns and relationships that had been invisible before. I can see the mathematical structures underlying dragon magic, I said with growing excitement, my enhanced perception revealing equations that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. But they're not linear like human spell matrices. They're organic somehow. Dragons don't construct spells, Luna explained, her golden eyes reflecting the crystalline patterns emerging around us. They grow them, like cultivating living systems that achieve balance through natural harmony rather than imposed structure. The insight was revolutionary. Instead of building eight-circle magic through increasingly complex mathematical frameworks, I needed to create conditions where balanced opposition could emerge naturally, then use mathematical principles to stabilize and direct the resulting phenomena. Show me the balance patterns, I requested, feeling Luna's harmonic perception guide my understanding toward the subtle resonances that enabled stable coexistence between opposing forces. What followed was unlike any magical research I had ever attempted. Luna's Chilan intuition revealed the essential nature of oppositional harmony, how light and darkness could coexist without mutual annihilation, how creation and destruction could operate simultaneously without paradox, how order and chaos could achieve dynamic equilibrium rather than constant conflict. Meanwhile, my human mathematical training provided frameworks for understanding and replicating these patterns in practical applications. Each insight Luna provided about natural balance, I translated into equations that could guide spell construction and energy manipulation. The key is accepting that contradictions don't need resolution, I realized as complex theoretical structures began forming in my mind. Eight-circle magic maintains stable tension between opposing forces rather than synthesizing them into unified effects. Exactly, Luna confirmed, her amethyst hair seeming to sparkle with approval. Dragons instinctively understand that reality is built on balanced oppositions. Your challenge is learning to think like a dragon while retaining human consciousness and mathematical precision. Hours passed as we worked together, Luna's radiant rank abilities providing guidance while my systematic approach created frameworks for practical implementation. Gradually, the foundation of what could become my eight-circle method began to emerge, not a copy of dragon techniques, but a uniquely human approach that achieved similar results through different means. I'm calling it the draconic equilibrium synthesis, I said as preliminary theoretical structures took shape around us. 3 primary cores maintaining dynamic balance: light/order/creation, darkness/chaos/destruction, and harmonic synthesis. Each core can dominate temporarily while the others provide stabilizing opposition. Luna studied the emerging patterns with obvious fascination. It's elegant. You're using mathematical frameworks to create the stability that dragons achieve through instinctive understanding. Different methods, but the underlying principles are identical. My first attempt at creating an actual eight-circle formation was crude but functional. The 3 cores achieved temporary equilibrium, generating energy patterns that exceeded anything I had managed with 7-circle magic. But the formation was unstable, requiring constant conscious adjustment to prevent the opposing forces from consuming each other. The mathematical frameworks provide structure, I observed as the formation gradually destabilized despite my efforts, but maintaining balance requires more than conscious control. I need to find a way to make the opposition self-regulating. That will come with practice and deeper understanding, Luna assured me. What you've achieved in a few hours would take most humans years of study to even conceptualize. The foundation is solid, refinement is just a matter of time and experience. By early afternoon, I had developed what could reasonably be called a functional eight-circle prototype. It was unstable, required enormous concentration to maintain, and lasted only minutes before collapsing, but it demonstrated genuine eight-circle effects that exceeded my previous magical capabilities. Master? Came Reika's voice from the laboratory entrance, her violet eyes reflecting concern at the residual energy patterns still dissipating around us. I felt unusual magical signatures. Is everything proceeding safely? Very safely, I assured her, noting how Luna had already begun fading back into purely mental presence at Reika's arrival. Just some theoretical breakthrough work. How are Stella's lessons progressing? Excellently. She has requested permission to show you her latest arithmetic improvements when you have time available, Reika replied, though her gaze lingered on the dragon heart with obvious recognition of its significance. As I prepared to conclude the morning's research session, I felt profound satisfaction with what had been accomplished. The combination of Luna's Chilan intuition and my human mathematical training had produced insights that neither approach could have achieved alone. This is just the beginning, Luna observed as her physical manifestation completely faded, leaving only her mental presence. You've established the theoretical foundation, but mastering eight-circle magic will require months of careful development. I understand, I replied, already anticipating the long journey ahead. But having a functional framework makes everything else possible. We've proven that human eight-circle magic can work, now it's just a matter of refinement and practical application. Looking back at the dragon heart as I prepared to return upstairs, I felt the familiar satisfaction that came from successful research. Unlike the desperate urgency that had characterized my 7-circle development, this felt like the beginning of a gradual but inevitable progression toward capabilities I could barely imagine. Eight-circle magic was no longer a theoretical impossibility but a practical challenge that could be solved through patience, careful study, and the continued collaboration between human systematic thinking and Chilan harmonic wisdom. The foundation was complete. Everything that came next would be building upon this first crucial breakthrough. Chapter 748, Bahamut's Heart, 3. The 3rd week of November brought the first real snowfall of the season, of course, that only happened outside the weather-controlled Avalon City. Meanwhile, I struggled with the fundamental instability of my draconic equilibrium synthesis. The prototype I had developed with Luna's help was functional, but maintaining it required such intense concentration that it became exhausting within minutes. The mathematical frameworks provide structure, I muttered, reviewing my notes from the previous week's breakthrough, but the opposing forces still want to consume each other instead of achieving stable equilibrium. The problem is that you're trying to force balance through conscious control, Luna observed from her position floating near the dragon heart. Her physical manifestations had become more frequent since our successful collaboration, though she still appeared as a child with amethyst hair that sparkled with contained starlight. Dragons don't think their way into balance, they feel it. That insight had led me to develop what I was calling spiral mirror meditation based on the dual nature approach outlined in my theoretical framework. Each morning before beginning mathematical work, I spent an hour practicing the discipline Luna had helped me devise. Draw the spiral, I murmured, settling into meditation position with my back against the laboratory wall. The first phase required visualizing a golden logarithmic helix while simultaneously maintaining a harmonic hum that resonated with Luna's Chilean nature. The dual focus drill was surprisingly difficult. My mind wanted to concentrate on either the visual spiral pattern or the musical harmony, but achieving both simultaneously required a different kind of mental state entirely. After 2 weeks of practice, I could maintain the combination for nearly 20 minutes before fatigue set in. Better, Luna commented as I concluded the morning session. Your senses are naturally growing through this practice. Soon you'll start perceiving mana flows as curved patterns rather than linear streams. The mathematical work that followed was where I made my most concrete progress. The split-octonian algebra that formed the theoretical foundation of 8-circle magic was unlike anything I had encountered in 7-circle mathematics. Where Fuller method relied on associative operations that could be solved systematically, octonian multiplication was non-associative but alternative, requiring an entirely different approach to problem solving. Master? Reika's voice came from the laboratory entrance as I worked through a particularly complex identity proof. I have organized yesterday's theoretical notes as requested. Reika had become invaluable during this research phase, her absolute devotion expressing itself through meticulous documentation of every insight and breakthrough. Her violet eyes reflected genuine fascination as she watched me work, though she clearly understood little of the advanced mathematics involved. Thank you, I said, accepting the carefully organized papers. Have you heard from Stella's tutors about her progress? Excellently, as always. Stella has requested permission to show you her latest arithmetic work when you have time available, Reika replied with obvious fondness. Despite having no magical potential herself, Stella had impressive mathematical intuition that made her tutors consistently praise her capabilities. I'll visit her after lunch, I promised, returning my attention to the octonian identities that were gradually becoming more intuitive through repetition. The theoretical breakthrough came when I stopped trying to solve the mathematical problems through pure logic and instead allowed Luna's harmonic intuition to guide my understanding. The key insight was accepting that contradictions didn't need resolution. 8-circle magic maintained stable tension between opposing forces rather than synthesizing them into unified effects. It's like learning to see with both eyes instead of one, I realized as complex relationships began making sense. The mathematics describes dynamic balance rather than static equilibrium. Exactly, Luna confirmed, her golden eyes brightening with approval. You're beginning to think like a dragon while retaining human mathematical precision. By the time Rose arrived for her scheduled visit that afternoon, I had made substantial progress stabilizing the 3-course system that formed the heart of my prototype. Her auburn hair was dusted with snow from the journey, and her brown eyes immediately focused on the residual energy patterns still visible around my workspace. Those formations are far more stable than what you described last week, she observed with the analytical precision that made her such an effective mage. The oscillation frequency has decreased significantly. Luna's been helping me understand the balance principles that make extended stability possible, I explained, gesturing toward the mathematical frameworks covering multiple whiteboards. But I'm still struggling with some of the higher-order octonian relationships. Rose studied the equations with obvious interest, her genius-level intellect immediately grasping the theoretical foundations even without prior exposure to 8-circle mathematics. These multiplication tables are fascinating. The non-associative property creates solution spaces that simply don't exist in 7-circle magic. What followed was one of the most productive theoretical sessions I had experienced since beginning this research. Rose's mathematical intuition provided valuable alternative perspectives on problems I had been approaching too rigidly. Here, she said, pointing to a particularly complex identity I had been struggling with. Instead of solving this directly, what if you approached it as a harmonic resonance problem? The opposition between these terms might stabilize naturally if you let them find their own equilibrium point. The suggestion led to a breakthrough in understanding how the operator would eventually function. Instead of imposing mathematical constraints on the opposing forces, I needed to create conditions where stable tension could emerge organically. You're absolutely right, I said with growing excitement as the theoretical framework began clicking into place. I've been thinking like a 7-circle mage trying to control everything through conscious manipulation. 8-circle magic requires accepting that some aspects of the system will self-regulate. Rose smiled with obvious satisfaction at contributing to genuinely groundbreaking research. It reminds me of necromantic balance between life and death energies. Fighting the opposition creates instability, but accepting it as natural allows for much more powerful effects. We worked together for several hours, Rose's contributions helping me refine mathematical approaches while I handled the theoretical heavy lifting that required deeper understanding of Draconic principles. By evening, I had developed what could reasonably be called a stable framework for the three-core system. Stella? I called as I climbed the stairs to the main floors of the penthouse, having concluded the day's research with genuine progress to show for it. Daddy, came her delighted response from the living room where she was sprawled on the carpet with arithmetic worksheets spread around her. Look what I learned today. What followed was a wonderfully normal half-hour of 9-year-old enthusiasm about mathematical concepts that she understood far better than most children her age. Stella's natural mathematical intuition consistently impressed her tutors, though she approached numbers with pure joy rather than the systematic precision that characterized my research. Multiplication is like magic, she announced with absolute seriousness, showing me a worksheet covered with perfectly solved problems. You put two numbers together and they become something completely different. That's a very wise observation, I agreed, thinking about how her innocent insight actually captured something profound about mathematical transformation. Numbers do have their own kind of magic. Can you show me some of your magic sometime? She asked with hopeful curiosity, as she did occasionally despite my explanations about why that wasn't possible. When you're older, I promise gently, and if you develop magical potential, I'll teach you everything I know. But your mathematics is already impressive magic of its own kind. Later that evening, after Stella had gone to bed and Rose had returned to her own responsibilities, I sat in my laboratory reviewing the day's progress with genuine satisfaction. The theoretical framework was becoming more robust, the mathematical foundations were solidifying, and I could feel myself approaching something that would eventually become the complete Nightingale's Aurora method. You're learning to balance human systematic thinking with dragon intuitive wisdom, Luna observed as she settled into her favorite floating position near the dragon heart. A few more weeks of this development and you'll have something truly revolutionary. I can feel it coming together, I agreed, already anticipating tomorrow's research session. The foundation is becoming solid enough to support the advanced concepts we'll need for the final method. Chapter 749, Bahamut's Heart 4. The first week of December brought with it a breakthrough that fundamentally changed my understanding of what eight-circle magic could accomplish. After nearly a month of patient work developing the theoretical foundations, I had reached the point where the advanced concepts outlined in my original design framework could finally be implemented. The problem with the three-core system, I murmured while reviewing my notes from the previous week's progress, is that it still requires constant conscious adjustment. A true eight-circle method needs to be self-regulating. Which brings us to the metacompiler concept, Luna observed from her position near the dragon heart. Her physical manifestations had become more stable as my understanding deepened, though she still maintained the childlike appearance that reflected my current magical limitations. The orchestrator isn't just another layer of control, it's a fundamentally different approach to spell construction. This insight had led me to what I was privately calling the integration phase of my research. Instead of simply stabilizing the draconic equilibrium synthesis, I needed to create a system that could rewrite itself during execution while maintaining coherence across all operational parameters. The mathematical framework for this concept was staggering in its complexity. Where seven-circle magic operated within well-defined solution spaces, the orchestrator required calculations that existed in multiple dimensional configurations simultaneously. The Splitoctonian algebra I had been practicing provided the theoretical foundation, but implementing it required developing entirely new approaches to magical thinking. Draw the spiral, mirror the lotus, I murmured during my morning meditation, following the dual-focus discipline that had become essential to my progress. The visualization now involved imagining a golden logarithmic helix coiling through my mana channels while maintaining harmonic resonance with Luna's Qilin nature. After weeks of practice, this meditation had evolved beyond simple mental exercise. I could actually perceive subtle changes in how mana flowed through my body during the process, as if the combined Draconic and Qilin approaches were gradually reshaping my magical sensitivity. Your perception is developing exactly as it should, Luna confirmed as I concluded the session. Soon you'll be able to sense field topology changes that would be invisible to conventional magical analysis. The theoretical work that followed pushed the boundaries of what I thought possible with human mathematical frameworks. The omega psi operator I was developing would need to function as a living interface between conscious intention and unconscious magical intuition, allowing for real-time adaptation without losing systematic coherence. Master? Came Reika's voice from the laboratory entrance as I worked through particularly complex operator definitions. Cecilia has arrived for her scheduled visit. I looked up from equations that covered 3 separate whiteboards to see Cecilia entering with her characteristic confident stride. Her blonde hair was perfectly arranged despite the weather, and her crimson eyes immediately focused on the mathematical frameworks with obvious fascination. This is far more advanced than what you described, she observed, studying the Splitoctonian multiplication tables with genuine interest. These equations suggest capabilities that could revolutionize magical education throughout the empire. The theoretical implications are staggering, I agreed, gesturing toward the section of calculations devoted to metacompilation theory. If this works as intended, it will represent a completely new paradigm for how humans approach eight-circle magic. What followed was several hours of intense theoretical discussion that proved invaluable for refining my understanding. Cecilia's genius-level intellect and perspective provided insights I wouldn't have reached independently, particularly regarding the practical applications of self-modifying spell matrices. The real breakthrough here isn't just the power increase, she noted while examining my work on harmonic resonance calculations. It's the adaptability. A spell that can rewrite itself in response to changing conditions would be worth more than all the static 7-circle methods combined. Her observation led me to a crucial realization about the orchestrator's ultimate function. Instead of simply maintaining balance between opposing forces, it needed to actively optimize that balance based on environmental feedback and user intention. You're absolutely right, I said with growing excitement as new theoretical possibilities opened up. The metacompiler isn't just coordinating existing elements, it's continuously improving the entire system's performance through dynamic optimization. We worked together throughout the afternoon, Cecilia's contributions helping me refine the theoretical framework while I handled the advanced mathematical development that required deeper understanding of draconic principles. By evening, I had made substantial progress toward what was beginning to resemble a genuinely revolutionary magical method. "Daddy," came Stella's delighted voice as I climbed the stairs to find her in the living room surrounded by art supplies and half-finished winter decorations. "Look what I made for our Christmas tree." What followed was a wonderfully normal evening of 9-year-old enthusiasm about holiday preparations. Stella had spent the afternoon creating paper snowflakes with mathematical precision that would have impressed her tutors, each one displaying perfect symmetrical patterns despite her lack of any formal training in geometric principles. "They're beautiful," I assured her, examining the intricate designs with genuine admiration. "You have real artistic talent to go with your mathematical abilities." "Miss Reika helped me understand how to make the folds," Stella explained proudly, showing me a particularly complex snowflake that demonstrated surprising sophistication. "She said mathematics and art are like magic working together." "That's very wise," I agreed, thinking about how her innocent observation actually captured something profound about the integration I was attempting in my research. The combination of systematic thinking and intuitive creativity was exactly what made 8-circle magic possible. The following week brought Rachel's visit, which proved equally valuable for different reasons. Where Cecilia had focused on the practical implications of self-modifying spells, Rachel was immediately drawn to the ethical harmony aspects that formed the Chilan resonance component of my method. "The balance you're describing isn't just mathematical," she observed while studying my work on harmonic phase alignment. "There's a moral dimension to how these opposing forces achieve stability." Her Saintess training provided perspectives on ethical magic that I hadn't considered, but that proved essential for understanding why the Omega Psi operator required Chilan wisdom rather than pure draconic power. The harmonic resonance wasn't just about technical optimization, it ensured that the spell remained aligned with the caster's true intentions rather than becoming corrupted by unchecked ambition. The Chilan component acts as a safeguard, I realized as Rachel's insights helped clarify the deeper principles involved. It prevents the draconic spiral from overwhelming the caster's conscious will. "Exactly," she confirmed with obvious satisfaction. "Power without wisdom leads to corruption, but wisdom without power accomplishes nothing. Your method balances both aspects through mathematical precision rather than relying on instinctive understanding." By the end of the second week in December, I had developed what could reasonably be called a functional framework for the complete Nightingale's Aurora method. The 3-core draconic equilibrium synthesis provided the foundation, while the Omega Psi orchestrator enabled real-time optimization and self-regulation that would make sustained 8-circle casting theoretically possible. "The mathematical framework is essentially complete," I told Luna as we reviewed the week's progress. "What remains is creating the activation protocol that will allow instant implementation when I reach immortal rank." "You've accomplished something remarkable," Luna replied, her golden eyes reflecting obvious pride in our collaboration. "The combination of human systematic thinking with Dragon Chilan wisdom has produced insights that neither approach could achieve alone." Looking at the equations covering every available surface in my laboratory, I felt the profound satisfaction that came from approaching a goal that had seemed impossible just months earlier. The Nightingale's Aurora method was no longer a theoretical concept but a practical framework waiting only for my magical advancement to make it usable. "Stella?" I called as I prepared to conclude another productive day of research. "Would you like to help me organize some papers before dinner?" "Yes," came her immediate enthusiastic response, followed by the sound of running footsteps as she hurried to join me. One more week of refinement and the method would be complete. Chapter 750, Bahamut's Heart 5. The third week of December brought an unusual warmth to the city, as if winter itself was holding its breath before the final approach to the holidays. Or maybe the government was playing a prank on me. In my laboratory, surrounded by months of theoretical development, I could feel the completion of the Nightingale's Aurora method approaching like the inevitable sunrise that had inspired its name. "The activation protocol is the final piece," I murmured while reviewing the comprehensive framework that now covered every available surface in my workspace. "Everything else is mathematically sound, but I need a trigger mechanism that will allow instant implementation when my mana capacity reaches immortal rank." "The beauty of your approach," Luna observed from her floating position near the dragon heart, "is that you've created something entirely new rather than simply copying existing methods. This will be uniquely yours in a way that no other magical technique could be." Her comment reminded me of something I had been reflecting on throughout this development process. Months earlier, I had taken the time to master the traditional meridian method, the classical human approach to eight-circle magic that had been developed over centuries of systematic research. At the time, it had seemed like necessary preparation for eventually developing my own techniques. Now I realized how crucial that foundation had been. The meridian method's emphasis on geometric resonance arrays and sequential amplification cascades had provided me with a complete understanding of conventional eight-circle principles. Without that knowledge, I would have wasted months learning basic eight-circle theory before even beginning work on my revolutionary approach. It's like learning to walk before attempting to dance, I said aloud, appreciating how the classical training had prepared me for innovation rather than limiting my thinking. The meridian method gave me the foundational knowledge I needed, but the Nightingale's Aurora method represents something entirely different. Where the meridian method relied on careful construction of stable 8-element arrays that could channel enormous magical forces through predictable geometric patterns, my approach embraced dynamic opposition and self-regulating balance. The classical method was elegant and reliable but fundamentally static. My method would be alive. Master? Came Reika's voice from the laboratory entrance. Serafina has arrived for her visit. I looked up from the activation protocol calculations to see Serafina entering with her characteristic silent grace. Her silver hair seemed to carry traces of winter starlight, and her ice-blue eyes immediately assessed the laboratory's current state with the analytical precision that characterized her approach to everything. The energy signatures have stabilized significantly since my last visit, she observed in her typically understated manner, though I caught the hint of genuine interest in her voice. Your theoretical work appears to be approaching completion. The mathematical framework is essentially finished, I confirmed, gesturing toward the final sections of equations that represented weeks of intensive development. What remains is creating the implementation trigger that will allow instant activation when my magical capacity permits actual casting. Serafina studied the complex theoretical structures with obvious fascination, though she approached them from a completely different perspective than Cecilia or Rachel had. Where they had focused on practical applications or ethical implications, her attention was drawn to the underlying principles of controlled opposition and dynamic balance. We spent the afternoon working together in comfortable silence, Serafina's observations helping me refine the implementation trigger while I handled the advanced mathematical development. Despite her reserved nature, she proved remarkably insightful about the practical aspects of maintaining complex techniques under pressure. By evening, I had developed what I was confident would be the final version of the activation protocol. The trigger mechanism would allow me to instantly access the complete Nightingale's Aurora method the moment my mana capacity reached the threshold required for 8-circle casting. Daddy! Came Stella's delighted voice as I climbed the stairs to find her in the living room, surrounded by completed winter decorations and a stack of wrapped presents she had been working on with impressive secrecy. Look what I finished. What followed was a wonderfully normal evening of 9-year-old pride in holiday preparations. Stella had spent weeks creating handmade gifts for everyone in our extended family, each one demonstrating the mathematical precision and artistic creativity that consistently amazed me. This one is for you, she announced with barely contained excitement, handing me a carefully wrapped package. But you can't open it until Christmas morning. I promised to wait, I assured her, accepting the gift with appropriate solemnity while trying to guess what mathematical art project she had created. Her presents always reflected her unique combination of numerical intuition and innocent creativity. Princess Serafina helped me with the ribbon, Stella added with obvious admiration for the elegant silver bow that topped the package. She knows how to make everything look perfect. The final week of December passed in a blur of theoretical refinement and family preparations for the approaching holidays. Each morning brought me closer to completing what would become the most revolutionary magical method developed in human history, while each evening reminded me of the simple joys that made all the advanced research worthwhile. The Nightingale's Aurora method is complete, I announced to Luna on December 20th, standing before mathematical frameworks that represented 6 weeks of intensive development. The theoretical foundation is solid, the implementation protocols are stable, and the activation trigger will function perfectly when my magical capacity permits actual use. You've created something truly remarkable, Luna replied, her golden eyes reflecting obvious pride in our collaboration. When historians write about the development of 8-circle magic, this moment will be remembered as the beginning of a new era. Looking at the comprehensive documentation that covered every surface in my laboratory, I felt the profound satisfaction that came from completing a goal that had seemed impossible just months earlier. The method was personalized specifically to my magical nature and would be impossible for anyone else to replicate, but the principles it demonstrated would eventually revolutionize how humans approached advanced magic. The foundation work is finished, I reflected while organizing the final theoretical notes. When I reach immortal rank and can actually use this method, it will feel like stepping from candlelight into sunrise. The comparison felt appropriate. The Nightingale's Aurora method represented more than just increased magical power, it embodied a completely new paradigm for how humans could achieve the kind of dynamic balance that dragons accomplished through instinctive understanding. Stella? I called as I prepared to conclude this phase of my research. Would you like to help me put away some papers before dinner? Yes. came her immediate enthusiastic response, followed by her characteristic running footsteps as she hurried to join me. Watching my daughter's innocent joy as she helped organize mathematical notes that would someday change the world, I reflected on how the most advanced magical research in human history had developed alongside the simple pleasures of family life. Both aspects had been essential to maintaining the balance required for genuine innovation. The snow had begun falling again outside my laboratory windows, and the city beyond was preparing for Christmas celebrations that would mark the end of one year and the beginning of another. For me, it also marked the completion of theoretical work that would define my magical development for years to come. The Nightingale's Aurora method was ready. When my magical capacity finally reached immortal rank, I would be able to access 8-circle power through a technique that combined human systematic thinking with dragon-Chilan wisdom in ways that had never been attempted before. Until then, I was content with the knowledge that I had built something revolutionary and the anticipation of eventually seeing it transform from theory into reality. The Aurora was waiting. Soon it would dawn. Chapter 751, Avalon's Grand Ball, 1. The invitation arrived on cream-colored parchment bearing the imperial seal, its weight somehow conveying the magnitude of what it represented. I examined the elegant script announcing the Slaymark Empire's New Year Grand Ball, knowing this event would mark the beginning of everything I had been preparing for. Social events in this world followed peculiar traditions that had always struck me as unnecessarily complicated. Despite the age of majority being 18, young nobles rarely participated in the social season until 20 or 21, when they finally graduated from their respective academies. The reasoning was practical enough: most attended academy for 6 years, making regular social obligations impractical during their studies. The only exceptions were truly significant celebrations like major birthday balls. I remembered Cecilia's Sweet 16 from years ago, one of the few grand events where younger nobles made appearances. But those occasions were rare, reserved for milestone birthdays of particularly important figures. This year was different. Cecilia was in her 6th and final year at Mythos Academy, as were the other princes and princesses from the world's superpowers. Rachel from the northern continent, Serafina from the eastern continent, and other heirs to thrones would all be attending their first true social season. The Slaymark Empire had decided to commemorate this convergence with something unprecedented, a grand ball inviting major nobles and powers from all 5 continents. The scale was staggering. Representatives from the northern, eastern, western, and southern continents would all gather in Avalon City for a celebration that would dwarf any previous social event. To accommodate this international guest list, the Empire had made the event even more exclusive than usual. Fewer local nobles received invitations, with preference given to higher nobles. The result was a guest list that read like a directory of the world's most influential people. My invitation was inevitable, though the reasoning behind it carried weight that still sometimes surprised me. My family held no noble title. But I was the guild grandmaster of the Empire, romantically involved with 3 princesses, a marquis's daughter, and Reka, whose own influence extended far beyond her modest background. In terms of actual political sway, I could claim to match almost anyone in the Empire. Guild resources, international connections through my relationships, and the unique magical research that had made my reputation meant I was genuinely one of the most powerful individuals in the world, regardless of noble bloodlines. The invitation extended to my immediate family as a courtesy, though the strict age restrictions meant not everyone could attend. Arya had her own New Year's plans with friends from her academy, and at 9 years old, Stella was far too young for such a formal event. Elias, I said, stepping into his office at the Ouroboros headquarters. I need a personal favor, I continued, noting how his expression didn't change despite the unusual nature of the request. The Grand Ball is a 3-day event, and I'll need someone to watch Stella. Would you be willing to stay at the penthouse with her? Elias set down his pen without hesitation. Of course, sir. I'd be honored to look after Miss Stella. A small smile crossed his usually professional features. She mentioned wanting to show me some new strategy games she's learned from her tutors. I believe she's quite proud of her mathematical progress. The fact that Elias knew about Stella's recent interests spoke to how much I trusted him with my personal life. As my secretary at the guild, he handled everything from classified magical research documentation to scheduling meetings with foreign dignitaries. But asking him to babysit my daughter represented a completely different level of trust, one that he'd earned through years of absolute reliability and genuine care for my family's well-being. She's excited about having you there, I admitted. Apparently it's going to be a sleepover adventure, in her words. Fair warning, she's gotten very good at those card games, so don't let her convince you to play for anything valuable. Noted, Elias replied with obvious amusement. Will you need any special arrangements for the guild while you're attending the ball? Standard protocols. Carrie will handle any urgent business decisions, and the department heads know to contact me only for genuine emergencies. I paused, considering the deeper implications of the upcoming event. This isn't just a social gathering, Elias. Keep the guild's security protocols active while I'm gone. He nodded, understanding immediately that political events of this magnitude often had consequences that extended far beyond the ballroom. Understood, sir. I'll maintain full readiness. Looking back at the invitation, I felt the familiar weight of anticipation that came with approaching a major event. This wouldn't be simply a social gathering, it would be the opening moves in a game that would determine the fate of empires. Prince Valerian would announce his engagement to Elara Astoria, beginning the tragic sequence I was determined to prevent. Jack Blaze-Spout would also be there, no doubt already planning his own approach to the situation. He probably assumed I would ignore the political implications entirely, focusing on my research or guild responsibilities while he positioned himself strategically. He had no idea I understood exactly what was at stake. The knowledge from my previous life weighed heavily on my mind as I made my way back to the penthouse. In the original novel, this grand ball had been described as a magnificent celebration that quickly turned into the catalyst for tragedy. Prince Valerian's engagement to Elara would be announced with great fanfare, the crowds would cheer, and everyone would congratulate the supposed fairy tale romance. Behind closed doors, however, the prince's true nature would begin to emerge. Elara's pure heart and gentle spirit would be systematically crushed by a man who saw her as nothing more than a political prize to be possessed and controlled. The novel had been disturbingly detailed about the psychological and physical abuse that would follow, each chapter showing Elara's gradual descent into despair. Her eventual suicide would come after months of suffering, triggering her father's rage and the civil war that would tear the empire apart. Thousands would die in the conflict that followed, all because one evil prince couldn't be satisfied with a political marriage and had to destroy the woman he claimed to love. I had read those chapters with growing horror, never imagining I would one day find myself in a position to change that outcome. Now, with the power to intervene, I refused to let that tragedy unfold. Elara Astoria deserved better than to become a casualty of political machination and royal sadism. The challenge would be approaching her without arousing suspicion. I couldn't simply warn her directly about the prince's nature, she would have no reason to believe me, and such accusations against royalty could be considered treason. Instead, I would need to win her trust gradually, offering her an alternative that seemed natural and appealing. The fact that Jack would also be pursuing her complicated matters significantly. In the original story, he had been a minor antagonist who eventually joined the Order of Fallen Flame and caused various problems for the protagonist. His interest in Elara hadn't been mentioned at all, which suggested either the novel had glossed over his motivations or something about my presence had changed the timeline. Either way, I couldn't afford to underestimate him. Jack's magical abilities were formidable, his political connections extensive, and his ruthlessness legendary. If he was planning to interfere with my efforts to save Elara, I would need to be prepared for anything. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of rapid footsteps echoing through the penthouse hallway, followed by urgent voices that made my blood run cold. I recognized those voices immediately, Cecilia and Rose, both speaking in the clipped, professional tones they used only during genuine emergencies. The grand ball would bring together everyone who mattered on the world stage, creating opportunities and dangers that would shape the next several months. For most attendees, it would be a celebration marking the end of one year and the beginning of another. For me, it would be the opening gambit in preventing a war that could destroy everything I cared about. 3 days until the ball. 3 days to finalize my own preparations and ensure I was ready for whatever Jack might attempt. The game was about to begin, and this time I intended to win. But first, I needed to find out why 2 of my most capable girlfriends were rushing through my home like the fate of the world depended on it. The bedroom door burst open without ceremony, and both Cecilia and Rose appeared in the doorway, their faces grave with concern that made my stomach clench with immediate alarm. "Arthur," Cecilia said, her usual playful demeanor completely absent, "we need to talk. Now." Chapter 752, Avalon's Grand Ball, 2. The relief that washed over me when I saw their expressions was immediately replaced by confusion. Cecilia's crimson eyes held the determined gleam I recognized from her most ambitious political maneuvering, while Rose's brown eyes reflected the strategic focus she employed when managing particularly complex guild operations. "Arthur," Rose began, her voice carrying the same tone she used when explaining why a particular business decision was absolutely crucial, "we have a serious problem." "How serious?" I asked, still trying to reconcile their dramatic entrance with the apparent lack of any actual crisis. Scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is the Empire is under attack and 1 is Stella drew on the walls again. "About an 8, Cecilia replied without hesitation, causing my alarm to spike once more before she continued. "You cannot attend the grand ball looking like you just walked out of a guild meeting." I stared at them both for several seconds, waiting for the actual emergency to be revealed. When none came, I felt a different kind of tension building. "You burst into my bedroom like the world was ending because you're worried about my clothes?" "Arthur," Rose said with the patience of someone explaining basic mathematics to a particularly slow student, "this isn't just any social event. This is the Grand Ball, the most important gathering of international powers in decades. Representatives from all 5 continents will be there, and you'll be representing not just yourself but all the guilds in the Empire and, by extension, everyone connected to you." More importantly, Cecilia added, settling onto my bed with the casual authority that came naturally to crown princesses, "You're attending as the partner of 3 princesses, a marquis's daughter, and Reika. The fashion coordination alone is a diplomatic nightmare." That gave me pause. In my focus on the political implications of the ball, I had completely overlooked the social complexities that would be just as important for maintaining the relationships that gave me my influence. "Coordination? Your suit needs to complement all 5 of our dresses simultaneously," Rose explained, producing a tablet that displayed what appeared to be a complex color-matching application. Cecilia will be wearing sleigh mark royal colors, Rachel will represent northern continent traditions, Serafina will be in eastern formal wear, I'll be in Springshaper house colors, and Reka will be wearing something that reflects her position in your household. The challenge, Cecilia continued, is finding a combination that works with all of those different color schemes and cultural expectations without making you look like you're wearing a rainbow or, worse, favoring one of us over the others. I was beginning to understand why they had approached this with emergency-level urgency. At an event where every detail would be scrutinized for political meaning, any perceived favoritism could create diplomatic incidents that would echo for years. Where are the others? I asked, noting the absence of the remaining members of what Stella had once innocently called my princess collection. Reka is visiting her family for the first time in months, Rose explained. She insisted on getting their blessing for attending such a major event as your official partner. Rachel is dealing with some crisis in the northern continent that requires Saintus intervention, and Serafina is handling eastern diplomatic preparations for the ball. Which means, Cecilia said with obvious satisfaction, that we have been entrusted with ensuring you don't embarrass yourself or us at the most important social event of the year. I see. I considered the implications of letting these two take charge of my wardrobe, weighing the benefits against the potential for complications. And I assume you already have a plan? Of course we do, Rose replied, standing and moving toward my closet with obvious purpose. We've made appointments at Avalon's premier boutique. They're expecting us in an hour. An hour? I glanced at the time, noting how efficiently they had organized this intervention. How long have you two been planning this? Since the invitations were announced, Cecilia admitted without shame. We've been coordinating with the others through encrypted messages to ensure everything works perfectly. This is too important to leave to chance. What followed was a whirlwind journey across the city to a boutique that epitomized the strange blend of traditional craftsmanship and modern luxury that characterized Avalon's high-end fashion district. The building itself was a study in understated elegance, with floor-to-ceiling windows displaying garments that probably cost more than most people earned in a year. Grandmaster Nightingale, the boutique manager, greeted me with professional enthusiasm that suggested my reputation had preceded me. Your Highness, Lady Springshaper, we're honored to serve you today. The next several hours became a lesson in the complexities of high society fashion that I had never fully appreciated. What I had assumed would be a simple matter of selecting a well-tailored suit turned into an intricate process involving fabric samples, color wheels, cultural significance charts, and what appeared to be a minor degree in international diplomacy. The base needs to be classic black, the head tailor explained while taking measurements with precision that would have impressed my magical research assistants. But the accents are where we create the coordination you're seeking. Cecilia and Rose worked with the boutique's designers like generals planning a military campaign, each decision carefully considered for its broader implications. The waistcoat would incorporate subtle threads that complemented Cecilia's royal crimson, while the cufflinks would feature gems that echoed Rachel's northern sapphires. The boutonniere is crucial, Rose noted, studying various options with obvious intensity. It needs to reference all five without being ostentatious. What about a composite design? The designer suggested, producing a sketch that showed a small arrangement incorporating elements from each girlfriend's cultural traditions. Sleigh mark roses, northern winterberries, eastern cherry blossoms, Springshaper autumn leaves, and something unique for Miss Reka. Perfect, Cecilia declared with obvious satisfaction. Arthur, you're going to look magnificent. As the measurements and fittings continued, I found myself genuinely impressed by the level of thought they were putting into every detail. The suit they were designing would be a work of art that managed to honor 5 different cultural traditions while maintaining the sophisticated elegance expected at such an event. The girls are getting their final fittings done in the private salon, Rose informed me as we concluded the initial measurements. Would you like to see the preliminary designs? I think I'll be surprised, I replied, trusting their judgment completely. But I do have one question. Which is? Cecilia asked, pausing in her discussion with the accessories specialist. How exactly are we handling the logistics at the ball itself? I can't exactly escort 5 different women simultaneously. The smile that crossed Cecilia's face was both predatory and amused. Oh, Arthur. You have so much to learn about high society events. We've already worked that out too. You will not escort all of us since we will be with our parents, except for Reka, Rose said. Reka is technically your +1 after all. The 4 of us will join after that. And the dancing? I asked, beginning to appreciate the choreography involved in navigating such an event. Rotation schedule, Cecilia replied cheerfully. We've already coordinated with the orchestra to ensure appropriate music for each transition. By the end of the evening, you'll have properly honored all 5 relationships without creating any diplomatic incidents. Looking at these 2 extraordinary women as they continued planning every detail of the upcoming ball, I felt a profound appreciation for the complexity of the relationships I had built. Each of my girlfriends brought unique strengths and perspectives, but when they worked together like this, the results were genuinely impressive. One more thing, Rose said as we prepared to leave the boutique. We'll need to schedule a final coordination meeting before the ball. There are still some details about the overall strategy that require all 5 of us to discuss together. Strategy? I asked, though I was beginning to suspect I knew what she meant. Cecilia's crimson eyes gleamed with anticipation. Arthur, you don't think we're approaching the grand ball without a comprehensive plan, do you? This is going to be the most important social and political event any of us have attended. Every move needs to be calculated. Chapter 753 Avalon's Grand Ball 3. Avalon's Grand Ball to celebrate New Year's Eve was shaping up to be the most significant political gathering in decades. Everyone major around the entire world had been invited, and as Crown Prince of the Windward family, my invitation had been as inevitable as the northern winds that shaped our continent. My father wasn't attending, following the grim necessity that kept all radiant rancors close to their territories these days. The miasmic species threats that had been emerging across all 5 continents required constant vigilance from the world's most powerful mages. Each continent needed at least one radiant rancor present to respond to potential incursions, making gatherings like this the domain of younger generations while our elders maintained the barriers that kept civilization safe. But my mother, Queen Helena Windward of the North, would be there. This was an event that transcended even age-of-coming ceremonies or royal weddings in its scope and importance. Representatives from all 5 continents would gather in Avalon City, creating opportunities for alliances that could reshape the political landscape for generations. As I was escorting 2 remarkable women who had become essential parts of my life and my future, Ciela Moyong and Dia Solarin had both adapted remarkably well to the northern continent despite it being so different from the eastern lands they called home. For Ciela, the transition had been relatively smooth. Her composed nature and strategic mind had quickly grasped the political complexities of northern court life. But for Dia, every day still brought discoveries as she encountered technology that was nearly 3 decades ahead of what her isolated island had possessed. The Neuralink heating systems still amazed me, Dia had confided just that morning while marveling at how our entire delegation's quarters maintained perfect temperature despite the howling blizzard outside. The system responded to thoughts and biological feedback, adjusting not just temperature but humidity and air circulation based on occupants' needs. On my island, we had smart climate control, but nothing that could read intentions like this. It's like the building knows what I want before I do. I smiled at the memory as I watched her now, standing by the grand windows of our temporary quarters while we waited for the final members of our delegation. The windows themselves were a marvel, transparent aluminum with embedded display capabilities that could show real-time weather data, magical readings, or even entertainment content. To someone from 2020 level technology, it must have seemed like pure magic. We were all students at Mythos Academy in our final year, and after graduation I was planning to propose to both of them. The northern continent had different marriage traditions than most of the world, and plural marriages among nobility were not just accepted but often expected for political stability. Dia turned around, her red hair flicking as her golden eyes met my verdant ones. The movement was graceful and unconscious, the kind of natural elegance that had first caught my attention years ago. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked, tilting her head with curious innocence. She was wearing a comfortable white long-sleeved outfit with a skirt that showed her long legs, accented with golden trims that complemented her eyes perfectly. The fabric itself was another technological marvel, adaptive fibers that regulated temperature and could shift opacity or color based on environmental conditions. "Because you look stunning," I said simply, meaning every word. The response was automatic by now. Dia's beauty had a way of stopping conversations and derailing thoughts, even after all these years. Dia's face quickly turned as red as her hair, her defenses against direct compliments still remarkably weak as she spun around to hide her blush. Despite everything we had shared over the years, she remained endearingly flustered by straightforward expressions of affection. "I wonder when she'll ever get used to it," Ciela whispered into my ear, her voice maintaining its characteristic calm composure while carrying an undertone of fond amusement. Her breath was warm against my skin, and I caught the subtle scent of the winter jasmine perfume she favored. I had to agree with Ciela's assessment. After everything Dia and I had experienced together, battles, political crises, quiet moments of intimacy, and the gradual building of trust that had grown into love, she was still caught off guard by direct expressions of affection. Not that I dared complain about such an endearing trait. The Windward delegation was coordinating with the other ruling family of the northern continent, the Creightons, ensuring that our arrival in Avalon would present a united front that demonstrated the strength and stability of northern political unity. It was a calculated move designed to reinforce our continent's position in the broader international landscape. The smaller noble families from the north had already departed, arriving ahead of us to handle preliminary negotiations and establish the groundwork for more significant discussions. This left the primary royal families to make the grand entrance that would set the tone for the entire northern continent's participation in the ball. I was reviewing the final coordination details when familiar footsteps reached my ears, causing me to turn toward the delegation's main entrance. The sound was distinctive, confident, measured, carrying the authority that came from years of royal training and genuine magical power. Rachel Creighton appeared first, leading the Creighton delegation with the natural grace that had made her famous throughout the magical world. She was wearing a golden dress that matched her blonde hair perfectly, the fabric seeming to capture and reflect light in ways that made her appear almost luminous. As always, she looked every inch the saintess and princess that the world knew her to be. Beside her walked Kathleen Creighton, Rachel's older sister and the current heir to the Creighton domain. At 26, Kathleen possessed a different kind of beauty than her famous younger sister. Her silver hair cascaded in elegant waves that caught the light like spun moonbeams, while her deep blue eyes held the wisdom that came from years of political responsibility. She had been managing much of the Creighton family's day-to-day governance, allowing Rachel to focus on her saintess duties and academy studies. But today, Kathleen's usual composed demeanor showed cracks of uncertainty. Her hands, normally steady and sure, trembled slightly as she adjusted her deep blue dress. Her eyes darted nervously between the assembled delegations, and I noticed how she kept glancing back toward the entrance as if expecting or dreading something. At least, I wanted to say Rachel looked the same as ever. But something was different about both sisters today. There was a tension in Rachel's sapphire eyes that I couldn't quite identify despite having known her since childhood. We had grown up together as the heirs to the northern continent's two most powerful families, sharing tutors, training sessions, and the complex responsibilities that came with our positions. I prided myself on reading her moods and understanding her thoughts, but this expression was new. Kathleen's nervousness was even more concerning. She had always been the steady, reliable presence in northern politics, the one who handled crises with calm efficiency while others panicked. Seeing her visibly shaken suggested that whatever was happening involved stakes far beyond normal political complications. My mother stepped forward first, moving with the diplomatic grace that had made her one of the most respected queens on the continent. She opened her mouth to offer the formal greeting that protocol demanded between the two royal families. "Isolde," she said instead, her voice trembling with shock that sent ice through my veins. My eyes widened as I followed her gaze past Rachel and Kathleen to the figure walking behind them. Only then did I understand what had stolen the composure from one of the strongest women I knew. It was Rachel's mother, Isolde Creighton, former queen of the Creighton family. She looked exactly as I remembered her from my childhood, the same golden hair that Rachel had inherited, the same deep blue eyes that both daughters shared, the same regal bearing that had made her legendary among northern nobility. But she was supposed to be dead. Kathleen's face had gone pale, her silver hair providing stark contrast to her suddenly bloodless complexion. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, the trembling becoming more pronounced as she struggled to maintain her composure. Whatever circumstances had brought their mother back, it was clear that Kathleen was as shocked by her presence as anyone else. "Isolde? How?" My mother began, struggling to compose her voice despite the obvious panic building behind her eyes. The two queens had been extraordinarily close, their friendship transcending political necessity to become genuine sisterhood. They had shared the unique burdens of ruling neighboring domains on the same continent, supporting each other through crises that would have broken lesser women. "Helena, it's been far too long since I saw you," Isolde replied, her voice carrying the same musical quality I remembered from childhood visits. She smiled as she spoke, the expression appearing natural and warm. However, her eyes were far from smiling. There was something cold and calculating in her gaze, something that made my instincts scream warnings even as my mind struggled to process the impossibility of her presence. The silence stretched uncomfortably as the implications crashed over all of us. Isolde Creighton had been declared dead years ago, victim of a magical accident that had shocked the entire continent. Rachel had inherited many of her titles and responsibilities at an age when most princesses were still learning court etiquette, while Kathleen had stepped into the role of primary heir and domain administrator. "Mother," Rachel said quietly, her voice carefully controlled despite the tension radiating from her posture. "Mother," Kathleen echoed, though her voice cracked slightly on the word. She seemed to be struggling with something deeper than surprise. There was fear in her expression, mixed with an emotion I couldn't quite identify. "My dear daughters," Isolde replied, her smile never wavering even as her eyes remained cold. "I hope you're both prepared for the journey ahead. Such an important event requires our family to present a united front." The emphasis she placed on united carried undertones that made everyone present shift uncomfortably. Kathleen's nervous energy became more pronounced, her usual political poise completely abandoned as she fought to process whatever family dynamics were at play. The next hour passed in a blur of forced normalcy and barely contained tension. Protocol demanded that we proceed with departure preparations as if nothing extraordinary had occurred, but everyone could feel the undercurrents of something deeply complicated. Servants moved with unusual efficiency, conversations remained carefully neutral, and nobody dared ask the obvious questions. As our combined delegations made their way to the warp gate that would transport us to Avalon City, I found myself walking beside Ciola and Dia while keeping careful watch on the interaction between the Creighton family members. Kathleen stayed close to Rachel, her nervousness manifesting in small gestures, adjusting her dress repeatedly, running her fingers through her silver hair, glancing frequently at their mother with expressions that mixed apprehension with something approaching dread. The family dynamic seemed complex, Ciola observed quietly, her diplomatic training allowing her to comment without being overtly intrusive. I nodded, not trusting myself to comment further without risking being overheard. Whatever was happening with the Creighton family, it was clearly more complex than a simple case of mistaken death reports. The warp gate activated with a brilliant flash of light, and the northern delegation stepped through into whatever complications awaited us in Avalon City. Chapter 754, Avalon's Grand Ball 4. December 30th arrived with the kind of crisp winter air that made Avalon City sparkle like a jewel against the morning sky. Tonight would mark the beginning of the Grand Ball, 3 days of celebration that would reshape the political landscape of the world. And potentially prevent a war if I played my cards correctly. "Arthur, stop brooding by the window and come get ready," my mother's voice called from the main living area, carrying the fond exasperation that characterized most of her interactions with me. "Your father is already reviewing diplomatic protocols and we still need to coordinate our arrival timing." I turned away from the view, feeling the familiar weight of anticipation that came with approaching a major event. The difference was that this time I knew exactly what stakes were involved. Tonight I would meet Alara Astoria again. Prince Valerian would announce their engagement in the summer. And Jack Blaze Spout would begin whatever game he was planning. "Coming," I replied, making my way to where my parents were reviewing the evening schedule. My father looked every inch the successful guild master that had earned our family its current status, while my mother had chosen an elegant dress that would complement without overshadowing the royal fashions we'd encounter tonight. "The Imperial Palace has outdone itself this year," my father commented, reviewing the invitation materials on his tablet. 3 separate venues for the 3-day celebration, each one designed to accommodate different aspects of international diplomacy. "Tonight is the formal introductions and opening ceremonies," my mother added, studying her own notes. "Tomorrow will be the main celebration with dancing and entertainment for New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day will feature the final presentations and year-end addresses." I nodded, already knowing the schedule by heart. What they didn't know was that tonight would also mark the beginning of the most complex courtship campaign I had ever attempted. Winning Alara's trust and affection while navigating the political minefield of 5 different girlfriends and whatever scheme Jack was planning would require every bit of diplomatic skill I possessed. "Arthur," my mother said, studying my expression with the intuitive understanding that had made her such an effective partner to my father over the years. "You look like you're preparing for battle rather than a celebration." "In some ways I am," I admitted, seeing no point in hiding my concerns entirely. "Events like this create opportunities and dangers in equal measure. I want to make sure we represent ourselves well." My father's expression grew more serious. "Is there something specific we should be concerned about?" "Guild business that might complicate the evening." "Nothing that directly affects our family," I assured him, which was technically true. "But there will be a lot of powerful people in one place, and that always creates potential for complications." Before they could press for more details, the sound of soft footsteps announced Reika's arrival. I turned toward the entrance hall and felt my breath catch as she appeared in the doorway. Reika had chosen a dress that perfectly captured her unique position in my life, elegant enough for imperial court standards but distinctive enough to reflect her individual character rather than simply conforming to noble expectations. The deep violet fabric complemented her hair and eyes beautifully, while the cut managed to be both sophisticated and subtly alluring. "Miss Reika," my mother said with obvious approval, "you look absolutely stunning." "Thank you, Mrs. Nightingale," Reika replied with a small smile, though her violet eyes were focused on me with the intensity that always made my heart race. "I hope I won't embarrass anyone tonight." "Impossible," I said without hesitation, moving to offer her my arm. "You look perfect." The familiar blush that colored her cheeks at direct compliments was particularly charming against the violet of her dress. Despite all the time we had spent together, despite the depth of our relationship, Reika still responded to praise with the same shy pleasure that had first caught my attention years ago. "Daddy?" came Stella's voice from the living room, where she had been working on some mathematical puzzles while we prepared. "Are you leaving soon?" "In just a few minutes," I replied, feeling the familiar tug of affection that came with spending time with my daughter. "Come here and let me see what you've been working on." Stella practically bounced over, carrying a tablet covered with geometric patterns that demonstrated her continued fascination with mathematical relationships. "Look, I figured out how to make the snowflake patterns repeat in different sizes while keeping the same proportional relationships." "That's remarkable," I said, genuinely impressed by her intuitive understanding of scaling principles. "You're developing some very advanced mathematical thinking. Will you show me more patterns when you get back?" she asked with hopeful curiosity. "Absolutely," I promised, pulling her into a hug that she returned with the enthusiastic affection that never failed to remind me of what was truly important in my life. "Be good for Elias while we're gone, and I'll have lots of stories to tell you tomorrow." "I will," she assured me, then looked up at Reika with obvious admiration. "You look like a princess in that dress." "Thank you, Stella," Reika replied with genuine warmth. "I'll make sure your father doesn't get into too much trouble tonight." "Good luck with that," Stella said with the sort of innocent honesty that made all the adults laugh. The ride to the Imperial Palace passed in comfortable conversation mixed with anticipatory silence. Reika sat beside me in the guild's formal transport, her hand resting lightly on my arm while she watched the city pass by through the enhanced windows. "Are you nervous?" I asked quietly, noting the slight tension in her posture despite her composed expression. "A little," she admitted. "This is far beyond anything I ever expected to experience when I first joined the guild. Sometimes I still can't believe this is my life now." "You belong here," I assured her, meaning every word. "You've earned your place through your own abilities and dedication. Tonight is just an opportunity to show the world what I've known all along." The familiar blush colored her cheeks again, but this time it was accompanied by a smile that carried genuine confidence. "Thank you for always believing in me." As we approached the Imperial Palace, the scale of the evening's event became impossible to ignore. The entire complex blazed with magical lighting that turned the winter evening into something approaching daylight, while streams of elegantly dressed guests made their way through security checkpoints and reception areas. "Ready?" I asked as our transport pulled up to the main entrance. Ready, Reika confirmed, her violet eyes reflecting determination along with lingering nervousness. I helped her from the transport, noting how the palace guards recognized me immediately and offered appropriate acknowledgments. The advantages of being the guild grandmaster were never more apparent than at events like this, where political influence translated directly into practical convenience. Looking up at the soaring architecture of the imperial palace, I felt the familiar weight of approaching a crucial moment. Tonight would set the tone for everything that followed. The game was about to begin, and the stakes were higher than anyone except me could possibly imagine. Taking Reika's arm, I led her toward the entrance where the most important 3 days of my life were waiting to unfold. Time to prevent a war. Chapter 755, Avalon's Grand Ball, 5. Is everything ready? I asked my personal maid as she carefully arranged the final touches of my appearance. Her skilled fingers worked through the golden strands of my hair, weaving them into the intricate braiding pattern that would complement the ceremonial crown I would wear tonight. Yes, Your Highness, the dignitaries have already begun arriving, she informed me, her voice carrying the professional composure that masked what I knew must be considerable nervousness. Tonight's event was unlike anything we had hosted before. The security protocols are in full effect, and the reception areas are prepared for the largest diplomatic gathering in the Empire's history. This was indeed the most major political event ever organized on this scale. The logistics alone were staggering, representatives from all 5 continents converging on Avalon City for 3 days of carefully orchestrated diplomacy and celebration. Each of the other continental superpowers hadn't just sent their heirs, but their ruling matriarchs when possible, demonstrating the unprecedented importance everyone placed on this gathering. Queen Camilla Ashbluff of the Western Continent. Queen Lyralia Viserion of the Southern Continent. Queen Helena Windward of the Northern Continent. The Eastern Continent's situation was more complex. Since the matriarch of the Mount Hua sect had passed away several years ago, they had sent their deputy sect leader, Li Zenith. Your Highness, my maid continued, her voice taking on a note of uncertainty that immediately caught my attention. We've just received confirmation that the Queen of the Cratons will also be attending tonight. My expression stiffened as the implications hit me. What? I asked, unable to hide my surprise. It was a well-known fact throughout all 5 continents that Queen Isolde Craton had passed away over a decade ago. Her death had been one of the defining political events of our generation, reshaping the power structure of the Northern Continent. Yes, Your Highness, the confirmation came through official diplomatic channels just an hour ago, my maid confirmed, though I could see the confusion and uncertainty in her own expression. The palace staff were trained to handle unusual situations with professional composure, but this development was beyond anything in their experience. I pulled out my phone and opened the group chat, scrolling through the recent messages with growing concern. Now that I thought about it, Rachel hadn't responded to any of our coordination messages for the past few days. Initially, I had assumed it was because she was too excited about meeting Arthur in such a formal setting, the first time all 6 of us would be together at a major political event. But considering this news about her supposedly deceased mother, Rachel's silence took on much more ominous implications. The messages from Rose, Reika, and Serafina showed their usual efficiency in handling the complex logistics of tonight's appearance coordination. But Rachel's absence from the conversation was glaring now that I was looking for it. Something was definitely wrong. A knock on my door interrupted my growing worry as one of my personal maids activated the magnetic door controls. My mother, Empress Adeline Slaymark, stepped inside with the regal bearing that had made her one of the most respected rulers in the world. She looked the same as ever, impeccably dressed in the deep crimson and gold that marked her as the Empress of Slaymark. Her silver eyes sharp with intelligence and her blonde hair arranged in the complex style that balanced elegance with the practical needs of wearing the imperial crown. But I could see the tension beneath her composed exterior, the slight tightening of her normally relaxed knuckles that indicated she was far more concerned about tonight's events than she was letting on. Leave us, she commanded, and the maids bowed deeply before withdrawing from my chambers with practiced efficiency. Once we were alone, my mother's carefully maintained imperial demeanor softened slightly. She moved behind me, gently dismissing the work my maid had begun and starting to braid my hair herself with the familiar movements that took me back to my childhood. Mother? I asked, studying her reflection in the mirror as she worked. She didn't respond immediately, her fingers moving with the skilled precision that came from years of helping me prepare for important events when I was younger. There was something comforting about the familiar routine, even as I could feel the tension radiating from her normally composed presence. Ready, she announced with a smile as I stood up, her hands resting proudly on my shoulders as she examined our reflection in the full-length mirror. My beautiful daughter, she said, her voice carrying both maternal pride and something approaching concern. I must admit, I sometimes find it difficult to accept that you have to share one man with so many other remarkable women. I felt my cheeks burn with embarrassment as I scowled at her in the mirror. Mother. A mother can't help but worry about such things, she pointed out with obvious amusement at my reaction. At the same time, I should probably thank that young man for taming my fiery daughter. The transformation has been quite remarkable to witness. Mother. I protested again, my face growing even redder as she chuckled at my discomfort. Yet you don't deny it, Empress Adeline observed with the shrewd insight that had made her such an effective ruler. Oh, how relieved I was when the nobles in Slaymark stopped walking on eggshells around you. Your relationship with Arthur has brought out sides of your personality that I wasn't sure existed. Stop teasing me, I demanded, though I couldn't entirely suppress the smile that threatened to break through my embarrassment. We should be going, shouldn't we? Father will be expecting us. That we should, she agreed, but I noticed how her expression returned to its previous tension as she remembered the evening's responsibilities. Whatever was concerning her about tonight's events, it was significant enough to worry one of the most experienced political minds in the world. We made our way through the palace corridors toward the central assembly area where my father would be conducting final preparations. The imperial palace was a marvel of magical architecture and advanced technology, its halls designed to accommodate events of exactly this magnitude. Tonight, every system would be tested as we hosted the largest gathering of international dignitaries in modern history. Emperor Quin's sleigh Mark was waiting in the ceremonial preparation chamber, reviewing last-minute security reports with his characteristic attention to detail. My father had always been a study in controlled power, his presence commanding respect without requiring theatrical displays of authority. Tonight, he wore the full regalia of imperial office, the deep blues and silver of his formal robes complementing the crown that marked him as ruler of the most powerful empire on the continent. Standing beside him was my older brother, Prince Valerian Slatemark, and I felt my mood immediately darken at the sight of him. Cecilia, my father greeted me with obvious pride, his stern expression softening as he took in my appearance. You look magnificent. Tonight will be a defining moment for our empire, and I'm grateful to have you representing our family's interests. Thank you, father, I replied, accepting his approval while carefully avoiding eye contact with Valerian, whose expression carried its usual mixture of resentment and barely concealed ambition. The arrangements for your unique situation have been handled with appropriate discretion, Emperor Quin continued, referring to the complex diplomatic challenge of acknowledging my relationship with Arthur while maintaining proper protocol. Your coordination with the other young women involved has been quite impressive. We understand the importance of presenting a united front, I assured him, though I was still concerned about Rachel's absence from our recent communications. As we made our final preparations to enter the main hall where hundreds of the world's most powerful people were gathering, I felt the familiar thrill of anticipation that came with major political events. Tonight would test everything I had learned about diplomacy, strategy, and the delicate art of balancing personal desires with imperial obligations. The doors to the grand hall opened before us, revealing a sea of elegantly dressed dignitaries representing the full spectrum of international power. As Crown Princess of the Slatemark Empire, I would be at the center of every interaction, every negotiation, every subtle game of influence that would unfold over the next 3 days. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward into the political arena where my future and Arthur's would be decided. Chapter 756, Avalon's Grand Ball, 6. The Slatemark Imperial Palace wasn't just a building, it was a statement. A declaration of power, wealth, and history woven seamlessly with cutting-edge technology that left even me impressed despite having seen it multiple times before. Unlike the castles of old, where grandeur was often synonymous with impractical excess, this palace represented the perfect blend of timeless elegance and modern efficiency. As our transport pulled up to the main entrance, I could see every inch of the structure was a deliberate masterpiece, a marriage of traditional craftsmanship and futuristic innovation. Discreet security measures were woven into the very fabric of the walls, holographic mana barriers shimmering almost invisibly, hidden surveillance drones that floated silently in the air, and defensive wards disguised as decorative engravings that would have fooled anyone without my knowledge of magical theory. Magnificent as always, my father murmured as we stepped out of the transport, his experienced eye taking in the seamless integration of security and aesthetics that made the palace both beautiful and impregnable. Reika's hand tightened slightly on my arm as we approached the entrance, her violet eyes wide with wonder despite her attempts to maintain composure. It's even more impressive than the descriptions, she whispered, and I felt a surge of pride at being able to share this experience with her. The guards in ceremonial dress stood at attention as we approached, their equipment a perfect blend of traditional pageantry and modern functionality. They recognized me immediately. The advantages of being Guild Grandmaster were never more apparent than at events like this, and offered appropriate acknowledgments before scanning our credentials with devices that looked like ornate scepters but functioned as advanced magical identification systems. As we passed through the security checkpoints and made our way into the palace proper, I found myself walking down the expansive hallway that never failed to impress visitors. The polished marble floors reflected the glow of chandeliers overhead, while the walls were lined with massive tapestries whose woven threads held faint luminescence, depicting battles that had shaped the Slatemark Empire's rise to dominance. Even the lighting was a marvel, soft and ambient, adjusting in real time to complement the setting, subtly shifting to highlight important areas without overwhelming the palace's regal atmosphere. Every detail spoke to the incredible wealth and technological sophistication that made the Slatemark Empire the dominant power on the continent. Arthur, my father said quietly as we approached the main hall, remember that tonight you're representing not just yourself, but everyone connected to you. The guild, our family, and your relationships with the various princesses. I understand, I replied, though my attention was already shifting to the political complexities waiting beyond the grand doors ahead of us. Tonight would determine how successfully I could navigate the delicate balance of acknowledging 5 different romantic relationships while positioning myself to save Ilara from the tragic fate I knew awaited her. The doors to the grand hall opened before us, revealing a sea of elegantly dressed dignitaries representing the full spectrum of international power. The scale was breathtaking. Hundreds of the world's most influential people gathered in a space designed to accommodate exactly this kind of gathering, with multiple levels and sections that allowed for both grand presentations and intimate conversations. My family spread out slightly as we entered, my parents moving toward the area designated for guild leadership and successful merchants, while I escorted Reika toward the section where my various relationships would require careful coordination throughout the evening. The first familiar face I spotted belonged to Rose, resplendent in a dress that managed to be both elegantly formal and subtly businesslike, perfectly reflecting her dual nature as both Marquis's daughter and guild executive. Beside her stood Marquis Springshaper, a man whose familiar presence reminded me of the many business negotiations we had conducted over the years. "Arthur?" Rose called out as she noticed my approach, her brown eyes lighting up with obvious pleasure. "You look magnificent." The coordination worked perfectly. She was right, the subtle accents in my formal wear complemented her deep green dress beautifully while still maintaining the flexibility to work with the other color schemes we had planned for the evening. "You look stunning yourself," I replied, accepting the brief kiss on the cheek that formal etiquette permitted in this setting. "Marquis, good to see you again. I trust the shipping arrangements we discussed last month are proceeding smoothly." "Indeed they are, Arthur," he replied with the comfortable familiarity that came from years of successful business partnership. "Your guild's efficiency continues to exceed expectations. We should discuss expanding those routes when you have time." Moving deeper into the hall, I caught sight of a group that made my heart lift with genuine warmth and respect. Li Zenith, my master and deputy sect leader of Mount Hua, stood with the kind of natural authority that came from decades of martial arts mastery and political acumen. Beside him stood Serafina, looking absolutely breathtaking in traditional Eastern formal wear that managed to honor her heritage while adapting to the international setting. Her silver hair was arranged in a complex style that showcased both her natural beauty and her cultural identity, while her ice blue eyes surveyed the crowd with the analytical precision that characterized her approach to everything. The third member of their group made my mood darken considerably. Sun Zenith, Serafina's adopted older brother, possessed the kind of martial prowess that was already becoming legendary despite his relatively young age. Unfortunately, his skills were matched by an arrogance and toxic personality that made every interaction with him an exercise in patience. "Master Li," I said with a respectful bow that acknowledged both our personal relationship and her political status. "It's an honor to see you here tonight." "Arthur," he replied with obvious pride, his stern expression softening slightly in the way that was reserved for his most accomplished students. "You've grown into everything I hoped you would become. The reports of your achievements have reached even the Eastern continent." "Serafina," I continued. Her subtle smile told me that the coordination between all my relationships was proceeding exactly as planned. Sun Zenith's response was predictably grating. "So this is the famous guild grandmaster," he said with a smirk that managed to be both condescending and dismissive. "I expected someone more impressive. The stories must have been exaggerated." I felt Reika's hand tighten on my arm, her own reaction to his rudeness immediate and protective. Master Li's expression darkened slightly at his adopted nephew's behavior, but he remained silent, allowing me to handle the situation as I saw fit. "I'm sure the stories vary depending on who's telling them," I replied with diplomatic neutrality, refusing to take the bait. "I hope you enjoy the evening's festivities." But it was the next group I spotted that made my pulse quicken with anticipation mixed with concern. Lucifer Windward stood near the northern delegation area, and even in a crowded room filled with powerful people, his presence was unmistakable. The crown prince of the northern continent possessed the kind of natural charisma that drew attention without effort, his verdant eyes surveying the gathering with obvious intelligence and calculation. Beside him stood Dia Solarin, her red hair providing a striking contrast to the white and gold of her formal dress, while Siola Moyong's composed elegance complemented the group perfectly. Both women moved with the grace that came from years of training in their respective disciplines, yet their obvious affection for Lucifer was clear to anyone who knew how to read such dynamics. Queen Helena Windward completed the group, her regal bearing marking her as one of the most powerful women in the world. The fact that she was here personally rather than sending a representative spoke to the unprecedented importance everyone placed on this gathering. "Interesting," I murmured to Reika as we observed the northern delegation. Queen Helena rarely attends international events personally. But it was the final group that made my blood run cold with recognition and growing dread. Rachel stood with 2 other women near the area designated for the Creighton delegation, and even from a distance I could see the tension in her posture that suggested she was far from comfortable with the current situation. Her golden dress was absolutely stunning, but there was something in her sapphire eyes that spoke of barely controlled stress. Kathleen Creighton stood beside her sister, the elder princess's silver hair and deep blue eyes marking her as family even as her obvious nervousness created an almost palpable aura of unease. At 26, Kathleen should have been the picture of composed political confidence, but something had clearly shaken her badly. And then there was the third woman. Isolde Creighton looked exactly as she had been described in the novel, golden hair that matched Rachel's perfectly, deep blue eyes that could convey warmth or command with equal effectiveness, and the kind of regal bearing that had made her legendary among northern nobility during her supposed lifetime. As if sensing my attention, Isolde turned toward me across the crowded hall, and when our eyes met, she smiled. It was a perfectly normal smile, warm, welcoming, the kind of expression any politician might offer to acknowledge a fellow dignitary across a room. Did she come to see me? I thought as I groaned internally.